If you think you're not afraid of the dark. If you think you have a strong stomach.
Today we are witness to the dawn of a new communications era, brought upon us by satellites.
If you say you don't scare easily.
Microprocessors.
You believe you've seen everything.
For the transfer of information, ideas, knowledge.
Then prepare yourself for...
As a child, I went to the cinema, and it was really before movies were shown on television, and in fact it was before television, because I was born in 1943. So for images, for moving images, the cinema was everything. And I'm completely self-taught. I never went to film school. And I think living in Hollywood, it would be very hard to not make Hollywood films, especially for someone who was not an American. And that was why I resisted it.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 175 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast is coming at you live. I am your host, the Toxic Defender Offender. Yeah. And of course, I have my jobless hetero life mate by my side tonight, the Mexicant. Keep a job. Double Jobless J, aka JP.
Dude.
And I would like to welcome back to the show for the first time, the man whose rumor that he has 165 IQ, but can't keep himself from absolutely destroying his laptop and podcast and recording equipment after drinking a bottle of whiskey. The man, the myth, the apparent lush, Mr. Watson, aka the Whiskey Whisperer. What's going on, guys?
Wow, what's up, my LGBTQ plus homies? Heteronormative up in this bitch. Limp Bizkit represent, y'all.
I don't know how you can even remember. I don't know how you can remember all those letters, man. I can't remember those letters for the life of me. And then when you add on stuff onto it, it's like, what is going on? Like, now they're just fucking with us. So.
I'll tell you what it is. There's a lot of conflict, even among that group of, okay, which group should we represent, and, how should we represent it? And that, it's just like any in-group. You take any race, any religion, any creed, any sex, any this, that. In-groups can't agree. And apparently, the acronym to represent that their whole thing is something that's in contention. And so, the preferred, I think, thing right now is LGBTQ plus. Just keep it simple. Or if you're savvy, LGBTQ PKIA, I think, plus is another one you can go. But you guys already did.
No, that's too much.
See, it going.
It's at the point now where they need to just forget the acronym or like all those letters represent whatever, and just come up with one kind of standard word for it, so like that everyone can just remember. Like what, Prince?
Yeah, ever since Prince turned himself into a symbol.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Just come up with one kind of mutual word that represents for the whole thing, because it's like, I feel like this is going to get as long as the alphabet.
Oh, they know it too. I got like one of my best.
Yeah, but then everybody's included.
Yeah, hey, and it is about inclusion, and and JP, you were talking about, hey, let's get some hetero up in there. They have an A for ally up in that business. So if you're chilling, you're digging some knife plus heart, you're kicking it with your gay dudes. Like I got my buddy, I don't want to say any names on the show, but I got my buddy who's this gay dude. He's not fabulous at all, guys. He watches football and has a huge beer gut. He's not fabulous. He wears a weird bowler hat, and I'm always like, I don't know, why am I giving you style advice? But he's just kind of like, I don't know. I have some thoughts that you don't want to hear about, but this is a horror podcast, and we started off on a strong woke AF note.
Yeah, we tend to do that sometimes.
No, guys, listen, it's badass to be here. Thanks so much for having me on. I was super stoked when Moods reached out, because you guys, it's been a long fucking time coming, and what's super cool, and check this out, little history lesson for the listeners who might even know who I am. Along with the famous podcaster, the infamous Jay of the Dead, Justin, you were the first person to ever hear my debut episode of Horror Corridor back in 2016 before it was ever released. You helped me get on Horrorphilia. Otherwise, Jason Lloyd would have tossed me aside like a handicapped baby in ancient Sparta. You know what I'm saying? Off the cliff.
Yeah, I remember. Jason sent me a message and said, "Hey, this guy wants to join the network. Will you listen to his first show?" And I did. Probably about 15 minutes into it or something. I messaged Jason and I was like, "Yeah, yeah, get this guy on the network, dude."
Thank you.
And I finished the episode and I was just like, dude. And you know what's funny about that is, I actually thought you reminded me of like that Jay of the Dead circle a little bit. Were you like a big listener of those?
So
guys?
I was, and you might be hearing me over on HMP this coming year, but we've talked about that because I love those guys. Josh and I talk, Wolfman Josh and I talk a lot, but it's been a while. Josh, we gotta chat if you're listening. But no, the whole thing is I was big in that circle, and just kind of as a listener, and I really sort of fashioned my shows after a lot of what Jay was doing, and then listening to Dark Discussions, I sort of fashioned what I thought my style would be, just more alcohol, really, because they're all very good people, and I sort of realized I'm not.
Never a bad thing. Come on.
No. Well, yeah, you and your fitness goals these days, man, that we were talking about before we hit recording. You don't even drink anymore, you good person. Here I am. I'm freaking a couple whiskeys in, a bunch of White Claws, because I'm a basic white bitch. I'm not even.
Yeah, I was listening to an MMA show the other day, and they were making fun of those White Claws pretty hardcore.
You know what? And listen, and Moods can probably attest to this, because I think Moods, when I discovered White Claws, I messaged you like, dude, are you onto these? And I think. Like, yeah, they're good. And I was just like, okay, you got to get off the beer, though, because these will give you less of a gut. You probably shouldn't drink at all, honestly, kids. But
yeah. Hey, man, they don't call you the whiskey whisperer for nothing. Come on.
Oh, dude, that was fucking brilliant, dude. Whiskey's my drink, and I'll tell you what, I've lost a lot of weight off whiskey. It's just it's the whiskey. Wasn't there something, the whitest kids you know, that sketch comedy show back in the day where it was a whiskey me or something like Super Size Me but with whiskey? Yeah.
Oh wow,
that's pretty funny.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, but to go back to this really quickly, just because it's kind of funny. The very first podcast I ever heard was called Rabbit and Red Radio, and it still goes on to this day, but with like different hosts. But Alex Edwards was on that show.
It's kind of like Body Bags.
Yeah, the very, and this was like 2010 or something like that. The very next podcast I ever heard was a variation of Weekly Horror Movie Podcast, which Jay of the Dead and those guys have done so many variations of that simple horror movie podcast type thing. And whatever version it was back when they were on a network called Horror Palace. And Mike Merriman was actually on that network, and a few other people from our current network was also on that network. And I discovered that network and I just like fell in love with it because it had so many horror podcasts. Greg Mortis from Land of the Creeps was on there. And
what's up, Jamie Salmons? I think she had done some stuff there too.
Yeah. Yeah. And I was like, I never even heard of Horrorphilia at the time. I assumed Jason was around and they were competitors maybe. But what's that?
They were. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, I remember listening to like all the shows on there. Terror Troop was another one that I really liked. I listened to the entire catalog of Terror Troop even after they left, and I think they're all retired now, but I listened to that entire catalog. And Land of the Creeps I stayed up on for a long time. I stopped listening to them a few years ago, not for any particular reason, just kind of moved on to some other stuff. And I'll check out an episode here and there. They make quality stuff too. But my favorite show on there was the one with Jay of the Dead. And it was because of how argumentative it would get. I don't remember all the hosts, but I know Bill Shetty and Jay of the Dead were on there. Maybe I
think
Corey.
Midnight.
Yeah, Corey, Midnight Corey was on there, and somebody else. I think it was 4 people, and I think they did like 4 similar movies every show. And I just remember
each other.
Dude, I just remember it just being so funny because they would get into so many arguments, and like Bill Shetty probably has like the most unique opinions. It's up there with Don and Ellie in terms of like unique opinions that I've ever heard.
Yeah, I agree.
Is it unique or is it just stupid?
Well,
Opinions.
it's not stupid because he articulates them fine.
He does. Yeah.
It's just that
Which doesn't. It's still be
personally,
stupid.
I find them sometimes contradictory. Like some things that he'll pick on in one movie, he won't in another. I think Jay of the Dead is always extremely fair and level-headed, and he was always my favorite on that show.
Oh, yeah.
But I always agreed with Jay the most. But it was funny because it seemed like all the listeners agreed with Bill Shetty the most. Like it was really funny back then. But I don't know about now. But the landscape of horror podcasting was so different back then. Like the types of people that were listening to horror podcasts are not the same people of today. But that was so I remember following that when that whole Horror Palace thing disbanded. Yep. I remember being really bummed because I even watched all of Bill Shetty's like Grizzly Zone things that he did and all those other side shows that he did, and even it was like one of those situations where I barely ever agreed with him. Every once in a while I would though, but I couldn't stop listening to him because it was so intriguing to what the hell he's going to think about all these films. Like their new show that he's doing with Jay. Like like they'll announce a movie and I'm like Tusk. I'm like, oh, Bill Shetty's gonna hate this, and then he likes it. And then like something else like Terrifier, I'm like Bill Shetty's gonna love that, and he's like lukewarm on it. Yeah. It's so bizarre. Like I can never pinpoint where that guy's gonna come in. But the whole thing with Jay the Dead, I listened to what's the show with Wolfman Josh? Which version is that? Horror movie podcast. Yeah. I really liked that show, and I listened to it for a while, fell off, which I do all the time with podcasts. It's never like a reason like I don't like the show or anything. It's just I move on to something else and come back later. But I listened to them for 100-ish episodes or whatever, went away, came back, and then like the 2 episodes in, Jay leaves the show, and I'm like, damn. And it just doesn't feel the same without him for me personally.
No, for sure. They have to adjust for it. It'd be like if, you or Moods, not Jeremy, left the show. I'm playing, left this show, and you guys had to replace him with somebody who's, maybe just as adept at podcasting, but maybe isn't that same thing, that got that same vibe.
Yeah.
And it's cool though because and I do want to say. Well,
plus it's the host. Jay was the host, so it's different.
The host. Jay's a beast, man, and I do take it as a huge compliment that you thought that I came from that circle, because I kind of did, and the whole reason that I had the following I did sort of right away was because they shouted me out like 3 or 4 times and were like, man, we like this guy, and it was like, geez, these people don't have to say a word about me, and that's really cool, and then Horror Fury, I found a lot of love in watching just all these great shows I love. I'm just binging the hell out of 22 Shots. I'm binging the hell out of Exploding Head, Skeleton Crew. I'm just like, God, these are and I'm sort of I had my eye on the network, and I'm just like, okay, could I fit in there? I don't know if Horror Corridor will, and but I love what these guys are doing because they're so real, and that's one thing I love. I was telling Moods before we hit record here, just I love how you guys are an underrated show in the way your whole work ethic is. You guys work your asses off to put these giant shows out, all this prep. Man, nobody, I think listeners got, man, I'm glad people are paying you guys. Like, good for that, man. You know what I'm saying? It's good.
Mood spends all the money, though, apparently.
Up,
Yeah, but the final thing I'll say about horror movie podcast is the analogy I'll use is like, have you ever seen that 70s show?
Yeah.
Great show, right? Awesome characters, fun stuff. I think Wolfman Josh and Dr. Shocker are super awesome, right? And Jay the Dead was awesome. I had no idea who the new guy was, and forgive me, I don't know his name. You probably do.
Yeah, Gilman Joel. He would do the Universal Monsters podcast with Dr. Shock and with Wolfman. Yeah.
Okay, so you know how Jay was the host, and Eric, the character in that 70s show, was like the lead, and then they changed that, and it never felt the same. That's basically how I feel.
Yeah, well, I would kind of be curious to know, what would you guys do? Because they built such a big following, and then, when Jay had to do what he had to do, they had to switch gears a little bit. With the following you guys have with 22 Shots, what would you guys do if one of you were maybe sort of had to face the unfortunate idea of, shoot, I got to step back for a little while, maybe permanently? Would you keep the 22 Shots name? Would you try to limp on with somebody else who fits? What would you guys do, you think? Yeah, Moods. Justin, what do you guys think about that?
Go ahead, Moods, you answer it.
I don't really know. I never really thought about it. I don't think I would change the name. Mm-hmm. It's like a band, right? I mean, you have a death in the band or something, a death in, of a lead singer and stuff.
Or, Tom DeLonge leaves.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? I mean, so many lead singers have died in bands, been replaced, and just kind of continued on with that band name and stuff like that. And I'm not saying one of us is going to die here, but you know what I'm saying? Someone leaves, whatever. I mean, it's still, at this point, I guess the name itself was kind of branded. It's kind of established and stuff.
It's on a damn shirt. And Watson has...
Yeah, exactly. Even given the history of how the name come about, it's it's obviously involving all of our YouTube names. It doesn't really even matter at this point. I mean, if someone leaves, and they get replaced or whatever the circumstances may be and stuff, I don't think I would change the name at all. If JP left and it was like, well, if it was end up me and Jeremy, I would just boot him to the fucking curb and then we'd. but okay, say, hypothetically speaking, say if JP had to leave and Jeremy is off doing his fucking whatever thing, and then I went and grabbed two other I'd just keep it as 22 Shots. I mean, it just wouldn't. I wouldn't change it because why would I? There's really no point.
That's what I would want to happen had I been the one to leave. Like, I would want it to live on because that's so. I'm not saying what they did was not right. I'm saying, as a listener, my opinion. If I would have been familiar with Gilman Joel, sorry. Wolfman Josh.
All these guys sound like 1930 horror hosts. Like,
yeah, they dude,
they are.
Well, I like that. What I like about their show is they're all unique. Like, Dr. Shock is super knowledgeable, and especially with like older stuff.
Dr. Shock,
and then Wolfman Josh is like very like heavy on the indie stuff, and Jay of the Dead just is like very well rounded and. I like listening to his voice too. So,
he has the best voice.
I know, right? So, but here, I don't know if I would continue on without Moods, and that's just because, like, we've done it. Like, Moods stepped away last season, and me and Jeremy did a few shows by ourselves. They turned out two shows by ourselves. They turned out pretty better than I ever expected, honestly. But at the same time, the thing that would be missing heavily now, and this is something that I haven't really spoke about, but I used to edit the podcast and do the thumbnail and do the show notes and, do the recordings and all that. And it was like a huge, like, we would record for, we'd get on mic and then, or pre-show would be like an hour and a half, and then the show would be like 4 or 5 hours. And then sometimes we even used to do a post show back in the day. And then I would edit it and then do the thumbnail, which still to this day, the thumbnail takes me an hour to an hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours.
How are you not getting faster with that shit? Like, that just blows my mind.
Not all of them. Some I am faster, but you got to keep in mind, some of them I'm creating from nothing. Just like, what can this look like? I kind of got a system now in play where I do a similar thing almost every time, but you don't know how hard it is sometimes, like with the Italian shows, finding damn posters that are not horrible or are not in another language. I try to keep them English for the most part, and or not the alternate title of the film from another country that it's not known by, and then also like just finding good quality images, resizing things, messing with fonts and color schemes, and like sometimes I'll pick a color and I'll be like, I don't like that, and then I'll try something else, and other times it just like is a. Like just like a domino thing where it's just like everything just falls into place immediately. And like some I'll have no idea what to do and I'll be stressing about it, like I have no idea what to do on this, and then it'll come together so perfect. Other times I'll have no idea and I'll waste an hour trying something and it's just doesn't look right, or it's not what I want it. Like getting images that fit in the open space is very hard sometimes. You know, it's like you can't like, okay, this image that I'm thinking of in the movie doesn't fit anywhere on the screen around the posters. But anyway, that ain't anyone I was talking about. The editing thing, Moods took over, and ever since then it's progressively gotten better and better and better and better. And the samples and the clips and the sketches and things that he puts in the show are just something that, one, creatively, I'm not as good at. I could do some like minor things. And two, I never had the patience with audio. Like I hate editing audio. But you know, so that is one thing that I wouldn't want to lose now that we have it. You know, it's something that would suck to lose.
It's really fun to do, man, because I you know, that's stemming from, you know, working on films and stuff, and you know, taking a scene from a film and it's soundless. There's no sound. Right, and putting in every sound into it. So going through sound libraries and finding sound, even going out and recording your own sounds and shit like that, and putting it in and chop it up and put it in and stuff. That I always really liked. It's long and tedious work, but like, you know, it's fun because I'll search for samples on YouTube and shit like that, and it'll take, you know, sometimes a couple hours before I even start chopping shit up and stuff. And people don't realize, but sometimes, you know, I'll have like a minute long intro and stuff, but I'll have chopped up like 25 samples just for that. So
yeah. The worst thing you've ever done, though, was that where every time Jeremy talked, you put that gay sample or whatever.
It was
funny.
It was fucking funny. It was fucking funny as hell, because that was me saying to Jeremy, you need to stop being a fucking douche on. I'm so tired of people messaging me and saying, when is Jeremy going to be off the show and disrupt you and say rude shit to you all the time on the show? And then, you know, and then I was like, fuck it. And that episode pissed me off because I can't remember what the fuck he said to me. Something about the intro sucking or some shit like that. And I was like, well, fuck this. So through that whole 12-minute part of that segment, I fucking put in that gay sample.
I understand it was funny on that level, but purely as a listener, it was excruciatingly annoying after like 5 minutes.
Oh, I bet it was.
But I understand. Like, I understand why you did it, though.
But how do you think we feel sometimes, you know, through a 5-hour show with Jeremy?
Yeah, but that's us. We don't want to make
you guys can deal with that shit for fun. I personally thought it was fucking funny as hell because I was the one that did it. But whatever. I mean,
it
is.
I was laughing as a listener. I'll tell you what. I'm sad that the J Dog isn't here right now. Where's the J Dog?
He
working.
He works a lot.
Yeah.
His schedule doesn't line up anymore, really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. I wanted him to be like, fuck you, what am I? What's my nationalities? What are my ethnicities? You Italian, Filipino, native, Welsh asshole. And I'd be like, oh, thank you for your attention to detail, buddy.
Yeah, I wish more people would comment on just certain things on the show and stuff. Actually, Mike asked me the other day, is like, don't people ever fucking comment on the show? Actually, I think it was this morning. Merriman, he actually asked, he's like, don't people ever comment on the show? I'm like, actually, we don't get that much feedback on general stuff on the show. It'd be just like, oh, good show, or this, or to leave their negative response. You know, it's nothing
usually aimed at me or Jeremy.
Yeah, it's usually something I would say probably 85% of the comments that we do get are mostly negatives. The odd person will be like, oh, this is cool, I agree with that and stuff, but it's mostly negative. But like, people don't just be like, oh no, that was cool, you know, that was hilarious what you did at the end of the show or something. Like, no one ever comments and shit like that. Like, so shoot. I never really know what people are thinking and stuff, because like, I usually end the show, like, I always put fart noise. Like, most people probably don't even get that far. Like, I mean, once the outro happens, because JP actually made fun of Jeremy one time, like, no one's ever listening to this part, but it's probably kind of true, because a lot of the shows are 4.5, 5.5 hours long. Yeah. I mean, well, if you're gonna sit right to the end where we like deuces, and all of a sudden it's like, and then fucking, I always have samples and shit. Sometimes I put like, you know, bonus clips at the end too, if there was something funny that happened in a break or something like that.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, which I even used to do back in the day too.
You did.
But One thing that I can definitely say that some people do is they skip around because it's so long. Because it's like some people only want to hear this aspect of the show, or they're behind like a couple months usually, and they don't want to hear the news because it's all old now, or like, you know, they haven't seen this movie, so they'll skip around. And that's why we've always included show notes. That was something that I wanted to do from the very beginning, because I hated podcasts that didn't have like some sort of show notes that, you know, especially if it's a longer show. If it's shorter, it doesn't really matter. But
it only makes sense though, man. It's like, would you be having a good time listening to an album that didn't have a track listing? No,
exactly.
That is a great point.
That's ridiculous. Like, you're not going to grab this album and like, what the fuck? I don't know what the song's called. I don't know like how many tracks. This is bullshit. Yeah. So having show notes on the show is, and I fully respect people. I mean, everyone. I would probably say under 10% of the people probably listen to a show read from the start, read to the end, because there is certain parts that people either like more or just want to hear. And, you know, honestly, man, I'm truly not a big fan. Like, if I was going to be listening to shows and stuff and people are talking about news and shit like that, generally I was never interested in either.
Well, that's certain things I don't like. Certain things that we do, I don't like either. Like, I, for example, my favorite part of any show is like what we watch style things, like just smaller reviews that aren't too spoiler heavy. Like featured reviews have never been my favorite part of any podcast. It's even, for example, Watson's show with Dave, the Wat-Zee Party. My least favorite part is the featured review. Now it is more beneficial because if it's a film that has something deeper to it or something that Watson can sink his teeth into, he goes pretty hard and it is entertaining. But like, for example, I always skip the spoiler section. After you guys finish the review, I usually am out of the episode.
Oh, you don't catch the spoiler, because the spoiler section's when we go deep, because then I can say what I really want to say and talk that philosophy.
Well, I mean, if you haven't seen the movie, if you haven't seen the movies, then that makes complete sense and stuff. Yeah,
that's why we do what we do, where we put the spoilers after the outro, because it's like, okay, if you haven't seen the movie, we'll do the Showtime segment, because we have this 3-act show on the podcast where Act 1, you know, with Dave, we go through the whole, you know, the month's horror releases, okay, because it's a monthly show. Act 2 is our topic of discussion. Then Act 3 is when we do our spoiler-free review, and that's designed for those people who are like, okay, I haven't heard this, or they haven't heard it. I haven't seen this film, but, you know, I'll audition you guys to talk me into it. And then after we do our outros and all the stuff and the coin toss segment we do to decide which film we'll get onto the next episode, we do the after party where we go deep into it. And actually, I would say if you have seen the movie and you are debating, should I listen to the spoiler-free or spoiler-filled review, I would direct people toward the spoiler-filled review, the after party, just so, because I can finally unleash and say the stuff I want to say. You know,
I listened to a few of them.
Cool.
My favorite segments are the first two, though. Like the
right on.
The what is it? The party favors. Which one's the one where you talk about the new films?
Yeah, that's Party Favors. Yeah. Dave,
I like that one because actually I don't keep up on what's coming out anymore like I used to. So it's nice to hear all that.
I miss doing the releases on this show too. I love doing that. And then the site that I used to use kind of stopped doing it and stuff. And I use this other one, but their dates are always wrong. And I was like, you know what? I already spend too much time doing prep for the show. I don't need to add like a couple more. And knowing me, I would spend like 6 hours a fucking week, you know, just getting the releases because I'm just so meticulous when it comes to this needs to be the right thing and stuff. And then, no, I'm like, fuck that shit, man. No, it's too much.
No, totally. And I love hearing how people, I love this talking shop thing that we're doing right now, because I love to hear how people approach their shows, because you know, with Wat-Zee, you know, with the Wat-Zee Party Horror Show, which I'm sure a lot of the 22 Shots listeners have got to know what that is. But if they don't, it's the other show I do with Dave, and it's the 3-act structure we do. And the thing is, I think my favorite is the review. I find the topic of discussion a little stressful because I feel like I have to.
I knew it. I've always said that about that approach to podcasting. To do it every time.
I know. Well,
it's dude.
Justin, we also do just like, because sometimes Dave and I will like message each other. Okay, what should the deep dive be for Act 2? Okay, so we'll go through January's horror releases. What should the topic be? And sometimes we'll be like, oh gosh, I don't have any thoughts. And then I'll go, hey, let's do a top 5 least favorite horror cliches. Dude, I love it when we simplify like that. Yeah. But then I'll tell you what, though, conversely, when I can dive deep into some freaking philosophy and it's like I can tie it into some freaking book I read once upon a time and be an asshole, it's like, yo, okay, I'm in. So
it's as a listener, I love it, but as a podcaster, it stresses me out.
It's kind of funny, man. Actually, one of my favorite things, like, and it's something I actually hate doing myself. I did many interviews when I did radio back in the day with a lot of hip hop artists and stuff, and then I came to a point where I realized I don't like doing interviews. I love listening to interviews and watching interviews, but I hate doing them myself because I don't know what it is, but I just feel like I don't know what the fuck, man. I have no idea, but I just prefer when people are doing an interview and I'm listening to it or watching an interview and stuff. But I love interviews when, say if we're to sit down and interview a director and stuff, and then he goes in and tells, just all this kind of intimate shit and, personal stuff about the films and all that type of shit. I like that type of stuff. That's like my favorite type of podcasting shit, man. I really, really dig that. Like, I mean, not to take anything away from Watson, he's amazing when he dives into films and starts getting all philosophical and stuff. It's like, it's crazy. It kind of brings you back to, when I was doing film study and writing and doing all type of stuff. Like, I don't review films like that the way I used to write because I just don't. I don't know. I love it.
It's very time consuming too. I can't do it, but I even when I try a little harder on stuff, it's very time consuming. So I couldn't imagine doing what he does.
It definitely is. And I understand. Watson probably writes down a lot. He probably scripts a lot of his stuff too, because the shit that he's saying, I mean, it's not coming right off the dome and stuff, but it is true. Like, there's a fine line between, reviewing a film and, off the dome and just kind of giving your spontaneous, thoughts on it and shit like that, and sitting down and writing something. That's what you would do when you were in school, when I was writing papers on films and stuff and studying Kurosawa and shit like that. You'd write a 13-page fucking, on this movie, but it's different when you sit down. I personally would never want to review film. I'd like to just kind of have fun and just, like, if someone says something, you either agree or disagree or just kind of give your 2 cents and shit like that. I think it's kind of cool, but the way you do it, Watson's crazy. I have mad respect for that, but it's,
Thank you.
Yeah.
No,
it's totally different.
It's absolutely mad. And I'll tell you what, because I come from a solo cast, I have to script everything.
Exactly.
Or at least be clever with my editing, right? Because Horror Corridor was a solo cast, but now with Wat-Zee, I'll tell you what's cool is I can relax and just put bullet points, whereas I used to have to script most everything I say. Sometimes my notes will read, "Go on your rant about this." Then I'll do it, and then you won't hear all the pauses I take when I take a drink or when I leave the room, but because it's all post-production. But with Wat-Zee, there is some of that, but usually it's just bullet points now. It's helped me relax a lot, and I really like that, because like my notes for tonight, you guys chose a great fucking topic for me to come on to with Cronenberg, because, man, that guy has a lot to say. And while I don't have anything scripted out, and some of it's going to be off the dome, most of it, but there are bullet points where it's telling me, remember when you were thinking this? And I'll go, oh yeah. And then, so I hope it comes off okay, because you guys chose some great movies that have so much to say. And I was like, wow, these movies, Shivers, VideoDrome, and The Brood. Wow. Guys.
Yeah, that was planned. That was because when we're like, oh, we need to guess, the first thing I thought of was you for these films, because I've seen the Cronenberg films a lot, and he's definitely, trying to, especially with VideoDrome, how relevant it is today and shit like that. But I mean, well, actually with all 3 films, really. But I figured that they would be great ones to talk, to kind of dive a little bit deeper into and get your philosophical fucking mindset into these ones, because let's face it, man, I mean, it's better to have you on this film than it would to be doing those fucking shitty ass killer clown films. Like, what a fucking waste of Watson's mind, right? Might as well get him talking about some shit that actually means something, right? So, but
thank you very much.
Yeah,
glad to be here. I really am, guys.
So one thing that I want to bring up that has been bothering me for a really long time about an old episode of Wat-Zee. It was like the Halloween one where y'all were discussing the moving Halloween to the last Saturday of October. And Dave, I get what he's saying, and but one thing that was bothering me that he wasn't taking into consideration about the pros and cons of it was he was talking about the people who actually celebrate Halloween for, like, you know, the wall between the living and the dead being the thinnest and stuff like that. And, you know, he's like, they could just celebrate it on the last Saturday. It's the best of both worlds. Everybody wins and stuff. But you can't do that because those people, that's not when the wall is the thinnest and stuff like that. And I think he was just not thinking about that when he was saying it every time. And I meant to comment that, and I just never did.
So all I can say about that is, because I think I remember that a little differently, and all I can say is I think what he was saying was, for the commercial people, change it to that last Saturday, and then for those people who are religious about that thin veil between the living and the dead on that particular night, you celebrate that on your own night and do your own thing. Now, if I misunderstood what he said, that's on me, and I'm sorry, and I know he's listening, and so he can set it straight later and say, or say what he's going to say. But I do believe, if I remember the episode, and believe me, guys, I'm not sure that I do. I think he was saying, okay, Halloween, do that, the trick or treat thing on the last Saturday of the month. But for you people who get religious about it, celebrate it on your own day. Now, if he's gonna say anything, he might say, "No, Watson, that's not what I meant." I'll leave that up to him.
No, I think that you're right in terms of what he was like. He just didn't verbalize it.
Okay.
Like in the way where I was like, well, those people, you know, that they believe like they're celebrating for that specific reason. And, you know, I think that in the general sense, nobody mentioned it, that like that was one of the things why they couldn't move the day. I think I could be wrong, but that's how I thought I remembered listening to it like that.
Yeah,
but
that's why I brought that up, because I wanted to see what Dave's take would be for what about the people who celebrate Halloween for religious purposes, or All Hallows Eve or Samhain. What about those people who treat it spiritually? And he had his answer, and I was like, dang, you know, I got to hand it to him. He's a fast talker, and that's that's one thing he teaches me a lot about podcasting, because like Mood said, and because if you're listening to my solo cast, you're gonna get most about 90. That's a bit much, but you know, 75% of it's scripted, because it has to be, dude. You can't, if you're sitting there on a solo cast, you're not scripting your stuff, dude. Stop it. Just I'll what's up, but you know, but I'll tell you what, like podcasting with Dave and the appearances like this get me just to relax and chill. And he teaches me a lot about just, hey, relax into the subject. And that's really cool. I love that show.
I when I listen to those conversations, like I get so agitated because I want to say stuff, you know what I mean? But I don't, like, I'm like not in a ability to be able to like type things out. Like I'm like walking around or driving or something, and then I forget by the time. But now thinking about it, it's one of the other things that I was thinking of is one, I don't know like where you guys live, but Halloween around here has, like, trick-or-treating has never been on Halloween. It's always like the last or second to last Saturday in the year. So that was surprising to me that was one of the reasons to move it, because it was never,
what the fuck?
Trick-or-treating is never on Halloween.
Wow.
Unless it falls on a Saturday or something.
No, man.
I'm with Moose on this. I've never heard of that.
No, man,
Really?
I've never heard of that either, man. I mean, I've heard of, you know, them doing a pre-Halloween for like little kids, and they'll have it like at the mall or something like that. They go around and trick or treat and shit. But general Halloween is whenever it falls.
I'm talking about trick-or-treating.
Yeah, I'm talking about trick or treating too.
Okay, so
right?
yeah, and also it's always in the daylight. Like I've only had it one time in my entire life at nighttime, and it was when I lived in Florida. And then two, the last point I'll make is just celebrate it on the last Saturday, and then on actual Halloween you get like a second celebration, but a smaller one. Because if your problem is that you can't go to work or whatever, you know, you have work the next day and stuff, because that's what I do is like I have our Halloween party, which, you know, we celebrate Halloween on that day, which is like the last Saturday before Halloween. And then on actual Halloween, let's say I work the next day, I have like a mini Halloween where I watch like 2 movies. So it's like if you moved Halloween to the last Saturday, you're essentially only getting one of those.
Hey,
I think it's only meant to be a one-day kind of holiday thing, man. It's fucking strange, dude.
I get that, but I'm saying like we ingest the whole month of October as one big celebration anyway.
It
and
is
I'm
true.
saying like we have a Halloween party on the Saturday, and then on actual Halloween, I almost like spending it by myself, only watching 1 or 2 flicks and like soaking in the atmosphere more on that day. You know, I don't know. I just think that like. You can. I just think it's fine the way it is.
I mean, it is true. I mean, we do. I mean, the same thing. I mean, you know, the Saturday before Halloween or whatever. That's when we have your Halloween party. You know, dress up, drink, party, whatever. But then you trick or treat on actual Halloween kind of thing, right? So I've just never heard of
that's
people.
That's the one thing that I guess that y'all have a point on. If you know, it's easier for the kids and stuff like that. But again, that I never had that problem here because it's never on Halloween unless Halloween falls Saturday.
That is fucking strange, man. I've never even heard of that. Wow, really interesting.
With foods, that's crazy.
I mean, you don't see anybody trick or treating in the light time either. As soon as that it gets dusk or dark enough, then
that actually surprises me in today's modern times where everybody's so scared of everything. That y'all all still do it at night because even like in the 90s it was in the day around here.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. So that's kind of the thing. As soon as it gets dark, man, then you go out and do your shit, and usually about 8 o'clock at night is usually when you pack, and you don't want to be knocking on people's doors after that shit, or 8:30 or something. But yeah,
there's always damn thought. I'm just always like want to chime in so bad with some of those deep dives that you guys do or whatever, because I'm just like, oh, I have so much to say about that, or like, oh, like y'all are forgetting about this would like somebody should bring up this point, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's fun. I really dig those segments.
Thank you, man. We try, and and as you guys know, you can't cover everything, and
for sure. I know that I'll do this show, and then hours later I'll be like, fuck, I should have said that, or like, oh, I wanted to say that about that movie the whole day, and I forgot to mention
every single fucking show. I'm like, sometimes I forget. Like it was a couple shows ago, I was actually going to mention how ridiculous the killer's weapon was in this one Giallo, and I totally spaced on it when I was doing and what we watched, and I was like, that would actually been kind of funny because I gave the movie I think it was like under par kind of rating, but maybe it would have got people to check it out just because of the way the killer was killing or what they were using. But yeah, those type of shit come to me, man. It always happens too. It's like when you're having an argument with somebody and you're like, fuck, I wish I had said that, man. Fucking 10 minutes later, you're like, damn it, that was a perfect comeback. Fuck.
Totally,
yeah, man. It happens.
Yeah.
But yeah, Watson, man, first time on the show, so you know what that means?
These questions to answer, don't I?
Yeah, you know what? I kind of spaced on this today. I had a bunch of questions written down, so I'm just going to pick a few here, man. Whatever, we'll just kind of roll with it. But, we usually start out pretty easy, kind of ease it in, ease it in. But, a lot of these questions I actually don't really know the answers to. So, again, it's a nice thing about doing this because then I start to learn. It becomes educational for not only the listeners, but myself and maybe JP also. But he's probably a little bit more familiar with your personal taste and stuff than I am, because generally I don't listen to a lot of podcasts anymore. I think we've kind of established that. Yeah. And it has nothing to do with people. It's just because of my time and my schedule and what I do and stuff. So anyways,
and I have Skyped a bunch, like those Friday night Skype nights, man.
Yeah, man, for sure.
Yeah, you hung out with Watson way more than me.
Yeah, we've definitely had, and that was kind of what I was leaning towards in the intro and the joke about absolutely destroying his laptop and podcast recording equipment after drinking a bottle of whiskey, because there was this one fucking particular night, man, we were Skyping and everything was kind of going good. Watson was really shit-faced, like he was actually slurring his words pretty good and shit, and he gets up and he's like, dude, I gotta go to the bathroom. And so he just like fucking gets up, but then he's coming back and his camera's on, so we can see him enter the room, and all of a sudden it was like a found footage movie. Fucking shit went everywhere. Everything was like, it was all glitching and everything was broken. All of a sudden his connection was gone, and I was like, me and Mike were like, what the fuck just happened, man? Turns out Watson got shit-faced and broke all his stuff. Somehow like tripped into it and broke all his stuff, man. But like we saw it happen and he didn't remember because we didn't talk to him for a few days, and then he's like, what happened? And he's like, maybe that's how I broke my shit. I'm like, of course it's how you broke your shit, man. You did a fucking swan dive into your fucking microphone and laptop, dude.
No, so let me just clarify a little bit on that. As I did hit my mic, which I'm talking on right now. It's separate from the whole setup, and it's fine. But what happened was, like, about the week before that, my laptop, my MacBook Pro was starting to corrupt, and it would do that on its own. What you guys were seeing was what was happening kind of just on its own. And I think my son was like, I think they saw the exact moment that your laptop finally just destroyed it.
Well, the thing is, Watson, is that we saw you enter the room and you were walking towards the computer. And it must maybe as you were like kind of coming in, you reached out. I don't know what happened, but that happened coincidentally at the same time. But to us, it looked like you swan dived or went in for a tackle, and like we heard the noises, and all of a sudden it was just like blank. It was it was crazy. Like your connection was gone and everything. We're like, what the? I'm like, did that shit just happen? I'm like, that was some found footage shit right there.
I would get mad at this computer moods and just like, it's corrupting again, and just slam it. So you guys probably saw my anger fit, which I'm not an angry person. I'm very emotional at all. But I guess I think when you guys saw it, I'm slamming my stupid computer that I've been dealing with this for the past week down. And then literally that was the time where I was like, oh, well, this is the time where I need to get a new computer. Yeah,
that was the moment right after. I was like, I wish I had been recording the video. Because every once in a while, I would record video on some of the Skype sessions just for shits and giggles. But I would usually delete it right after and stuff. But that would have been a great time because I would have used that footage, man. It was so fucking funny, dude. Like it looked hilarious.
That would have been great. Yeah. So the questions, though. Yeah. What do you got for me, buddy?
All right. Well, we'll ease into this, man. When did you get into horror full time, or when did you get into horror movies and shit?
It's kind of crazy because the first movie that I can remember in my entire life is A Nightmare on Elm Street, and it is above my bed, which I'm looking at right now, is an artist depiction of Johnny Depp's death in Nightmare on Elm Street 1984 with the blood spraying out of the bed. That's above my own bed. It's sort of a wish fulfillment thing that I kind of hope it happens to me. No, but like... Justin's like, what?
If only, right?
But, yeah, if only. If only Freddy would just kindly make my suicide dreams come true playing. But no, the whole thing is, Nightmare on Elm Street and Ghostbusters 1984, both 1984 movies, also the year I'm born, are the two movies I just remember as a little kid and just ran with this lifestyle of thinking the dark is a safe place to be because they can't see you in the dark, metaphorically speaking. And I don't know, I've just run with it my whole life with my film taste. Everybody knows I'm just this dark son of a bitch, and it's cool. It's something that's always captured me with the books I read, the comics, the graphic novels, the movies, and it's captured me ever since because I think you guys can relate too, in that there's something here in this genre that we can, the way that art imitates life and the way we can look at the human condition and go, man, I can see myself in this movie or see someone I know in this movie, and it's something that is so compelling to me. And so horror it's life particularly because of that, because it has a lot to say, and I think sometimes I do too. So I love it.
When was that?
3 years old. So this would have been like 87, man.
Oh wow, so you're okay. So it's been like wow. That's really interesting.
Yeah, lifelong.
Yeah, I was probably like 2 or 3 as well when I first saw a horror movie. I'm pretty sure it was Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood.
Oh wow! Yeah. What about you?
The earliest horror memories I have was about 85. I've told this on the show before. I was 5 and just watching Fright Night. And I think around the same time was House and shit like that. Those are like my earliest memories of watching horror films. So,
yeah. And I'll say this: it's so weird how our childhood minds, perceive the imagery that we're getting. You watch those horror movies, and we don't have when you're that young, you don't have the moral context or life context. All these images just hitting you, and you're like, well, I don't know what this is, but
absolutely.
Yeah, 5. Yeah.
Yeah. So Fright Night was one of those films that's kind of interesting because when you're watching Fright Night as a 5-year-old, you're naive to the fact that it's a comedy horror film, right? But the imagery you're seeing is frightening as hell. It's fucking scary, and like I'll never forget. Like it used to terrify me. Like You know, just a lot of that imagery and a lot of things that were happening. Same with House, which is obviously just like a comedy. You know, it's really kind of
but
goofy
House
shit.
actually has some scary jump scares in it, man.
Yeah, I think it was more the effects and stuff on certain scenes and shit, and it just really kind of got to me. But, you know, of course, years later, rewatching them and just being like, wow, this is like straight up comedy. I mean, Fright Night's not like straight up comedy. It's got comedic stuff in it, but it's not like goofy. But yeah. But that was kind of the earliest stuff for me, 85.
See, another thing for me was I saw New Nightmare in the theater at like 4 years old. And then I saw the next like new movie I remember seeing and actually being like old enough to like remember it and like know that it was new and know that it was like this popular thing was actually Scream. Like that was a huge movie in my childhood in 96.
Yeah. Fuck, I seen it in the theater. I was 16, man.
Oh, yeah.
It's not really much of my childhood. Actually, Scream's the only franchise I've seen all the movies at the cinema. It's kind of interesting, weird fact.
I've seen 3 out of the 4. I didn't see the first one.
Yeah, well, you would have been pretty young. 5 years old when it came out, so...
Yeah.
Not like a 5-year-old sitting in Scream. Fuck.
Well, I sat in New Nightmare the year before.
I guess. It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Also The Lion King, like at the same time.
The Lion King.
Yeah.
Nice. What's your favorite film of all time? Horror film?
Ghostbusters 1984.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Episode 1 of Horror Corridor goes over that.
Yeah, I even listened. I couldn't remember though, man. I can't remember that shit. But
Dude, I remember that episode. Shit.
That's right. Now that
Like-
you say it and that you've done, yeah, I actually do kind of remember that, but I don't remember the reasoning for it. But man, that's interesting because Ghostbusters is like one of my all-time favorite films too. I mean, you know,
Are you
it's
serious?
debatable. Oh, yeah, I have a fucking frame poster in my movie room and everything of it, man. I'm a huge Ghostbusters fan. That shit, man, as a kid watching that, you know, shortly after it came out too, very, very young. That was another movie, man. What's with all these kind of horror comedy things that, you know, watching as a kid? I guess those were kind of the appropriate shit to watch as a kid because it kind of eases yourself into it, you know? But man, I tell you, those effects and like, you know, the ghost in the library at the beginning of that film, I'll never fucking forget it. As a kid watching that shit, when she turns and goes, you know, holy fuck, like I think I shit myself. Like literally.
Blew out your shitter, yeah.
Blew out my shitter, man, when I was like 5 or whatever I watched. But I used to have like an old VHS tape of it, and I wore that shit right out, dude. I used to watch it all the time. I knew like every line to it. Fucking Ghostbusters is just classic shit to me. I love all I just like everything about it, man. Characters, man, just everything. The Stay Puft Man. Like there's just so much memorability, you know, memorable things in that film.
I've never been overly a big fan of Ghostbusters, honestly. I like it enough, I guess.
Because you don't like comedy shit, man.
I just didn't grow up with that film. I saw it much later in life. But
Sure.
Watson, let's say you had to pick like a real horror film. What would it be?
Oh, fuck, coming from the guy that has a non-horror film as his number one pick in every top 10 show we do. Isn't that ironic?
Horror film.
Let's say you would go with like a more traditional horror film that is, you know, what would it be then?
Well, pay no attention to that old episode of Horror Corridor I did, episode 2. Let's go. I mean, it can be kind of boring, or I can make it interesting. The film I think has the most rewatch value. That's a 10 for me. Is Trick or Treat 2007 or 9, depending on how you're doing that shit. You know, that one I can watch it every year, and I suck at rewatches, man. I'm kind of like the J Dog in that. By the way, I call Jeremy the J Dog. That's what he is to me. And yeah, so that one, you know, or I don't want to be boring and say like The Exorcist, but that's up there. Evil Dead 2 is huge for me if that counts because it's funny.
Well, it doesn't matter if it's boring or exciting. It matters what you like. So
Yeah.
Well, then Ghostbusters, Justin.
I like your picks. Trick or Treat is an all-time favorite of mine as well.
You know,
interesting though.
It is interesting because, you know, I mean, I associate with a lot of, you know, people that are really into horror. I've never heard anyone else have their favorite film as Ghostbusters. It's interesting.
Yeah, which I knew it was before you asked that question.
Yeah.
So you are right. I did know a little bit more about his taste and stuff. But yeah, I knew Ghostbusters was his favorite, but I was always curious on like what the next one would be.
Exorcist.
Which it surprised me that it's something so new, because typically with horror fans, they tend to love the older stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like even at this point, like one of my favorites is Scream. Even that's like considered older now.
Well, unless you're Jeremy. I mean, when we did our episode 150, our 50 personal top favorite films or whatever, most of Jeremy's list was pretty fucking modern.
I don't even remember what his number one was, though. Oh, Child's Play?
I don't think it was. Not on this list.
No, yeah, it was Child's Play.
Was it? Oh, maybe his number 2 was The Strangers then.
I feel like that's fake now. I feel like he really doesn't like Child's Play the most anymore.
Yeah, probably not. But
he just keeps with it.
But his list is very unique because I would say probably over 85% of it was like what we would consider modern films. You know, say
which
96 above. But a lot of his list was like 2000 and above, man.
He definitely had the most of the and that's actually why I thought Watson would be good for like that decade ranking show, because he's a big supporter of like the 2000 to like present era of horror. And yep. I agree. Like I was going through my top 100 that I'm submitting for Exploding Heads, and I think I got it cut down to like 239 or something right now, so I got to cut more. But it was at 316, and what I did was I took every film I ever rated, and anything that was a 7 or above I just threw on a list, and then I would chop a lot off later. But I just wanted to see how many 7s and above I had. But dude, there are some just amazing, like the 2010s, the 10s is just, there are so many good. I think that what's funny is if you were around back then in the community, like people were not hot on the early 2010s, like 2010, 11, 12, 13. I think around 15, I feel like people really started taking notice of how many awesome films came out every year. But like 2010, 11, 12, all had some amazing movies. And I just remember that the feeling at the time was just like horror's dead. And everybody was like only caring about like old stuff. So, but looking back, there's just like amazing stuff.
I think a lot of that has to do with just the interaction and the explosion of social media, though, too, man. I think it's just bringing it to people's eyes a lot more, though, too. I think in 2000, I mean, obviously we had the social media, but now it's like, it's just, there's so many more platforms, and it's just always in your face, and it's just always out there and stuff. Since probably about 14, 15, it's just kind of exploded with the amount of podcasts that are bringing the light to a lot of different people and stuff, and group pages and Instagram, like all these type of platforms that are just kind of shoving it in people's faces. And it's just people like us that are always getting it out there. And
yeah, you're right, because the horror community in 2010, 11, which I was there for it, barely, but I was there, and even before that, 2009, 2008, it was not anywhere but like YouTube and forums, like IMDb forums and stuff. There was no dedicated Facebook groups. If they were very small. Back then it was very different. If you like, me and Moods are kind of unique in podcast land because we both came from the YouTube of old, the YouTube community of yesteryear, which completely does not exist. Like, it is nowhere near like it was back when we were coming up. No. Completely different. It was like more of how the Facebook community is now. That's how the YouTube community was back then. But you could, like, it wasn't as easily accessible to talk to each other. Yeah. Like, you had to send PMs through YouTube, like YouTube messages. Yeah. Or like, and the video responses were such a huge part of the community. It was honestly one of the more exciting times.
It definitely was a lot more work to interact with people. Yeah. Like, I mean, I missed that part of YouTube was doing the video responses, and you could put them into a video response kind of area, and then you click on that and you just see all the videos, and that's how you interact with people. But yeah, man, the platforms, I mean, Twitter and Instagram and shit, and just is really fucking exploded. It's just, the word is out there constantly, and people are constantly reading that shit, and people are just so addicted to social media that they just can't avoid it. So, but I mean, it's also made people go back and start to really recognize those early 2000 teen years and stuff. And
I remember I remember messaging you, dude, on YouTube. Like, and it wasn't like Facebook Messenger where I message Moods and then the message pops up on his screen and then he, responds to it. It was like I message you, walk away for like 2 hours, come back. There's a message from you replying to me, and then I replied to that, and we did that for like a couple years before we ever were friends on Facebook or anything like that, because it just wasn't part. Like the Facebook community just didn't exist. Like Facebook was around, but like for like horror sharing, it just wasn't a thing back then, or if it was very small. So it really is. It really has changed a lot. Like I remember way before Skype, we used to hang out in like a chat room, like an online chat room, where we would get together with like people who I haven't talked to in years, like Tattoo Doorman and who else was Danny and
what the hell were those chat rooms? I don't even remember what they were called.
Yeah, but before Friday night Skype sessions, it was like Sunday night tiny chat sessions or something.
It was like a tiny chat, and it was like a video platform that you could just, it was kind of like Skype but really shittier.
Yeah, and we would all just sit there before we even had a podcast, and we would talk horror for hours, like 8 hours, and we would all just be in there and like talking about what videos we were doing and coming up with themes and stuff like that. And it was very different back then. But even before that, when I was like
Laura from the UK, remember talking to her?
Laura.
Yeah.
Yep. She used to come in all the time. I remember before I even made videos, like when I was just like a watcher, the community was like so tight knit on YouTube, but it was also like there was like these sections, like these people over here are really into like the fucking like August Undergrounds and the Vomit Gores and stuff, and that was a big popular thing on YouTube. Like that people would tag their videos like STW, like, which means sick twisted fuck film or something, like all the, and then like everybody like daily you would see videos bashing remakes because like how popular they were. Like Friday the 13th, Elm Street were just coming out. That 2008, 9, 10 era was just like so angry. Everybody was like so mad at horror, and it's changed so much.
Good.
Yeah, it definitely is true, man. It definitely is true. I mean, I even had to go back and kind of look at 2010. I mean, once you go back and look, you're like, okay, seen a lot of that and shit like that too. But I mean, yeah, the 2010s has produced a lot of great films, but it's, the output is so much more though too, right? Like, I mean, every year it seems like there's an increase of like 700-800 films from last year's, amount of films, kind of thing. Like this year, what was there, like 6,000-7,000 horror films that came out, so like around the world and shit.
I remember
it's crazy.
Like 2015 is when I really realized the depth. I was just like, I was seeing stuff like, I was looking at my list and I had like 8s and 7.5s like in the 50s of films, and I was just like, this is crazy. Like that there's like, and you'll see something that that's another thing. You'll hear absolutely zero promotion to some of these films. Like something like The Lapless Demon, right? Where was that promoted at? You know what I mean? Or Pet. What was it?
I said Horror Corridor. That's where Laplace's Demon was.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's just the difference in all these different platforms now. Like it's somewhere, it's put somewhere, and then you almost have to go and find it because there's so many different platforms. There's so many different movies and shit. Like you can't even keep up to it. Like people try to say that the 2010s is like got the or some of the best films ever made and stuff like that. I'm like, I mean, if you compare 2016 to 1985, I mean, there might be the same amount of really heavy hitters and shit like that, but I mean, the output was also a lot less than 1985 than it was in 2016. I mean, there was like hundreds and hundreds of really shitty ass fucking garbage movies because like everybody can make a movie now and just put it up kind of thing, right? So I think it does kind of weigh it down a little bit. I mean, we're sifting through so many movies this, and prepping for these year-end shows and stuff like that. But if you look at like 85, 86, what was there, like 100 movies? Right?
Yeah.
It's crazy that there's still an abundance, like there's still like 40 or 50 totally watchable films, like the percentage of quality films or, able to watch type of films is so much higher than it is nowadays, even though the greatness of some of the films are probably a lot better made and probably a lot better films and stuff. But you got to fucking search for them, man. It's harder. Even with all the accessibility to all the films, it gets fucking hard to find sometimes, man. It's crazy. Right? Like I'm still looking at people's top 10 lists this year, or like top 10 or 15 or top 20 lists or whatever and shit. And I'm still coming across films I hadn't seen. I'm like, this is fucking crazy. So
it's been a weird year, man, for that. And I'll tell you what, I like to celebrate that whole law of averages thing that you're talking about, Moods, because I like the whole idea that, okay, yeah, and you were 100% spot on, buddy, that you gotta sift through a lot more than you ever had to back in the 80s. But one of the cool things that I do like about the good films now and the good films from, say, the 80s, the 90s, the 70s, is that it's really cool to look at the good films now and see how these filmmakers respected those good films then, stood on the shoulders of those giants, stood on the shoulders of those smart people, those great filmmakers, to advance the genre, to help it evolve. And I love that. It's a good time to be a horror fan. It really is.
Technology helped that out. I mean, it's always going to increase, and the quality is always going to get better and better and stuff like that. But, it is what it is. I mean, comparatively, you know what I'm saying? The law of averages is still interesting to look at, though, right? Because, I mean, let's face it, man, there's a lot of fucking bad films that come out.
That's why the 90s are the worst, though, because... And when I say that, I don't mean that there's like not good movies, because we all know there is, but the depth is so horrible in the 90s. There's certain years where you get past five films and everything becomes mediocre. Like when we did 96, I had about 20 movies, and after that, it was like I was getting like pure garbage. Could not find anything. It's kind of crazy because we do that. We actually go through and watch like everything that we can, and it's funny to see like how the amount of films were just not that as many in the 90s either.
No.
There just wasn't that many coming out.
Of course, because we all the studios just weren't putting the time and effort and the money into those type of genre films and stuff at the time. So it made a lot of sense. I mean, obviously Scream kind of revamped that a little bit, and the output started happening a little bit more, but technology and time just amounted and allowed people to start making. It's kind of funny, like right in the 2000s when shit kind of started changing, it kind of went back to like those early days where people were just started making like the most low budget fucking movies possible. Like you didn't see an abundance of those in the 90s, but in early 2000s it kind of reverted back to like almost those shot on video days where it's kind of strange. There was like a lot of those movies that came out at that time period. So, but yep,
good observation.
Next question.
Yeah, I don't know where the fuck I was. If you had to pick, what's your favorite country for horror films?
Ooh, there's one correct answer to this.
See, I know you're gonna say. Oh, no, I'm playing.
Well, I said, but I also said
American.
favorite though. I also said favorite, not best.
Yeah, so there's one correct answer.
Oh, for fuck's sakes!
It's his favorite.
I'm always curious on
answer.
what people say when it comes to this question, because almost everyone's had different answers for this.
This is a really weird thing because if I have to look at the amount of what's going on, I mean, I think America really has a certain advantage because, again, we're talking about the law of averages. We're talking about them numbers.
Of course. Yeah,
and so I think America might end up being my answer because that's a great question, man. But when I sort of look at other countries like something like South Korea and at least what we get over here, okay, let's make that distinction. Suddenly I'm going, ooh, I love everything they're doing. And then I look at the French movies we get over here, and I'm like, man, I love what they're doing. So, gosh.
Well, just put it this way, Watson. Put it this way. So you're sitting at home, you're looking in front, you're looking directly at your DVD, Blu-ray collection, your thousands and thousands of movies, and you're just having that moment where you're like, I really don't feel like thinking about this right now, what I want to watch. Do you have go-to films? Do you have like a list, maybe just subconscious or mentally like locked in your brain somewhere that, when you don't feel like going through your fucking movies and be like, have I seen this? Or should I watch this? And you just go straight to the ones that you want to watch. Where are those films coming from?
I think the majority of them are going to be from America. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Well, I think I proved JP right, unfortunately, or North America at least.
That's your answer. Yeah, I mean, I did a video years and years ago about like go-to films and stuff, and it kind of went viral a little bit. A lot of people end up making these videos, but it's just one of those simple things where if you do have a really big collection and you watch a lot of movies and stuff, and you get those moments where you're like, I really don't feel like standing in front of my collection, scanning through all the movies and being like, and then it always happens. Like you're like, okay, I'm gonna watch this, and then you're kind of walking by your collection like, oh, maybe I want to watch that one, and then it becomes this dilemma, and I'm like, all I wanted to do with my collection was just get rid of that dilemma and create this mental list. Like what, without even thinking too hard, like what are your favorite films? Whatever, like, you just know subconsciously what they are. And like, it just starts hitting me. It's like fucking The Beyond, and it's like Dawn of the Dead and Day of the Dead and, Return of the Living Dead and shit and Fright Night. Like those movies, those are go-tos.
Dude,
instantly for me. Like I don't hesitate. I do it all the time. I'll pop in a movie because I don't feel like going through my collection. I'm just tired. I'm like, fuck it. I'm watching Beyond for the 9,000th time.
Bro, oh my god, you're like hitting like the nail on the head for me right now, because as I've said on the show, I've been focusing heavily this year on watching unwatched stuff in my collection. And I just fucking stand there, dude. And it's like a half hour will go by, and I'm like, just fucking pick something, you weirdo. You know what I mean? And I'll literally grab something, walk over to the Blu-ray player, open the case, and be like, nah, I don't want to watch this. And then I'll walk back and put it back. And you know what I like? Like some go-to films, dude. Like surprisingly, like. There's always the ones like Elm Street 3 and Return of the Living Dead and Day of the Dead that I love going to, but my like sort of second tier lately, like Children of the Corn, dude. I watched it like 3 times. Like I watched it once and then I half paid attention like 2 more times like this past week. And I'm just like, man, I found like I've always loved it. I think it even made my top 50, but just something about it. Like it was just like, I felt I have the Arrow Blu-ray and I just felt like watching it, and then it's Leprechaun is another like go-to for me. It's weird. It's just weird. Like I've been feeling like watching stuff that I'm familiar with lately, which normally is not the case. Like I was like looking at my Hills Have Eyes set the other day, and I was like, man, I kind of feel like watching that. I don't know why. But Watson, what are your like go-to movies? Like I know I don't think you're a huge rewatcher, are you? But if like, what's like some go-to ones that you?
But you had to have been like that growing up, though, right?
Oh, for sure.
Because everybody had those moments where like, you go to rent a movie and shit like that, and you do a quick patch, and like, fuck it, I'm just gonna rent this because I love this movie. Kind of thing,
yeah, well,
right? So.
The risk, like the difference now is you could just shut something off and watch something else. But back then, you had that bitch for the weekend, so sometimes you were scared. But that's
how those movies became
know.
Your favorites and shit like that. Now the attention span of most people is so minuscule, man. Because you have that ability to literally click off on Netflix, click on the next movie, or click on Prime and watch this movie, or click off it and blah, blah, blah. Like it never ends with these type of platforms, right? Where we didn't have that. So these movies became part of us, right? It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain that to like the new generation of kids. Like they just don't understand, right? Because their attention span, I mean, they've grown up with no attention span, hence technology and just the sheer world of like convenience that they've grown up in, right? It has a different effect on you when you're dealing with things like that. So I'm sure back in those days, watching, you had to have been renting movies over and over again and shit like that. I mean, I think we all did at one point, didn't we?
Yeah. Oh, it was part of the culture, man. And just like you're saying, when you're acknowledging the culture that's in existence now for the younger fans, and they didn't have to go through the things we did or do the things we kind of had to do to get a movie, and it's very interesting to see that evolution. But yeah, I mean, if we're talking about the movies that I used to mess with back in the day, I mean, shoot, Moods named a bunch of them. Romero, man, I mean, it was those franchise classics, and most of those are American. But even then, like, I mean, like Ghostbusters, like I said, and things like that. And then when I was kind of like getting in middle school and I'm renting The Frighteners, oh shoot, that's like in Moods, like that's both our number ones of 96, and that's a new flick, man. So
yeah, I still remember my experience watching that in the cinema, man. And like, I'm just a huge Michael J. Fox fan, right? massive,
love
and I
J.
I couldn't believe that he was in this movie, and I was like, this is amazing, and then just the effects were so groundbreaking. Like the characters were fun. It was such a great fucking movie, man. Like again, JP doesn't even care for that. I don't even think that even made his top 10.
I feel no, it definitely didn't. It wasn't even like it. That was a shitty year, and it was like 16 or something. But no, it's like I feel like that's just a film that if I had seen at a younger age, I probably would have enjoyed a hell of a lot more. It just didn't have any magic for me.
Yeah, I feel that. It happens. Yeah, for sure. Yep.
But yeah, I mean, dude, I think that, you know, having those go-to films, like stuff that you rented all the time and things like that is
I think it's important.
Just cool.
I think it's important that we have, you know, those kind of go-to films and stuff, because it makes you kind of it just kind of shows your love. You know, if you have go-to films that you just, it's like a comfort thing. It's like a warm thing. It's like comfort food in a sense, right? Like everyone has those type of things, you know, like I think it's just very important for your mentality to have that type of shit. Like I think if you didn't have those type of go-to films and shit, you'd just be literally standing in front of your collection for a half an hour. And like, this is how it became a thing for me, because I had an epiphany one day. I was like standing there and I was going through my movies. I'm like, okay. And then all of a sudden I feel like watching this. And then 5 minutes later, I'm like, no, I'm going to go grab this and stuff. And I started thinking, I'm like, I'm generally really good with time management. And I'm like, this has got to be the worst type of time management skills ever. And I'm like, all by myself. I'm like, I could have watched an entire film in the time it took me to fucking pick one. I'm like, what am I doing? So then I brainstorm. I'm like, dude, you have films that you love, and like, just go to them and just grab them, and then, you know, get it out of the way and then go to something else, kind of thing. Right. So yeah. You gotta use your mind sometimes. It's really not even that complicated, but it's a smart thing to have, right? So,
is there a film that you guys like didn't really care for but became a go-to film? For me, it's Halloween, actually. Now I only go to it in October, but I never liked Halloween growing up. I always thought it was kind of lame, and I didn't really even fully watch it until like my early 20s or late teens, but Halloween has become a favorite of mine.
Wow, that's a really good question, man. And I do got to address something really quickly, that the importance of the going back to the film as culture that Moods was saying is that every single time my son and I move into a new place, we were nomads for a little while, kind of moving in and out of the area. You know, I'd live with some girl, and actually he does not meet the girls that's kind of my rule. He's only met like 2 of them, and that's at all. And I think one of them is his mother. No, man. But like, the whole thing is, every time we move into a new place, we christen the house on the first night with Ghostbusters that I have on Blu-ray. That's kind of our tradition. So as culture, I liked what Mood said about that. But if you're talking about, Justin, about a movie that you previously weren't caring for so much, but that you now like and is something you constantly revisit, I have to think about that. Moose, does anything come to mind for you?
Not off the top of my head, man.
Same here.
I kind of set my shit in stone sometimes. Like, I just know what I like. Like, it's always usually generally pretty easy for me to make lists and stuff and have my go-tos and shit. So I don't know. I'd actually have to think of something I didn't care for.
Other ones for me is Lucio Fulci's City of the Living Dead. Not that I didn't like it, but I just thought it was like, it was like good, but like it's become like one that I love to throw on now, which is funny because I'm not like the biggest Italian fan. But yeah, that one just has great atmosphere, and like I love just seeing the imageries, like the gore and that you see on screen and stuff. It's like the perfect background film.
Yeah, you know, Justin, that okay, I got you on this, and this is a classic, and this caused I even slummed it and appeared on the NFW podcast to talk about this movie in July. Gosh, if you ever find yourself on NFW, you know that you're just going downhill from there. I'm playing.
I changed my life after I did that show back in like 2014 or like 2015 or something. Yeah. I was like, where? How did I? This is rock bottom. How did I end up here?
I'm gonna stop drinking. I'm gonna eat fewer carbs. I'm gonna stop dating blondes. No, but the whole thing is, Black Christmas 1974 was one of those I saw as a little kid, and it was so boring, man. A kid shouldn't watch that, you know, because I love the Christmas Story, man. Same guy, okay. Oh, boring. My dad loved the movie, and then I saw it again when I was 20. I'll just tell you
I got
what.
one.
I didn't. Okay, good. I'm glad. But 20 still didn't feel Black Christmas, man. Then I showed it to my, years later, showed it to the girlfriend I was dating who was around the same age. We both didn't get it. I was definitely not 20. And then finally, when it was time for me to do the commentary with Neil and Willis and everybody, I mean, first off, I opened the whole thing with a black joke because of Black Christmas, and I gotta say, Willis was back me up on that. But then, thank you, Willis. But the whole thing was that, you know what? When I watched it finally, then again, this is 2018, I was like, okay, I get it. This is a cool movie. And it finally, after like 4 watches over the years, I had to go through the eras of I don't get it as a kid. 20, I'm not feeling it. 20, whatever it was, not feeling it again. 30, 33, 34, got it. Okay,
that's Halloween for me. Same situation.
That's what it reminded me of, and I feel that's what it reminded me of. Your journey with Halloween, my journey with Black Christmas. I feel like Moods has something similar. What do you got, man?
Is it Leprechaun?
No,
because that would be pretty cool. Because they would all be holiday themed.
It's not as popular, but I remember renting this tape back in probably the 90s or whatever, just because. I used to be one of those people that would rent the 5 for 5 and then watch all the movies in 2 days and go back and get 5 more movies. So I was like exhausting myself, and I was one of those people that would always rent shit on covers too. I'm like, oh, that cover looks awesome, fucking rent that shit. But I remember renting the Sentinel from 1977 and just being so bored with it, man. I was like, it could have been one of those cases where when you watch a movie sometimes when you're not exactly in the correct mood for it, you get a little sidetracked and all of a sudden things aren't really making sense, and then you're like, fuck this movie. That could have been what happened with that movie, because I didn't revisit it until years later, man. I think maybe the early 2000s, maybe when it came out on DVD, I don't remember, but just being like, I didn't like this movie. This is fucking crazy. And I've watched it a bunch of times over the years, and then Scream Factory put out the Blu-ray a few years back, and then it's just watching it in that high def, and just I became such a huge fan of it, man. And I absolutely love The Sentinel. It's such a great film. And it's by such a great director, too. Michael Winner, who's done so many amazing films, man. He worked with Bronson in so many films. Like, he did, Death Wish and Death Wish 2 and fucking 3 and The Mechanic. What else did he do? The Stone Killer. So many great films, man. So it's just kind of surprising that, I didn't really care for it at the time, because I'd seen some of those movies. Actually, did The Nightcomers, which I just watched for the first time about last week, I think. Which is a really interesting movie with Marlon Brando. Plays a fucking weird character in it. But yeah, it's a great director. But yeah, The Sentinel is definitely one of those films. I know Dave Z's not really a big fan because he's not a big fan of like freaks and shit. But I think honestly, The Sentinel is one of those really, really really underappreciated films from the 70s, because it just doesn't get a whole lot of love. It really doesn't. And I don't see why. It's really well acted. There's just so many great things about it. And I think it goes into a place where I think it's just fantastic too. It's awesome. But
dude, you mentioned that you would go do like the 5 thing. This wasn't like in my childhood, but it was like in my teens. There was still like a mom and pop video store around here, and they still sold VHS, like rented VHS. And we would go with like $13 and get 20 movies because they were like 65 cents a piece for the weekend. And we would literally go rent 20 movies. They let us take out as many as we wanted to, because they were VHS and nobody cared about them. And every once in a while we'd get a DVD, but they were like $2 each. So it was like, broke, poor kids, like, getting their dollars worth. And this place was cool because it was like a convenience store too. So like, and they sold like fresh hoagies that they made there and pepperoni rolls and stuff. So we would go down there with like $30 and just buy like a ton of food and like, spend like 13 on renting movies. Dude, my friends fucking hated me sometimes because I would be like, Leprechaun, Back to the Hood. Fuck yeah. I would just get this shit that nobody else, they wanted to watch like fucking Die Hard and like Detroit Rock City or something, like fun movies that aren't horror. And I would get like Amityville 2 and Elm Street 4 and Children of the Corn 2 and stuff like that. And they just would be like we'd end up with like these 20 movies and I'd be like, let's watch mine first. Dude, those memories are so fun. Like I think back and I'm like, dude, those were like the best times. We'd just be like drinking in the basement, watching a bunch of movies, eating junk food and snacks and hoagies and stuff. Oh, and by the way, you know what was cool about this? It was like a mile and a half away. And nobody would drive us there, so we would walk. So it was always like this. It felt like this epic thing. Like Friday, we go and walk to this place and rent a bunch of videos and get a bunch of food and walk back. And it was just like way funner. I feel like kids don't do that nowadays.
Yeah, I actually want to hear a funny story about renting videos, man. So me and my buddy Adam, who's actually passed away now, but I'll never forget this, man, because there was like, remember when Basic Instinct came out? There was like mad hype about Sharon Stone's, famous crossing legs scene.
You got to pause that.
Yeah. So, anyways, we're like renting movies, and Adam's like, "Oh, we got to rent." I'm like, "Totally, yeah, man. We got to check out the scene, man. Totally." So we rent it, we take it home and shit. And apparently, everybody in the city had rented it and rewound it 5,000 times, because when we started watching the movie and it got to that scene was like so worn out on the fucking tape. I'm not even shitting you, man. It kind of started to like track itself a little bit, and the quality kind of dipped down. I was like, people were literally pausing and wore out that part of the fucking tape, man. And from rewinding back and forth, and I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. We paid for something we can't even see. This is bullshit. And I'll just never forget that, because we actually started laughing. I'm like, the tape is worn out. And like, we clued in, because that was the thing back in the day, rewind, and you could wear out your fucking tapes. Like, we knew that.
Yeah,
and I'm
Chainsaw,
like,
the original Chainsaw from that same rental place, I remember all the kills were like much worse quality. Because people would just like the hammer kill, like with the sledgehammer kill, where he opens the door. It was like the shittiest quality ever. I was like, people just rewound that shit and watched it over and over again.
Yeah, dude, like renting Return of the Living Dead and Leanna Quigley's famous scene where she's dancing on the car and shit. Yeah, didn't really have the best quality, but I'll never forget that with Basic Instinct. We both just sat there and laughed, and I was like, well, that fucking blew. And like, we weren't even really paying attention to the movie. We just wanted to get to the scene, right? So it's kind of a waste of money, but whatever. That was kind of funny to me. It is funny, actually. I don't even remember what the last question was. It favorite country? Is that what it was?
That was the one. Yeah.
Do you have a favorite decade?
It is the 2010s, man.
Is it really?
It is. The 80s are right on its heels, and it again, moods like we talked about, buddy. It's that law of averages, man, and it does play to the 2010s favor. It really does when you factor in those numbers. Because I love the 80s, man. And I'm not one of those people who wants to tip sacred cows, but I don't also worship on that altar, because that wasn't my day. Mm-hmm. I was a 90s kid, and let me just tell you about the 90s. I don't on that altar either. And so the deal was, for me, it was like, okay, the 2000s, which was fine, but the 2010s, as somebody, when I finally started thinking critically about film, that's the time that really engages me the most. So it is the 2010s, but man, the 80s, it might as well be a tie, but fuck ties. I'm gonna say 2010s.
See, but yeah, that for me. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, even growing up in the 90s, because you're a little bit younger than I am, but even growing up in the 90s, I mean, the output of films wasn't the greatest and shit. So if you were a 90s kid, born in the 80s, growing up in the 90s and stuff, didn't you find yourself renting mostly 70s and 80s films? Because that's really what the shelves were loaded with.
That's what I was going to say.
By the middle of the 90s, I remember pre-script, like, 94, 95 and stuff. And, the shelves were literally just riddled with, like, Friday films and Halloween and Chainsaw and then, Prom Nights and all those type of films. I remember fucking Terror Train, Video Dead, all those type of movies, man. I've rented all those type of shits, man. Like the newer films, like you could just tell that they were newer, especially the 90s, because of the artworks. You didn't even have to look at the year. You didn't have to know that it came out in the 90s. You just knew right fucking way. Like you saw Ghost Town, you're like, yeah, that's from the fucking 80s. And that was always, that's what was appealing to me, in those days. So, but that wasn't a thing for you?
Oh, dude. Renting movies was life, buddy. Mm-hmm. And I'll say that, yes, and you had to go back. You had to rent those older ones. You know, you had because it's crazy, because my son's 16, man, and he very rarely does the sleepover thing, bringing the boys over, going to the homies' houses. They just really don't do that, at least here where we are now. You know, it was a thing when I was a kid. It's not a thing now. Okay, fine. That's the culture. I get it, I guess. So they don't have to, you know, they don't do the same rituals that we did. They don't do anymore. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, dude, we would rent movies like mad. We'd do that thing. And it was those 80s movies. And that's where my love of the 80s comes from, because of my age. You know, I was born in 84. So 90s kid, and really started coming into film in the mid to late 90s. The 80s, unfortunately, and I don't mean to, you know, sort of make this sort of age disparity thing clear, but they came off as my parents' movies, even though they were horror fans, but they were casual horror fans. They'd throw on The Blob and throw on this. They were knowledgeable about it, but weren't like worshippers of horror, but they knew about it. Strangely, I'm gonna have to ask my mom and dad about this.
So you were in that mindset that like anything that your parents were into or possibly liked or loved or whatever wasn't cool to you.
No. Wait, sorry. If I gave that impression, I'm sorry. It was cool because I've always loved the stuff my parents liked. I've never been that kid that's like, and thankfully my son's the same way. We'll listen to punk rock and stuff like that. I'll show him albums I'm into, rap stuff, classic rock stuff, and he's like, he loves the stuff I'm into because he loves me. Mm-hmm. And I was that with my parents. I loved the stuff they were into because I loved them. But I was like, okay, but what's mine? And I feel like in the 90s, it was kind of a little hard to find mine. And so the 80s was where I looked, which is why it's nearly tied with the 2010s for me, because I had to look back to find what's mine. But I'm like, but what's my day? Like, okay, now what's coming out now that is mine, that I can say my era created this? What are the people of, you know, obviously they're all older because I'm in middle school and high school. But what are the people who are appealing to my generation? What are they giving us? And finally it hit in the late 90s. Okay, I get this and I like it because I'm not going to hate on that. But yeah, I think when I started thinking critically about film, that's when the 2010s really hit and made it kind of real for me, you know?
All right, a couple little sub questions for, you know, this whole thing that we've been doing here. What's your favorite subgenre and favorite director?
Ooh, subgenre and favorite director. Okay, subgenre, man, I love that demonic, satanic, religious-themed horror.
Wow.
That's my bag.
Why?
That's right there.
Why religious?
You know, I am. Oh, I used to be. I think that any Christian, any self-respecting Christian wouldn't want me in their midst, but any self-respecting Christian who's really legit would know that we're the same sort of business. No, I love it because it's a great opportunity to be able to explore some very deep themes about good and evil. And yeah, I guess all horror can be broken down to good and evil in certain respects. But I love the demonic horror because just the Satan aspect and the whole I don't know. When you have a belief system that's spiritual, and granted, I don't go to church or anything like that. I'm not against church. I'm not for it. I just don't do it. Cool, do it. Don't do it. Fine. Live your best life, homies. But my whole thing is like, man, if you are religious, if you are spiritual, you're living in a world where you're sort of openly acknowledging the fact that higher things exist, that things that aren't, you know, bound by the realms of science are real. And I sort of love existing in a world like that with, say, The Exorcist or something like that. It's really cool. And Justin, I know you're that way. I know you're not especially religious, but you're one of those people in moods, I'm sure you're the same way, where you guys have talked about this over and over, where it's not about your own personal beliefs when you go, say, into The Exorcist or The Exorcism of Emily Rose. It's can I believe in the world of this film? And I love that world, man.
Yeah. Dude, you're nailing it. Because, like, yeah, I've always said that. I don't care if I believe or don't believe, or, you know, even with the social commentary, right? It doesn't matter to me if I agree with it or not. It's how you tell the message and present it to me that matters. It doesn't matter if I walk away and be like, yeah, I don't agree with that at all. It can still be enjoyable to see how you share your message. And the same thing goes with like religious horror. I'm not religious, but I actually do like a lot of religious horror. Not necessarily demons per se, but like stuff like Children of the Corn and like even The Mist that has like a hugely religious foundation to, you know, the plot, or, you know, stuff like The Exorcist, even though that's more of religious and possession and demon. But it's different because it's like possession. I like possession a little bit more than demonic, I guess. But yeah, no, I also like religious horror, especially if it's like cults, like religious cults or overly religious extremists. To see somebody believe in something so deeply that it's like scary because of how it changes who they are completely and how they act because they're following something they believe. It's super interesting to me.
Yeah, I don't really actually believe in God, to be honest. It is kind of funny coming from me too, because my father-in-law is a pastor. But I don't know. I've just always had this thing with. I guess I'm just a science person. I just believe in science, right? But the thing is, when it comes to religious horror, I absolutely love it because I love the basis. I love the story, maybe the fiction of, God and the Bible and stuff, and, the good and evil and demons and just religion in general. I just find it so fascinating how people, and I don't think there's anything wrong with, people having, something to believe in, like truly, truly believe in. But that's what makes it so effective, is that people believe in something so fucking much that craziness comes out of it, with cults and, demon possession, like all this type of shit. Like all this stuff is linked to, like heaven and hell and stuff. And I think that whole kind of, to me, fictitious type of shit is fucking phenomenal. I think it's really great. But, I just, totally. I think it works. I think it just, and there's always so much to explore within that too and shit. So I think that's what it's kind of makes me really like it. So yeah, I like that stuff too. When it's done, cool. When it's done properly, there's so many bad ones. It's like,
yeah, there is a lot of bad ones,
right?
And I'm harshest on the stuff I like. I'm that way just with everything. Anything where I align with, anything with, say, if I belong to a political group, if I belong to a religious group, if I belong to a genre group or whatever, I'm always harshest on the stuff I like. I'm not pointing my finger outward. I'm pointing my finger back and going, how can we be better? And so that's why whenever something like The Exorcist comes along or Hereditary, when they can just give the best example of what supernatural demonic horror can be, I'm like, yo, that's the stuff. And then all the stuff that doesn't measure up is like, oh, come on, try harder. look what you're competing against, or look what you're trying to aspire to. Let's do this, motherfuckers. Let's do it. Do
you like Rosemary's Baby?
Love it. Oh
yeah.
And I read the book before I ever saw the movie by Ira Levin, and it doesn't read like a horror book. It reads like just something out of the 60s, like, oh, these people are in this high-rise apartment, and the tension's odd, and it's written just so matter-of-factly, and it's like, huh, okay. This is scary, I think.
Yeah, that's a great one. What was your favorite? Who is your favorite director, though?
Yeah.
Director? Oh, God. I don't know that I have one. I should have been prepared for this question, and it's a damn good one. It's a simple one, but it's a damn good one. Hitchcock, probably. Yeah.
Hitchcock. I can't go wrong with Hitchcock. Psycho is presently on my screen right now.
Yeah, he's just so fucking kidding? Far ahead of his time.
No, I'm not kidding. It's on Stars Encore, and yeah, Norman Bates is on the screen. I always throw something on in the background while we record.
Cool. Yeah. Hitchcock, admire him so much. Like, he's just like Mood said, he's such a visionary, and I don't know, even somebody like Polanski, and we're not gonna get into this, but I people can be problematic in certain ways. I'm problematic. You're problematic. The person who thinks they're not problematic is problematic. Just chill,
Yeah, I don't really look at it like that anyways. I mean, Fulci's my favorite director, and he was obviously very problematic. I mean, he used a lot of nightmare logic in his film, but budget constraints and shit like that too. But sometimes he does have some falters in his huge filmography and stuff like that, but it doesn't matter to me because I enjoy watching his films the most, so.
She's awesome.
I mean,
for me,
favorite and best are two different things for me, so.
Yeah, best I would honestly say I think is like Carpenter, because just the amount of his catalog and his, visually his films look very good, and you can tell a Carpenter film usually, and then for like favorite, I still go back to Wes Craven. It's weird. I know that his catalog isn't the best, but he's probably my favorite, and then I would say probably Carpenter, and lately Argento. Would probably be my third favorite, but somebody who I think is severely underrated in terms of like when you hear about people talk about masters of horror is like Cronenberg, which we'll talk about later, but he is like such a good filmmaker, yet he's never brought up in the like he is brought up, but like almost like fifth or sixth name dropped. It's never like top 3 or top 4. You know, it's like once you get past, even Hooper is usually mentioned ahead of him. Just in general conversation. I think because he makes more like less fun movies, right? Like Carpenter has all these fun.
Toby
movies,
Hooper should
like,
be never brought up in a best director. I mean,
dude, Hooper is not that bad. He got Eaten Alive. He got Chainsaw, which is one of the greatest ever.
he's not great enough.
Chainsaw
I couldn't even do a top 10 Tuesday on him because I didn't like 10 of his movies. Like, that's crazy, dude. And he directed more than 10.
Cronenberg's films are like more. They're at least I haven't seen his whole catalog, but they're like all more adult. There's no like fun 80s like slasher or something like that. You know,
he was definitely in his own little world when he was doing those. That's for sure.
Oh, he was. And even go forward into kind of what he's been doing lately. He does these very high-end, lofty dramas, Eastern Promises, History of Violence, these sorts of things. And, you know, Cronenberg has that eye for kind of the very adult, and especially going into the 80s, coming out of the 70s, when horror was very adult. You know, the 80s, you know, it sort of lost the adult horror kind of sort of went out with the bathwater a little bit.
And you started seeing horror films directed more towards teens.
Well, that's because you know the late 70s into the early 80s for you know a good 6 years was the slasher craze, and that was generally directed at teens and stuff. So it became campy films. It was about blood and gore. It wasn't about you know
exactly.
It was mindless horror essentially. So. Not to say it wasn't good and fun, but it was.
But damn, is Cronenberg good, man?
Oh,
you know, Cronenberg has always been in my top 10 personal favorite directors because, I mean, to be honest, even to make a top 10, it's hard for me. I have to cut films. Like, that's pretty impressive for any director. You know, I'm not a big fan of Cronenberg's non-horror films from, like, what he's done in, like, the last 10, 15. I didn't mind Eastern Promises and History of Violence and stuff. Those two are okay. Cosmopolis, I wasn't really a big fan of it, to be honest, but they're still well-made films, but different. Cronenberg's just like on a totally different playing field on those type of films. So, but
totally.
Yeah. Where the fuck were we?
Favorite subgenre and director.
Yep.
In which
nailed it.
Cool. All right. Next question, because we had like a lot of sub questions in those questions.
Yeah.
Gotta do it, man. Dawn of the Dead original or remake?
Okay, and let me just tell you about this. The homie, because Dave and I have been talking a bit, and I love that guy, man. What a G he is. Let me tell you something. When he mentioned that on the show, I had to do a double take. I was like, wait, does he mean me, Watson, or some other fucking Watson? And so I had to like soul search. I'm like, okay, let me think. Did I say that on Wat-Zee? No, I've never talked about Romero on that show. We haven't been there. And then I had to realize, oh my God, like episode 2 of Horror Corridor 2016, I did mention, yeah, at the time, I had seen the remake and the original about the same amount of times, about maybe like 2 or 3 times each. And at the time, I think I wasn't trying to be shocking. I was being honest at the time. I really was. But just like Justin has said, the remake, and listen, I do still like the 2004 remake, but it really doesn't age as well. It really doesn't. And let me tell you, the original is timeless. And so I am now, and I would like to, you know, just shout out to the homie, Mr. Parker. Like, yeah, it is the original now. So yeah, that's what it is.
So there was a time though when the remake was probably the more go-to one.
Yeah, because I think when I had you ever seen those movies where you like it, but you're sort of like, okay, I'm tired. I don't want to say I'm tired of it, but it was one of those like, all right, you know, I've been there, done that. Let's see what else we can do. And
yeah, Dawn of the Dead.
Yeah, Dawn of the Dead.
I actually did that with Dawn of the Dead. If you listen to the early episodes of this, I always said I wasn't the biggest fan of Romero's Dawn of the Dead. I like Day and Night way better. But after doing it in the Romero spotlight of the Dead films that we did, it's amazing. Even all the different cuts are so good, good and stuff like that. So yeah, I've come around heavy on Dawn of the Dead. It is. Yeah. I still prefer Day, but Day is like in my top 5 favorite horror films ever. So, you know,
I just happen to have both of those in my top 5.
2 moods. Wow.
Well, Dawn of
Nice.
the Dead's my favorite movie of all time, right? And Day of the
I
Dead
did
is
that.
Day is like number 3, whatever. The top 5 is whatever, but it's in there, right? So,
Well,
but yeah, the remake, like, Dawn has been my favorite film probably since sometime in the 90s. I've never changed. I've always loved it to death. And when the remake came out in 2004, I liked it. I was like, okay, this is pretty cool, man. I kind of liked what they did with the fucking speed fucking running, zombies and shit like that. And then that shit
The opening to that film is still like,
yeah, it's intense. I thought they did a pretty good job with it, but then over time I started to watch it, a little bit more closely, and I was like, man, I fucking don't really care for the fast moving zombies. I kind of like, with Dawn of the Dead, with the slow moving ones a lot better. And then I started to realize, like, I really can't stand the characters in this movie. They're so fucking bad, and there's just so many things that I started to like not like about the film. And it was like, okay, well, I'll put it down for a couple years, rewatch it, and then it was like, okay, now I don't like this, and then it's like, what the fuck, man? It's like that. This is one of those movies where every time I watch it, it just keeps dropping in points for me. I just keep finding shit. I'm like, man, it just does not hold up. It's a great example.
Dude, Moods, well said, buddy, because the same thing happened to me. One of the very few girls I ever let my son meet, we watched, she was big into zombies, and my son and I still do, unapologetically. We love The Walking Dead, man. We're there with it, And so with this girl, this is a few years back, we watched the Dawn of the Dead remake, and so they had not seen it. My son had not seen it, and this girl had not seen it. So I'm like, yo, I'm going to show you guys a sweet zombie movie. Check it. And then have you ever shown somebody a movie and you are watching it not just as you think of it, but also
like every fucking time.
Yeah, you're watching it through their eyes, and suddenly I can just tell, okay, I'm not liking this movie as much as I thought I used to, and I know they aren't liking this very much. They're liking some of the scenes and the special effects, because Snyder knows what he's doing there, but it was not resonating, and I even thought my son was going to back me up and be like, yo, this movie's rock and roll, but nah, so I had to that is when I made the switch back to be like, it's Romero, and it always was. Yeah.
I know. Sometimes you have these epitomes, and you're just like, oh, what the fuck, man? Like, a lot of the times, people ask me, like, what's your favorite subgenre of horror films? And I'm like, I really don't even think twice. I kind of snap answer, and I'm like, I like slashers. I like watching mindless slashers. I've always been a really big slasher fan.
Yeah.
And then
that's like mine too, but that's like the basic white bitch of horror.
it is, but it's always been, it was at that time. I don't know, man. Slashers were just so much damn fun. You got everything you wanted. You got the blood, the gore, the camp, the ridiculous killers. Like, it just had a lot of the elements and stuff that I really looked forward to when I'm watching horror films and stuff. But then, it seems contradictory a little bit to snap answer and say slasher films, because, if you look at my top 50 favorite, the last time I did this list on episode 150, out of the top 10 films in my list, 7 of them are zombie films.
Wow.
It's really fucked up. It's really, I mean, kind of. I mean, one of them is more of a demon film, but it's a lot of people consider it to be zombie. But the point is, there's a lot of fucking zombie films in my top 10. And for slashers, like, there's one. It's just weird how that works out. How does that happen?
I had a lot of fucking sequels on my list. Like, I had like 5 Friday the 13th in my top 50, like,
but
4 Night Run Elm Streets.
But are you walking around saying, oh, I'm not really a sequel guy? Right? Because if you were saying that you weren't really a sequel guy, and you look at your top 50, you're like, wait a minute, I had 17 sequels on my top 50 list. That's crazy.
I totally am a sequel guy. It's funny. I often hear podcasters who, run through the franchises, and then they're, lukewarm on a lot of them, or they're not good. But then as years go by, they start becoming like pretty big fan of the franchise, and you hear like they're like become go-to. I think franchises like get better with like age. Like the more times you watch them, that you just like start picking up like the little things about each sequel that makes them different, and like you start just like. Even though they're bad at when like something like Halloween 6, like if that came out and I saw it like anticipating a Halloween 6, I would have been pissed off in the theater. I'd be like, that was trash. But like after time has gone by, like I like certain things about it. It just becomes like this like fun movie, and all the franchises are like that for me, except for Friday the 13th, which I think that every single one of them minus X is a good movie. So,
looking at my top 50 list when it comes to sequels, I really have like 2 movies in my top 50 that are dubbed as sequels. That's not including Dawn of the Dead and Day of the Dead. I guess would technically be sequels to Night of the Living Dead, obviously. But like 2 with an actual number behind it. Devil's Rejects in there also. So technically 3 more, but only 2 films, and they happen to be both part 3s.
What?
It's fucking strange, man. So
Which part 3s?
Well, Zombie 3, which is actually, I guess, the sequel, which is Zombie 2.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying. But it is, I mean, we mostly know it as Zombie 3 kind of thing, but then there's Halloween 3. So that's kind of strange. Like, we're polar opposite when it comes to sequels. Like, I got a couple odd ones in there, but yeah. And a bunch of films that could be... Elm Street 3 too. Yeah. So there's another part 3. Very, very odd. And a bunch of films that could be standalone films if you kind of move them around a little bit. But yeah, interesting. Yeah. Vaginas or computers? What have you destroyed more of? You don't have to answer that. I just wanted to say that.
Mike, and the credit for that question goes to Mr. Mike.
It does, and I was going to give Mike the credit for that too, because when he wrote that, I burst out laughing. I was like, that is fucking hilarious, dude.
Mike is underratedly funny sometimes, but sometimes
he's a funny dude. And by the way, the answer is vaginas, because I've only destroyed 1 computer, and
only 3 vaginas. So yeah, that makes sense.
Only 3 of those. Yeah, only 0 of those. I'm like Jeremy. I've never actually. My son's not even my own son. I've never actually been with a woman. That's gross.
Actually, Mike can get credit for this one too. Actually, I had a question very similar to this, but he the way he worded it actually kind of made me. It's not even a question, but. What is shorter, JP or your whiskey tolerance?
I think JP and I are like the same height. Like somewhere near that. I think I'm 5'7", but yeah, or like, well, my brother.
I'm a little bit under. I'm like 5'6" and a half.
You guys are shrimps, man.
No, dude, it's okay because
I've never hated my size. I know like a lot of people don't like being like shorter, but like. I've only had it inconvenience me like twice in my life. For the most part, I've always like kind of liked being shorter.
I bet you if you thought harder about that, you could probably find a little more times where it inconvenienced you.
Shut up, dude. Shut up. No, I'll tell you what. No, like what
about really that time you got cut from the basketball team every single year in high school?
I never played
that was painful.
I'm fucking with you. I know you did.
that was painful to get cut from the basketball because I thought my slam dunking skills were pretty good. I had a high jump. No. But no, the whole thing is, I've never been mad about my size. It's never been a problem with girls. It's never been a problem with my homies. And plus, it's really cool to have big homies. So,
yeah.
The only time it's ever made me feel weird is when I was at work and we had a girls' basketball team staying with us. And I ended up in the elevator with like 8 of them. And I just felt like emasculated as fuck.
Oh, I'd love to see the picture.
It was like very uncomfortable feeling. Like I'm just in the center of all these like huge ass chicks, like and a lot of them were hot. And I'm just like, dude,
your
I feel
face
like
must have been chest high, so that's not so bad.
No, probably a little under chest high.
That's even better.
That's fucking
dude, it was just odd, like, dude, because it was like crammed in there, and I'm just like, I just felt, dude, that was one of the worst. Like seriously, that's like one of the 2 times it's inconvenienced me and made me feel shitty. It was just awkward. I've actually told that story to my friend who's a little bit shorter than me.
Oh my god.
And he was like, yeah, that sounds horrible.
I like how Moose just went, oh god.
You guys have no growth hormones in your water over there or something? Like, what the fuck is with all these shorties, man?
You know what is crazy? My entire class was short. Like
what?
Like 5'7" was like the like the average almost. Like the grade above me, tall. Grade below me, not that, like kind of shorter side, but like my specific group of peers were all on the shorter side. Like all my friends were, at the time, some of them actually grew like after high school a little bit more, but we were all very like around the same size. It was weird.
It's too bad you couldn't trade in your jeans. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, fuck you, Mood. Fuck you, you Canadian asshole.
It's just funny to me because like I'm 6'1", which is obviously above the average height, you know, for normal men and stuff like that. But where I come from, like I feel like I'm pretty average. I mean, I am taller than a lot of people, but man, there's a lot of fucking people taller than me, man. Like, dude, I feel short
like,
sometimes.
Seriously, if you meet me, I'm gonna seem even shorter than you thought I was.
And Moods, I've long said I want a piggyback ride from you when I meet you. Take a picture.
I can do that. I can do that.
Me and Watson need to like stick together and create like fucking shorter person podcast or something.
Oh man, like I mean, Dave Z's only like what I think like an inch tall. Like I think he's like what 5'8", 5'9". He's not a big dude. Like
I feel like once you're at 5'8", though, you're in the clear. It's like 5'7", 5'6", and fucking
my son
5'9" is the average height now. I think for a North American.
My son's 5'9". Yeah, my son's 5'9". He's 16. I stopped going at 13, dude. It was just what it was. It was fine.
Wow.
I don't have an issue with it. Like
start till then. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you didn't. I was done, man. And the thing is, like,
me too, pretty much.
Because like I got a few friends. Like I have this MMA buddy. He's like a fighter. He's like a you know, sort of one of the smaller fighter dudes, and he's got this short man complex. He's like 5'4", tough dude. He's built. Girls like him. He should just relax into who he is, man. But he gets this chip on his shoulder. I hate hanging out with him because he's just like. He just wants to fight bigger people and be like, because he can kick their asses. And it's like, dude, just how about we just drink and chill and we don't like get into your neuroses.
I knew
the little man syndrome, man. Oh, that's common.
It always comes out when they drink, bro.
It is.
It does. Just relax into who you are and have a fucking good time. That's what I'm about, man. And yes, I love the brainy stuff. And I'm aware that if there are people who have never heard me on a podcast before, they may be like, wait, why do people think you're a smart guy? Well, because I'm not. It's a trick. It's a card trick. But yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, just relax into who you are and it's all freaking good, man. Yeah, JP, well, I'll stick with you by being around the same height. I'm digging it. Carly can give us piggyback rides if she can hold us up with her twig arms and twig legs. Love you, Carly.
At least you guys aren't as short as my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law is like 5'1" or 2".
What the fuck?
Yeah,
okay.
it is fucking hilarious. It's like,
dude, like honestly, like,
and he's white
I'm not gonna lie, like 5'4", 5'3" is like I think if I was that short, I would definitely have more of a issue with it because that's where it just becomes like
he's got
comical.
a short man complex too.
Oh, sure, I can feel that. Yeah.
All right, well, I guess we'll go into the last question here, which is not movie related, but it's more of location related. Since you are from, well, not originally from, but you are from this area now, how long have you actually been living in the Northwest?
I have been living in the Northwest since I was 5 years old, and there was a little bit of bouncing back and forth for a minute back to like Arizona and Southern California thing. But just to essentially, the answer is Northwest for life, man. I've been in the Northwest for 30 years.
Okay,
yeah.
Well, that's perfect then, because my question is, if you could hang out with one dead grunge legend, who would it be? Either Kurt Cobain, Lane Staley, or Chris Cornell. Because, I mean, let's face it, man. Like, I mean, that area, the Seattle area, literally changed music. It created this whole amazing sound, and it really, really changed music, man. But so many amazing bands came out of Seattle at the same time. You know, Soundgarden, Nirvana, Alice in Chains, Pearl Jam, Mudhoney, and the list just goes on, and it's truly fucking incredible, man. To me. You know,
it was a paradigm that I wish were still kind of in operation now, because let me just say the Northwest isn't pumping out anybody of mainstream acclaim right now that I can think of. Does Jimi Hendrix count?
Sure, why not?
I'll go Hendrix or Cobain.
The reason why I didn't go Jimmy is because I was kind of putting, just that time period together, because you would have been, old enough to appreciate and grew up that music, especially being from that area. I mean, you couldn't avoid the Nirvanas and, all those bands were just so massive. So
I'll say this then. I'm going to change my not Kurt. I'm going to say that Chris Cornell, because I'm not going to lie. If you guys get me out, I don't even have to drink to do karaoke. I prefer to do it sober. That's how much of an asshole I am. And I'll tell you what, get me onto some Audio Slave and freaking, I'll do Like a Stone like it ain't no thing, and have a blast with it. So we'll go with Mr. Cornell. Rest in peace.
That's interesting that you bring up Audio Slave. Would you rather listen to Audio Slave than Soundgarden?
Oh, No,
okay.
not. It's just cool to know. Oh, that's Rage Against the Machine and Chris Cornell, just kind of as a cool novelty and a fun super band. But man, it's gonna be Soundgarden every time. What about you?
Which was actually not a. It was actually a pretty interesting band. Like, who would have thought that shit would have came together, right?
I know.
Like, very different types of musical backgrounds, and just kind of works, I guess. But if I had to pick, man, you know, I would probably have to say Kurt Cobain, because the reason, you know, I think he's a very interesting person, and I would like to just actually have conversations with him and just kind of get right inside his head and just have him tell me what the fuck he was thinking. And because, like, man, when he did interviews and shit, and just the way he wrote, and he was so eccentric and so odd but so articulate at the same time, you know, he really knew what he did, and he was so innovative and so creative. And I think that was really kind of the downfall of him, is that he was just so into that I think it kind of destroyed his mind a little bit. But I don't know. I think that all of them I'd love to hang out with. Don't get me wrong. I think Lane Staley would be fun. Chris Cornell would be a blast, you know, but Kurt Cobain to me is more interesting personally, you know, than they are, just on the level of, I think just picking his brain would just be fucking wild. Really wild.
Oh. Yeah, he was a tortured soul, you know. They all were, but I think he really embodied that, and it's kind of a bummer, you know.
Yeah, it really showed in the music and the lyrics and stuff, but I mean, created some of the you know, most interesting sounds and shit, so it worked.
Yep, indeed. Oh yeah, good question. I really like that question. That's good. That's some good shit right there, man.
All right, well, I guess that is going to do it for the intro here, and 5 questions with Watson. Yeah.
Did we set a record?
Yeah, that's pretty much like 2 hours into this, so we should probably move this along. Definitely.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
We'll do it live. Okay. No. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
All right, JP, do we got some news?
Yes, we do. So, let's see. First up here, we have Don't Breathe, and Evil Dead co-writer Rodo Sayagais is directing Don't Breathe 2. So this was reported like years ago that they were actually going to make a sequel to Don't Breathe, and they, I guess, are. So I don't think that Fede Alvarez is back to direct. It says Don't Breathe 2 is set several years after the home invasion of the first movie, with the blind man living in quiet solace until his past sins catch up to him. I have no idea what the hell you could do with Don't Breathe 2. Like, I think I guessed it on Exploding Heads and was like, that they will never make a Don't Breathe 2 film.
I even said that today, man. Somebody posted the
news
I saw
of
you
it, say that.
And I was like, man, I just feel like Don't Breathe is a great example of a film that doesn't need a sequel. I mean, obviously it made money, so they're going to make a sequel, so, you know, kind of expect that type deal, but really, like, what are they going to fucking do with it? It can't really be part of the same storyline. It's just going to be a sequel in name only, I guess, kind of thing. I kind of hate that. It kind of bugs me a little bit, to be honest.
No, it's a direct sequel because it follows the same dude.
Are they actually? Okay, fuck.
That's what they said, but
so, but like, what are they going to do with that, though?
I don't know.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't seem like the type of storyline that should have I don't know.
What are they going to? Like 2 more people going to break into his house?
Right? That's what I'm saying. Like, I
Like,
mean, that's why I figured it just wouldn't work as a direct sequel. I don't know, but whatever. I mean, they're doing it, so I guess we'll see. Not too excited about it, to be honest. But unless it was like Don't Breathe, you know, subtitled In the Dutch Oven. Would that make more sense?
Okay, after that we have Stephen King. I know Watson's a big Stephen King fan. And Owen King's Sleeping Beauties
That book,
is being done for AMC, an adaptation.
Oh, hell yeah. That's
I've
cool.
never read that. How
for
is that
AMC?
book?
Interesting.
I did not read that yet, but I do own the book. The last. I hate referencing girls I've dated, but the last girl I dated bought me that book, and
Okay.
yeah,
What the fuck? What is it called?
Sleeping Beauties. It's by Owen. It's by wait, Stephen King co-wrote it, right?
Yeah, it's Stephen King
With his
and
son.
Owen King.
Owen King. Yeah, he wrote it with his son. Yeah, not Joe Hill.
I was just gonna say it's not Joe. Okay, I thought maybe he was using
is
another.
that two different people? Joe Hill and Owen
Both
King?
his kids got in the family biz, man. That's what's up.
Oh, so they okay. So I thought it was
I
a
always
different.
thought they were the same person.
I thought it was
just
a different
that, like,
alias,
he
yeah.
changed his name to Joe Hill, like, to separate the King thing.
You just made me nervous, but I thought they were two different people.
Well, they could very well
Hey,
be because
Google,
Joe
it's Joe Hill.
Hill's real name obviously is not Joe Hill. It's his
not.
author. It's his author name because he didn't want to be associated. He didn't want to have that stigma that he's Stephen King's son kind of thing. I understand that completely. But, the reason why Stephen King used the Richard Bachman name back in the day to write stories was because he had to. Because when you're under contract, you can only do so many books under your contract through a publisher and stuff like that. So he was getting published through a different company or whatever. So he had to use an alias. So that's why we do that.
I'm pretty sure it is the same person, actually. Now that you really got it now you really got me on this, I'm pretty sure it's the same. I don't want to like loudly type, but I think Owen King is Hill. But why would he have typed? Why would he have changed pen names? I mean, I think like maybe like
because he's with his dad in that one, so maybe he's like it's okay to be Owen
unless
King
he's still
here.
under say he's getting published through somebody else and he had to change his name to get published under a different company,
or it is two different people.
or it could be. Honestly, I don't really know much about Stephen King's actual family members and stuff.
Okay.
To be honest,
brother Joe Hill is the brother of Owen King. Okay.
So he
so
does
it
have
is
multiple
two
sons. Okay.
What if all three of them wrote a book together?
Well, but the wife Tabitha King, I have a novel she wrote, a gothic horror novel that she wrote. So she's a writer.
How do you write a novel with three people? That just seems like
Dude,
way too much interference, man. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to find out who the boss is and be like, nah, we're not doing that. We're doing this. Shut up.
Could you imagine the King collabo? The mom gets in there too, right? Helps write one. Oh my god, that's just too much.
Right?
Too much.
Wow. Family of authors. 4 authors in the same house. That's got to be crazy.
That is
All
crazy.
right. Let's see. There is a animated series titled Gremlins: Secrets of the Mogwai set for 2021 on HBO Max.
HBO. Wow.
I just don't get it. I don't get why they didn't, like, they've talked about forever doing another Gremlins movie. I don't know why they would do it like an animated series instead.
Doesn't it just seem like Gremlins should have like 6 sequels?
Yeah.
It does, right?
It is odd that it only has the one sequel.
Just one sequel.
Yeah. But then
guys
Howling,
have seen
Howling can
fucking-
get like 8-9 films. Like what the fuck?
Howling. That's one of my favorite shows you guys did, the Howling show, just to listen to the frustration. It was so great. But do you guys hear see the Key and Peele sketch on Gremlins 2? Everybody gets to design their own gremlin. Like I freaking
That's how that movie fucking was. Like everybody in the damn crew was like, "You get to design a gremlin. You get to design a gremlin." He's like, "I'm gonna make mine a bat gremlin. I'm gonna make mine a cat gremlin."
Everybody, Oprah was like, "And you get a gremlin."
Fuck.
Okay.
Yeah.
After that, we have Black Christmas, or as I like to call it, Black Trashmas. The remake of the remake. The third in the Black Christmas films is coming to Blu-ray in March with alternate ending and deleted scenes. I'm actually surprised that it isn't an unrated version. That surprises me.
You would think, right? Moose, did you see that one?
No, I think from the start they had an agenda to make this very PG-13 type deal, so they don't really have those extra scenes to make it, worthy
No,
of calling it
they
underrated.
they cut it down to PG-13 after test screenings.
So originally it actually was supposed to be like a rated R film.
Yeah.
See, I always thought it wasn't. I thought they intended to make like a PG-13 film.
The director came out and said that after test screenings, it needed to be cut down to PG-13 so that she can get young girls into horror.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no, I've talked about this at nausea at this point.
Yeah,
it's insult. I think it's insult. I'm not a teen girl, but I would
so pretty much what you're
insult.
saying, the shit that they're going to put back into the film, or I mean, if they did release an unrated version, wouldn't really help it out.
Dude, it's the worst film I saw last year.
Amazing.
New Exploding Heads that just dropped today. We do our bottom 5, and I was like, yeah, that was my least favorite. 3 out of 10, man. You probably did. You hear my Wat-Zee episode on it, Justin, where I talked about it a little?
I did. Yeah,
3 out of 10. Wow. What did you give it, JP?
3 out of 10.
Yeah. I just feel like if you guys are giving it 3s, I'm coming in at like 0.5 because with me, that PG-13.
Dude, it was
shit.
atrocious. The Fresh Cuts episode that we did, I
shoving
was
social
good.
commentary down your throat is just like in a PG-13 form. It's making me gag, dry heave right now thinking about that.
It wasn't even that it was shoved. It was just so poorly executed in its delivery.
Mm-hmm.
And I do want to say this on the next Wat-Zee, one of my good friends who is she's like an Evergreen State College girl. She's a liberal feminist, love her to death. My buddy Melissa, she wrote into the show, and Dave doesn't even know this yet, and I know he'll hear this even before I tell him about this email. She wrote in to talk about how much she hated that movie. As somebody who believes in all the same stuff that movie was trying to preach, and is just be like, what? And she was just talking about what a fail it was, and and so hey, we're not a bunch of heteronormative dudes, not members of the LGBTQ plus community, going like, oh, screw these women and their struggles in college environments and rape culture. No, that's not what anybody's talking about. I think that there are those butthurt dudes who hate this movie. But there are also those people who want to see a good story who didn't get a good story. And you're not a misogynist if you didn't think it was a good story. It can be a hardcore my hardcore feminist homie hated it because she thought it was a bad story. So go tell her she's a piece of shit sexist. Go do it.
And that's why I'm glad we got Carly and Heather on that show, because it would have. I think it would have lessened. It would have cheapened our opinion had it just been me.
Well, of course,
Venom,
you have to have the female
Mike.
perspective on that, right?
Yeah, but no, dude, that movie is just like I thought it did damage to the message. You know what I mean? Like, because like I said on that show, like there is an important message there, the things that you're talking about. Totally. But you're making it so laughable and unbelievable and just wrong the way you're attacking it that it cheapens it. And Venom famously said, I think I ended up hating women more after seeing this movie.
Venom went hard. I was like, when he said that, I was like, yo, like
that is brilliant, man. That's awesome.
Justin, do you think that an unrated version of this would help the story at all, or do you think it'd just be dressing up a turd?
I think it would be dressing up a turd, but at the same time, I think that there could be more fun had. Yeah. If there was kills, because that you could always have more fun with kills.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Dude, that movie was frustrating as all hell. Like the most frustrating movie I've seen in a long time, because I thought that there was certain things about it that like could have been like she could have done that in a completely cool way. There was a movie there to be told with that message. It was just a complete fail in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, well said.
Okay, after that we have the Dark series. The Dark Tower series was originally supposed to be on Amazon, but apparently Amazon had passed on the pilot, so now they're shopping it at other places. I don't mean to alarm anybody, but my dick is out right now, so Justin, keep talking. What, do you like the Dark Tower?
Dude, I am a Dark Tower freaking maniac, my friend. Yes.
Did you like the movie?
Did you like the movie?
No.
So why would you get excited about a TV series that's probably going to be even worse?
Well, my hope would be that they would correct the wrongs and really try to adapt the novels rather than reading the synopsis and trying to make a movie from that. You guys ever see
But don't you need a big budget for that though, to like really adapt the novels properly? Do you think that could happen in TV?
Dude, if you make it a legit Western with horror themes, don't mess around with just putting some teen you know how all those films are where a teenager finds out how important they are, but they didn't know it. It's like, okay, on Dark Tower. I don't know where that is. Okay, and hey, the Dark Tower, Roland, who's supposed to, in all 7-8 books, is supposed to be the twin of Clint Eastwood. Okay, Idris Elba, fine, he's a good actor. I'll ignore that. Just give me some good stuff. And they're like, nah. Let's not.
But there's nothing worse than watching like a really low budget shitty Western. Like I love Westerns, but when you're watching those really kind of trashy low budget ones where like just everything is historically wrong and shit, like they're wearing jeans in like 1800, you're like, what the fuck? Those things weren't invented till 60 years later. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? But like I feel like when you're to make that story and adapt that type of thing and make it really work, like you need the budget to do that, because Westerns aren't that cheap to make. Like there's a lot of there's a lot of wardrobe, there's a lot of things that you got to do properly to make it authentic, right? And it's a big story, man. It's a lot of money. I mean, let's face it, HBO couldn't even fucking afford to do the 4th season of Deadwood, and that show kicked motherfucking ass.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
I think the Dark Tower thing just isn't in the right hands.
Yeah,
like I just feel like they're not serious about making an actual adaptation.
Give it to
and
George
they're just
Lucas.
more doing like the Cliff Notes type thing. Because I saw the original the movie in the theater, and I thought it was. I didn't think it was as bad as like people were saying. Like this is the worst movie of the year. It was just very boring.
You won't like it, Moods. I feel like you'll be laughing for all the wrong reasons. You and Dylan should watch it together and just laugh for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah, it's not a horror movie either at all.
It's not.
But I've been listening to 19. What's it? Not 19.
Well, I've read the first
10,
couple books.
10 whatever 63, the JFK one.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
That's pretty good. I'm really enjoying that. I finished The Outsider, and that was really good.
I loved that book. I have it actually. I'm looking at it right now. I was trying to give a copy of that to my son, but I guess he said his mom bought it for him. I'm like, wait, she knows how to read? Anyway, go on.
The like first section of that book is like amazing. Like the mystery of like did this guy do it? Did this guy not? Like it was like so intriguing.
And Jason Bateman in the series that's out right now of The Outside. Whoa.
I just saw that it was on HBO like when I was watching Psycho, and I was like, I recorded the series because I saw the trailer and I was like, wow, this looks like very similar to how I pictured it in my head, which usually doesn't happen.
Trailer, Justin?
Oh, but it was for a TV show. I don't watch it.
Man, I love Watson, how he's like, he's getting away with it too, man. He's totally getting away with it. JP hates being called Justin, and you've dropped Justin like 30 times in this. I'm loving this. He hasn't said anything to you about it.
Well,
I know.
We've actually had a conversation about this recently. I noticed that he does that, and I always wondered why he did it.
Yeah, I love it.
But then he said that I call him Dustin a lot, and that's why he started calling me Justin.
Mood, nobody calls me by my first name, and I happen to, like that. And I don't even know what Moods' first name is. His name Mike or James? No, I'm playing. So, yeah, that's kind of why.
I didn't even know what your real name was for a long time either, because everyone just called you Watson.
Yep, everybody in my life does too. My last girlfriend didn't. I don't think she knew my first name. And that's kind of weird.
But
anyway,
I was always on that level. I'm just like, I don't really care what is like. No offense or nothing, but like I'm like that with if that's what you want to be called, then I'll just call you that, right? Like, why do I need to know your first name? It doesn't matter, right? So
I appreciate that. Yeah, no, for sure. Hell yeah. So, Moods, do you think you would watch the Outsider show? JP, I'm sure you or AKA Justin. I'm sure you're probably gonna watch it. I will.
It looks okay. I've heard the story's pretty good and stuff. Yeah, why not? I mean, I'm always down for anything Stephen King. I'm actually looking at The Institute right now. It's sitting right in front of me. I think the wife read that book in like 2 days. It's crazy, man. It's another new Stephen King novel. So it's just, the guy blows my mind how much material that he puts out, man. It's absolutely insane. Have you guys heard of the Institute? Read it? Or?
I did see it.
Is that the newest one?
Yeah,
Yep.
I think it just came out. Yeah. She read it like at Christmas, like in 2 days. I was like, holy fuck! That's like the fastest I've ever seen her read. So
What'd you think of it?
she loved it. Yeah,
Cool.
yeah. She loves Stephen King, man. We got a huge
Oh
Stephen
yeah,
King
I don't.
library. So.
I laugh when I see like people like the the snobs of like the book world, like the novel world, like scoff at Stephen King, like, oh, you like Stephen King, how basic. I'm like, dude, fucking Stephen King kicks ass. Get out of here.
How basic? What the? Who the fuck says that shit? It's Stephen King, man. Come on.
Just self-important assholes. Fuck that.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
After that, Lamberto Bava is producing a new horror film that's being directed by Greta, who I actually got. I didn't like meet her, but she was in the same room as me, and I was like listening to her talk and stuff. Last summer.
So this is finally materializing. I know that she had mentioned. I remember reading something about this years ago. How she wanted to do like an official sequel to the original film that she was in, and it just really never kind of materialized. But I think it was in an interview or something like that, and so this is actually finally happening. It's cool that Lamberto Bava is actually involved, because then it could actually be a true sequel. So
yeah, well, it doesn't sound like they're flat out saying it's a sequel, because I don't know, they might not have the rights to do a sequel, but it sounds like they're trying to do a sequel without actually calling it like Demons 3, like a spiritual sequel.
See, that sucks, man. That sucks, because that would just be amazing. Lamberto Bava involved, Greta, Demons 3. I mean, come on.
Yeah. It says the movie will have DNA closely tied to Bava's original Demons film. And it is going to shoot apparently on 16 millimeter.
Fuck yeah.
In New Orleans, which is a great setting for a Demons film.
16 millimeter. Nice. That sounds better by the minute. Amazing. That's cool that this is actually materializing, though. I always thought this was like a huge pipe dream. The shit that you read sometimes, like, nah, that shit ain't fucking happening. Never. But
speaking of Italian horror, Dario Argento apparently is doing a new Giallo called Black Classes with Agia.
And click right here to support the Kickstarter.
Yeah.
I almost spit out my drink right there.
Dude, really? So like
they said it's gonna film this year, so who the hell knows? I'll believe it when I see it.
New Giallo. Well, I mean, at this point in Argento's career, can he really be as bad as his last couple of films? Maybe.
Oh man, that hurts to.
And it just the fact that he's doing a Giallo too, man, because there's so much potential to be really bad.
Who made, like, which one of the masters made a couple of bad films but went out with a good film? Is there any? Like, to me, Wes Craven is the guy, because he went out with Scream 4 and My Soul to Take, which I think are both good. But even if you don't like My Soul to Take, I mean, Scream 4 came out I think the next year. So I mean, I would say that's going out pretty big.
Romero was Survival of the Dead. Couldn't even keep a straight one on that one. No, honestly, dude, not too many.
What was Fulci's last film?
Door into Darkness, I believe.
How's that?
It's not a bang. It's not horrible though. It's definitely not.
Carpenter's was The Ward.
Yeah, the movie sucks. But
what was
that movie's
last film?
See, that movie, like The Ward, doesn't. I don't even like consider that to be a Carpenter film, because he only directed that. He really did that just for a paycheck. So the story's not his. It doesn't feel like a Carpenter film. Have you guys seen it?
I've actually never seen it. I own it.
I don't like the script, man. The script is horrible because it's one of those scripts where, like, I know sometimes predictability doesn't really bother people, but this one, it kind of does, because there's supposed to be like this huge kind of mystery to it and this psychological element to it and stuff. But it's like you kind of, if you figure it out, and like it's kind of like the midway point. It just fucking ruins the whole film, man. It just ruins all the suspense that happens in it. I don't know. It's not a great film, even though it has a great setting to it, you know, in the hospital and shit. But it's not Carpenter. I feel like Carpenter has to write the shit. I mean, he just has that. There's that element of Carpenter's films that you just know, like, you know, some of the cinematography in that film, you know, it's Carpenter, but like the story wise, it just doesn't feel like Carpenter, man. Too generic.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, dude, I actually just am curious to see what the hell Dario Argento. How old is he now? Like 80 or something? Like what the hell is he gonna do?
He's got to be around 80, man. You know, it's crazy that he's still doing shit though.
Well, he hasn't done shit really.
Well, I mean, yeah.
If this materializes, yeah, it's crazy he did this shit, but.
So the Sandman is just like completely void. Like it's never.
Dude, I think so. I just think like they just got like $100,000 like and just like fucking ran away with it or something.
He's probably taking that 100,000 and making this movie.
Okay, after that, Tom Savini is gonna do, and his team is gonna do the makeup effects to Slipknot's Corey Taylor's new horror film. So Tom Savini's semi coming out of retirement.
Yeah, I actually saw this headline and I was like, that's pretty interesting. You say Corey Taylor's new film? Did he direct a film before? Or am I just tripping?
I don't know if he did, but that's the way that it was titled, new horror film.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting that Corey Taylor's the one that got Savini out of his semi-retirement. Well,
Interesting.
It's interesting. I mean, I can already see the hate right now. The way Rob Zombie gets hate, like Corey Taylor thinks he's a fucking Rob Zombie. Stick to music, kind of thing. And it's in the same lines as, you know, Fred Durst. I mean, people are hating on Durst films because, you know, it's Fred Durst, but I don't know. I guess we'll see, man. I know Corey Taylor's a really huge avid horror fan. I mean, hence Slipknot and their look and, you know, the mask and everything. It all stems from those films. So they're not necessarily a horror band, but he is a really, really big fan. So it'll be interesting to see what he does. I mean, at least he'll have decent effects.
Yep. After that, Stephen King, more Stephen King news. The Stand, which I believe has wrapped filming, is going to hit CBS All Access this year, expected fourth quarter of 2020. So, yeah, the New Mutants director, Josh Boone, was the one that was bringing it back. And apparently Stephen King did some like rewrites with some stuff that he was on.
Whoa. So this is a TV film?
It's actually a 10-part miniseries.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Why did I think it was like a fucking long movie that was just going to be streaming on one of these movie sites or something? Crazy. 10 parts.
Yeah, so it's going to be on CBS All Access, which is CBS's streaming.
Yeah, CBS's streaming
service.
That's what I said, CBC.
This is actually something that I think totally could benefit from a remake. I actually or a re-adaptation.
Oh,
I watched The Stand last October.
Those effects are amazing, aren't they?
It's definitely a movie that I think the first two segments are pretty great, but I think the last two aren't good. So yeah, I think that's a good move with that.
Yeah.
It's time. Okay, after that we have Takishi Miike's new film First Love is hitting Blu-ray and digital later this month, courtesy of Well Go USA. I actually might have some giveaway copies coming for that.
Oh, really? I just pre-ordered that. Give me one. Fuck.
Well, I don't know if I for sure do.
I didn't even know that it was coming out until yesterday. I was actually searching for something, and that came up in Amazon. I was like, Takishi. Oh, yeah, I shouldn't be surprised. He puts out a movie like every 6 weeks, it seems like.
Yeah, like what is this? Is like 112th now
he's
or
actually
something?
Got 2 movies coming. He's got that one coming out, and he's got a live action movie of like some type of TV show. I don't know. Some other shit that's coming out. Like Takishi Miike is just incredible with his output, man. So
yeah. Right. All right. After that, we got Scream Factory's My Bloody Valentine. They showed a little preview of the new scan, and apparently people were like, yo, it looks really good because this is going to be the uncut. This looks like the version of My Bloody Valentine to get. I should have sold my old version.
Well, the first kind of look that we got at this new transfer was they took one of the scenes that was cut and remastered. You know, I think it was compared to, you know, the previous Blu-ray, and it because, you know, like I kind of like watching that Blu-ray because you get to see where everything was actually cut out of the film.
Yeah.
Right?
Totally.
Because the quality dips down.
I like that
it kind of
too.
adds to it because then you're like, okay, this is all the cuts. You're like, wow, that's fucking crazy. But then you see.
I always wish that you could like have a version where it puts like a border around like the uncut footage, you know, so you could literally just see like it puts things in perspective.
Yeah, it does. And it's crazy too. Like, have you guys ever actually seen the theatrical cut of that film before?
Yeah.
It is so like it's crazy how much shit that they had to cut. It changes the entire movie. So then when they put up the uncut, you know, with that kind of dumbed down footage and stuff like that. But anyways, yeah, the comparison here was of that footage, and I was like, how the fuck did they do that? Like, they really remastered the shit out of that pretty well. So maybe they got different elements.
They couldn't do it.
Well, that's what I was wondering. So I'm wondering if they've had different negatives or different source or something, because I was looking at that going, how the fuck did they do that?
Okay, so after that, Pet Sematary 2 is hitting Blu-ray, and that comes out February 25th. There is a ton of new stuff on there, new audio commentary and stuff. It's actually funny to see so much love, because this is a collector's edition being put towards Pet Sematary 2, which I actually really like, but I know you don't.
See, there's a movie that I used to preach about how much I liked. Mm-hmm. Right? And then I think you guys were the ones that thought it was shitty. And then we reviewed these films, and then I was the one that was not liking it anymore, and you guys liked the fucking movie.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I've always liked it. I just never was really high on it, but I liked it a lot more.
I feel like that's one of those reviews that Jeremy was lying through his fucking Jew teeth, man. The whole time. Because that shit is so damn goofy and stupid. That movie's like stupid goofy. And I just can't see Jeremy liking that fucking movie, man. It completely blows my mind that he gave it like a pretty favorable review and stuff.
I never know what the fuck he's gonna like or dislike. He's so inconsistent.
But doesn't that seem like something that he would just completely be like, no, that shit is not for me? Because that's one of his famous lines. That's not for me.
Yeah, probably.
Right? Like, it's this. And I like goofy, stupid, shitty shit a lot of the time, but that one just, there's something about the way it plays out. I'm just like, oh fuck, I don't know, man. I must have been high every time I watched that back in the day. For serious, man.
Jen and Sylvia Soska's remake of Rabid is hitting Blu-ray February 4th.
Courtesy of Screen Factory.
Yep. I saw it already.
How is it?
I didn't like it.
I thought it was okay. I thought it was decent. Like, I would say it was like mildly good, you know, like a 7, 6.5.
I won't lie, man. I'm not a big fan of like fashion industry stuff.
Me neither.
And they that's where they took that story, was into the fashion industry and stuff. And I'm like, but I figure I just thought in the third act it just went. I didn't care for the third act. I was expecting a little bit more, and I really didn't like where it went, man, at all.
It was very lukewarm for, like, if it was its own thing, cool. But like, it just feels like they didn't add anything to Cronenberg's original. I just feel like it was a lot, like the pacing was really bad in the film, and then they really tried to amp it up at the end with this like ridiculous fucking scene. And I mean, the effects were pretty cool. You know, you're going to get pretty decent effects, because I know the Soska sisters, they really like the practical effects and stuff, and for the most part. And I just feel like it was not working. It almost seemed like they were trying too hard, and it was coming off like kind of shitty in a bad way. In a bad way. The fuck does that work? But you know what I'm saying? Like, I felt like the third act really failed, and I think that's where it needed to, you know, to be strong in that story, because, man, the pacing was bad. It was really bad, man. Story sucks. So,
is it better or worse than Regurgitated Sacrifice, or? Well,
in terms of filmmaking, yeah, it's probably better. You know, I don't even, I mean, obviously, it depends what your entertainment mindset is, man. If you like to watch really, really nasty gore and puking and pissing, yeah, Regurgitated Sacrifice is probably right up your fucking alley. But I don't know, to be honest, the last time I watched that obviously was just last week or whatever. It was entertaining in a very vile and nasty way. Rabid remake was boring to me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really? I love that cover. It's packaged well. I'm kind of bummed to hear that. I really did want to catch that in the coming weeks, but
the beginning of the film hooks you. It's pretty cool at the beginning. Like, I was really like into it at the beginning, but yeah, it's not that good.
No, I was very disappointed. I'm very disappointed because I want to like the Soska sisters a lot more, but they've really only done like one film that I really cared about. Dead Hooker in the Trunk, I thought was kind of fun. Actually, it's kind of funny because every time I watch the movie, I'm like, yeah, my buddy lives right there. Used to live up in North Van where they filmed that shit. It's kind of funny. But regardless, American Mary is, I think, their highest accomplishment.
Yeah, this is their best film. After that, Rob Zombie's 3 from Hell. If you missed it, you can see it on Shudder February 13th.
Watson, what's your thoughts on that one?
Show me your salami, motherfucker.
I take that as a hell yeah.
Those are my thoughts. That's my favorite quote of the year. I am trying to get this to take. People need to understand the salami man.
Yeah.
I was let down by that movie. I was stoked to see it, and I know we could get in a huge conversation about sequels that are unneeded, and usually I'm the type of guy, I like my remakes. I'm fine with them. Sequels are cool. But man, if there ever was a sequel that needed to be examined and script doctored and somebody pat Rob Zombie on the back and go, my man, are you really gonna follow up The Devil's Rejects? And if you're gonna, how you gonna do it? And is this really what you're gonna do? By the way, the Salami Man's a great idea. Let's run with that. But everything else? Yeah, I don't know.
I agree. I mean, the movie I'll say right up front, I did actually enjoy 3 from Hell. I'm not going to lie. Is it a great movie? It's actually not a great movie. I agree the script has a lot of issues. I feel like when Sid Haig officially got like really sick and they were, in production and stuff, I think that they should have halted it and changed the script a little bit instead of even putting that in there. Like the way what happens with, with the clown's character and shit is, it just feels like it had to be rushed and done like that. It just really kind of showcases itself in a bad way. And there is problems with, the whole jail part of it and stuff. Like, it makes no sense that they would execute him like that and not execute the other ones when they're in there for the same crimes. And you know what I'm saying? There is obviously a way better movie there that could have been, revamped and stuff. But I do like when it goes to Mexico because I love films that are set in like small Mexican villages and shit. And even the guy that they had in there as the third guy, I thought he was fun. It was cool, man.
Oh, dude, I loved him. He's like one of the best parts of the movie because he fit right into the family. Like, he felt like he was part of the family, like that he was a lost brother or whatever the fuck he was.
I felt like it worked great.
I think you guys are right about the plot holes. But for me, I kind of took them with a grain of salt and was like, this is not going to live up to Devil's Rejects. How it's not even going to live up to House of 1,000. But I just kind of want to spend time with these people again. And the time that we did spend with them, I enjoyed myself. I thought it was really fun to see them interact and have conversations and just see Otis talk again and say stuff. That's what I got out of it.
I didn't go into 3 from Hell trying to compare it to the previous 2 films because, I mean, let's face it, I knew for a fact this movie was going to be, just a lot less than those ones. So I guess not having my expectations too high, maybe like it a lot more. I don't know how that really works, but I knew what I was getting myself into, just put it that way. And, even with the obvious problems and stuff, I thought the new guy jumped in there and did a really good job. He was, likable for a villain, kind of thing. And he had some really fun scenes and shit. And I don't know, man, it's really not as bad as people are making it out to be. I mean, I understand Rob Zombie gets a lot of hate. He gets a lot of unnecessary hate and shit like that. But I think if you just kind of disconnect yourself from the other 2 films and the kind of really sloppy, bad beginning to the movie and shit, I think there's some enjoyment there. It's not so bad. So,
yeah, I agree.
Yeah. All right. Finally, here, last bit of news. Shudder is doing a documentary that's going to premiere at South by Southwest this year called Cursed, and it's exploring horror film productions that are allegedly cursed, stuff like The Exorcist, The Omen, Poltergeist. 5-part documentary series.
Hey.
I like that idea. I fucking love horror documentaries, and that horror noir one they did, like that would have been in my top 10 had I included documentaries last year, because that shit was so good.
I've seen that on Dustin Baker's top 20 list, actually. I always feel weird putting documentaries into top lists. Top lists. You know what I'm saying? But because, I mean, it's not like a movie. It's more of like education. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I don't know what your guys' thoughts are on that, but even though I really enjoyed it, I just would always leave it off like a top 10 list or something, unless it was like purely documentaries of the year or something like that. But that's just me.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I would put a documentary on the same list as, like, you know, say a regular fictional feature film any more than I would like add short films to it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'd probably separate category, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is like, even when I do like top, you know, music lists and stuff, I don't like to include EPs in those lists or even instrumental albums. I like to separate those. I'll make a separate list for just EPs or instrumental, where I see some people make a top 30 best albums of the year and they'll have EPs and instrumental albums, and I'm just like, what the fuck is going on here, man? This is crazy. But yeah, I don't know, man. I just feel like that documentary is just kind of its own entity, you know what I'm saying?
Well said, yeah.
That is the news.
Alrighty, cool.
Fucking thing sucks!
42 shots.
All right, so we got a knowledge segment here.
The word I bring to you today is knowledge reigns supreme. You got no time to joke and play, cause knowledge reigns supreme.
And it is from Fear the Flesh, from slantmagazine.com. There was a few of these lists. I seen like top 15 Cronenberg, top this, but I seen actually a handful of Cronenberg's filmography ranked. And I just picked this one because the format of the website was like less annoying. I didn't have to keep skipping to the next page.
Oh, I hate that. Why can't they just have it like vertical? Like, why do you have to keep skipping to the next page and it has to load it?
You get more paid more for page view, like for separate. You know what I mean? So you're getting 3 page views versus 1 page view.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense.
Of clickbait.
Yeah, literally clickbait. So number 21 here, which I don't know if this is accurate to how many films he actually directed. I don't know if they're including short films. I don't know anything. I haven't seen a lot of Cronenberg films. But number 21, 1969's Stereo.
Wow. Yeah, they're doing short films.
Yeah, they're going short.
That's a short film?
Yeah.
Okay. Jeez. 1979's Fast Company.
Yeah, the car one. It's good shit.
Is that a short film?
No.
Okay. 19 is Crimes of the Future from 1970.
It's another short film.
Yep.
All right. Number 18 is M. Butterfly from 93.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, wow. He was behind that? That was like a play. Oh, that's cool. Okay.
And Butterfly. Yeah.
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 Huh. After that, we have Maps to the Stars 2014.
Maps to the Stars above M. Butterfly. Wow. Interesting.
All right. And then this is probably controversial. Scanners at number 16.
What the fuck?
I mean, it's a cheeseball fucking movie, but wow, I'm surprised to hear it that low.
Well, considering what some of the other films that are coming up on this list, yeah.
Oh, you know what, motherfucker? There are 4 pages to this. I don't know how I missed that.
Scanners number 16. Wow. That's really shocking.
Number 15, during Duncan's 90s series, this one barely missed our cutoff for the 10 films, and that is Extends from 1990.
Existence, yeah.
Existends.
That's a really cool film, man, actually. It's fun to watch.
All right. Number 14, film we're covering tonight, 1975's Shivers.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
That's his first movie, yeah.
Number 13, 1977's Rabid.
Okay. Yeah.
Number 12, one of my favorites, The Dead Zone, 1983.
Okay. Yeah.
11, 2011's A Dangerous Method.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was okay. It's not like horrible or nothing, but like, I mean, yeah. I mean, I like the previous few films more than that one. So
that was back when he was using Viggo Mortensen a lot.
yeah, he was.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Top 10 now. Number 10, A History of Violence, 2005.
Oh, I like that movie.
This movie seems to be in every top 10 list I've seen for Cronenberg.
Not a fan, Mids?
It was okay. I didn't love it. I thought it was good, but
number 9, Eastern Promises, 2007.
wow,
I can see that.
it's better than A History of Violence, in my opinion.
I agree. Yeah.
Number 8, Cosmopolis.
Cosmopolis. Yeah.
See, I don't get that, man.
That was a weird one. It was like Pattinson, and Pattinson killed it, but it's like, yeah, he's rich as hell and he's driving around, and I would say Eastern Promises is better, but okay, whatever.
I mean, we're talking about better favorite. Like, I don't know. There's probably like 7 films already that I like more than Cosmopolis on this list so far.
Cosmopolis is not a favorite Cronenberg's of mine.
No, that would be very, very low on my list if I was to rank the whole filmography. Wow.
Yeah.
Number 7, Spider, 2002.
See, that's crazy high for like Spider's cool, man. It's really psychological and pretty interesting. But that's interesting so high. Cool.
Number 6, 1991's Naked Lunch.
Oh man, I love Naked Lunch.
I love Naked. Yeah, we got some William S. Burroughs. That's what's up.
Yeah, it's such a trip. It is such a fucking trip, that movie, man. I love it. It's got such a cool tone to it.
I've never seen that one, actually. I've not seen any of his non-horrors, by the way. Okay. Number 5, The Brood, 1979.
Here we go. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yep.
That's fair.
Surprisingly, I any list I click on, I just assume this is number 1 because it's like the most popular. Really? Number 4, The Fly, 1986.
Actually,
I was say something else. Okay.
Actually, I clicked on. I checked out 4 or 5 different top 10 lists, and it wasn't number 1 on any of the lists.
Really?
It wasn't. Huh. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Number 3, Dead Ringers, 1988. In fact, I like that movie a lot, but I like a few of his other horror films better than that.
In fact, Dead Ringers was number 1 on most of the lists that I checked.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Number 2, Videodrome, 1983.
Number 2, okay.
Yeah, and Videodrome was like, it was between that and Dead Ringers for pretty much every list as being number 1.
I could see that.
Yeah.
What is number 1?
Crash?
So,
exactly. Crash,
1996 is Crash.
I was waiting for Crash to come up, and I'm like, it has to be Crash at number 1. Wow. Okay, that's new.
Crash just missed out on my top 10 in 96.
Man, Crash was in my... Crash is such a fucking weird movie, man. It's honestly one of the most bizarre movies ever made. Like, it
is very weird.
Yeah. I was too young when I saw that. I need to see it now that I think I have some grasp on film, because when I saw it, I feel like there was a horror movie that was out in the 90s that had this as the trailer, and I knew who Cronenberg was, and I wanted to see this and I did not understand it, and it really off-put me, but I remember liking it,
Man, I seen Crash so many times growing up. In the night or when it came out and stuff, because we have this network in Canada called Showcase, and they used to, like, we have very, very mild censor, like, we really don't even have censorship up here, but Showcase was that network that was like, it was like a non-cable HBO in a sense, right? HBO would have all the, the hardcore stuff, but this was like regular cable stuff, and they would play uncut movies, and it had swearing, nudity, all that type of shit, but they would always play Crash on there. I'm assuming because Cronenberg's Canadian. So this movie would play all the time. It would play late night. It started like 11 o'clock at night or whatever. But I've seen Crash like 1,000,000 times. It was always on this network. And I'm just like, how fucking bizarre is Canada? Like, this is what we play on late night television, So
I actually have questions for you, Moods, about that when we get into Videodrome and James Woods' whole station. But yeah, I guess we'll get there.
Question, Watson, it sounded like you've seen all of Cronenberg's films.
No, not all. There were a few there that I didn't know, but I'd seen a lot. I've actually seen a lot more than I would have ever thought. It's
the only movie I haven't seen is Map to the Stars. That's the only film I haven't checked out. But I've heard it
was
that
even on that list that I just named.
Yeah, that's his latest one. That was from 2014. But that's the only film I've even seen his shorts too, because I have actually, Arrow actually released Crimes of the Future and what's the other one? Like on a Blu-ray, whatever, with the short films. But I think Blue Underground actually had it on the special edition of Fast Company. On the second disc, they had the shorts. So I've seen those shorts before. They're kind of interesting, kind of cool. But yeah, I'm just such a huge Cronenberg fan because, I think Cronenberg's a little bit overlooked in the sense that, he had one of the greatest runs of films. Like how Carpenter had such an amazing one too. He had all those films in a row that were just so amazing. But I mean, if you look at Cronenberg here, man, starting with Shivers, then he went to Rabid. Bad Company is actually really cool. It's not a horror film, but it's a good film. The Brood, Scanners, Videodrome, The Dead Zone, The Fly. Then he moves
that's an incredible run.
And then he goes into Dead Ringers. Then Naked Lunch, M. Brotherfly, Crash, Existence. So his run from 75 to 99, in my opinion, there isn't one miss there.
That might be the greatest run.
I know, man. History. I know, and I've said this before.
I haven't seen a couple of those.
I'm positive I brought this up in a video one time, and I was like, man, Cronenberg might even have one of the greatest long endurance runs in film history. Like, it's over 50, or 25 years, and there's no misses.
Dude, you're kind of blowing my mind right now because I just clicked over to the IMDb and there have been a couple here I haven't seen, but that run you just described is perfect. And then even if we go into the 2000s, you're talking Spider, History of Violence, Eastern Promises, Dangerous Method, Cosmopolis, Map to the Stars. Like, there's nothing here that is egregious. There's nothing here that's like, ugh.
Yeah. So basically, I mean, if you want to take it one step further, if you go right into the 2000s with Spider, I really like. History of Violence is good. Eastern Promises, Dangerous Method was, I mean, it's more going back to the whole doctor type thing, that psychological stuff that he's done in the past. But kind of lost me a little bit with Cosmopolitus or whatever, and then I haven't seen Maps, but really, he doesn't have like any extreme misses in his whole filmography.
No, he really doesn't. Yeah, that's crazy.
Right? Because the Dangerous Method
but
is
when
definitely
you talk about
specifically
film. Horror runs, though, who rivals that run?
Fulci had a good one.
It's a great run.
Fulci had a bunch of years there where that was really amazing. Bava, Carpenter.
I mean, Argento had a great run too.
Argento definitely did. You know who will if James Wan can prove himself in the 2020s, then he
doesn't like the Conjuring movies.
But even their runs though didn't last. I mean, yeah, we can take a little bit longer, right up to I would consider Spider to be semi-horror kind of thing. I mean, that's 75 to 2002.
Yeah,
nobody.
Even one of the
Hitchcock, I don't even think has a lot. I think he had a miss in there. Fuck, that's insane.
Hitchcock is missed. I love Hitchcock, but he's missed. Yeah.
The thing is it's hard for these modern filmmakers, like even ones that say started in the early 2000s, to pace as high as the people of the 70s and 80s. That they just don't make films as fast as they used to. In terms of like these new horror guys, like Zombie, Wan, even Flanagan. Like Flanagan's on a nice run right now.
He's had a really good run for sure.
But nothing compared to like a multi-decade run.
No, I mean this run is spanning 4 different decades.
That's impressive as hell. I love it, man. That's great. I didn't even realize how much I liked Cronenberg until now.
Dude, I literally was thinking of that when I was watching The Brood, because I watched Shivers first, which I had seen before. Then I watched Videodrome, which I had seen before. Then I watched The Brood, which I had never seen. And then I started thinking about Rabid and The Fly and The Dead Zone. And I was like, holy shit. I was like, Cronenberg has like a great filmography. Mm-hmm. Like he really has, and Crash even, which I really like. I was like, wow, like I didn't realize how much I love Cronenberg.
You should check out Naked Lunch, man. Criterion.
I know
put out the Blu-ray,
that's
actually.
the one I want to actually see because that was another one that was considered for the 90s show with Duncan on an episode that I wasn't on, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
But
I have a show with Duncan now.
I know, I heard.
Yeah, well, sort of a season, but yeah, a season of a show, but that's cool. No, like Naked Lunch, though, yeah, you definitely got to check that out because I read the William
Patreon, hit me up with Naked Lunch.
Yeah, girls, hit up my boy JP with that Naked Lunch and dinner. Hell yeah.
It's awesome. Yeah, it's truly incredible, man. That's something else. Canadian.
Yeah.
It is.
Canadian, man.
There's not really like a whole fuck ton of like notable Canadian directors. I mean, there's
Bob
lots out
Clark.
there, but that made like there's Bob Clark and stuff. He did only 3 horror films really. Then there's William Freud, my father, who did he did lots. He did a lot of films. But really, like Cronenberg, like there's not I mean, you could throw Ryan Nicholson there. He has an abundance of films he's known, but like for Canadian directors, man, there's not really that many. I guess you throw Soska Sisters in there if you want, but
Yeah.
just kind of shocking.
Just to say something about Ryan Nicholson really quickly is when I first saw Gutter Balls, there is a quote that I have said for a long time ever since I first saw it, and I really like when he goes when the guy has the broken foot and he's like, cock sucking foot. I think that sometimes it's randomly, like while I'm driving, I'll be like make a left at the stop sign, and I'll just hear in my head cock sucking foot, and I'm like, yeah, that's my life.
That is so fucking random, man. Why would that pop into your fucking head, man?
It just does, dude. I don't know. It hit me, and I'll just think about it and be like, huh, and then I go about my day.
But you know what's funny? I mean, everybody has those moments because I have the same fucking moments all the time. Like I don't know. I find myself quoting The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air at least a dozen times a week, and I always fucking say jam all the time. Like sometimes I'll just say I'll be like eating a fucking salad or something and be like jam, because Will Smith would say there was this one episode where he does that and it just always stuck in my fucking head, man. I don't know, weird like that.
Yeah, my favorite thing about that is a starter making trouble in my neighborhood. I really want to do a remix where it's like a starter making trouble, a starter making trouble, a starter making trouble in my neighborhood. Yeah, I don't know. Song.
Awesome. All right, well, that was fun. Got to realize that David Cronenberg is one of the true masters, man.
Jeez.
Definitely objectively probably in the top 5.
Yeah. Damn. Wow.
It's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
All right, so that is knowledge.
And now, our feature presentation.
Alrighty, so getting into the featured reviews here on episode 175. Yes, this is a Patreon pick, and excuse my ignorance, but I can't remember who the Patreoner was. I think JP just mentioned that it was the same guy that gave us the Invasion of the Body Snatchers show. We apologize.
You know what, man?
We apologize.
I feel like such a scumbag because, like, that's something that I should know because, like, this guy gave us his hard-earned money to do this damn show, and I can't even acknowledge who he is. But to be fair, he did not do it through the Patreon channel. He did it through email, and I get a lot of emails, like, not just like movie-related stuff. It's like my personal email too. So, I don't remember who it was, but he gave us he bought two shows. It was a pretty penny. He bought the Invasion of the Body Snatchers OG versus remake, and this show, a Cronenberg Spotlight, which was long overdue. Thank you for that. Somebody needs to give us a Stephen King show next. And he did pick the Brood, VideoDrome, and The Fly. But we pulled The Fly and put in Shivers because we want to do The Fly as a franchise eventually.
That is correct. So I think from now on, I think we're gonna have to start putting those names on our Google page, especially for these featured reviews, because they don't really get written down on there as much. But again, we do apologize here at 22 Shots. We do appreciate the love you guys are showing us, and we should probably pay more attention to the names.
Yeah.
So with that said, David Cronenberg, man, very, very amazing director, as we just kind of talked about.
Absolutely.
And, I mean, it was a little bit eye-opening, I think, for maybe you guys, just considering his long, like, amazing run that he's done and stuff, which is like truly incredible. But we're going to start at the beginning of that line with a film from 1975 called Shivers. Quick little synopsis. The residents of a suburban high-rise apartment building are being infected by a strain of parasites that turn them into mindless, sex-crazed fiends out to infect others by the slightest sexual contact. Thoughts on the film? Watson, why don't you start us off?
Okay. All right. Yeah. So the first thing I noticed about this movie was the homegirl, Lynn Lowry.
Yes.
Am I right? Like, she was a stunningly beautiful young woman. She looks good now. And I first saw her back in, when I was a young man in 1970 with I Drink Your Blood. And she doesn't say a word in that flick. I'm not even sure if she was credited. And then she was also in The Crazies, if I remember correctly, the original Crazy 73, Cat People 82. And it's funny because she didn't do a whole lot of work in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, but like Girlfriend's rock in the 2000s. Like, if IMDb can be trusted, I was reading up on her a little while I was kind of taking my notes, and she's got like over 30 projects coming out that haven't been released yet. So
yeah, it is incredible, man. She's got 110 credits to her name here, and you're right. Like, she only did a few things in the 70s and 80s, and then a couple odds and ends in the 90s and shit, and then 2000. So she did something in 95, and then 2005. It just like. She must have did 100 of her credits from 2005 up, and she's got like 30 things coming out. And I noticed this last night too. I was like, how in the fuck?
You saw that? Cool.
All these films that are like in filming or in post production or announced or whatever. I'm like, damn, that is fucking crazy, dude.
I'm glad you noticed that. Yeah, girls getting that money is what's going on. But so let me just say this, and I thought of you, Moods, because I watched this movie after a big dinner and a few drinks, and bro, I was getting a little bit queasy during some of the body horror scenes with our dude in the bed,
okay.
Nicholas Tudor,
Okay, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna intervene right now. There's something about David Cronenberg's films, and they always make me fucking gag. I think maybe it's just the effectiveness of the prop, maybe it's something to do with the parasite in this one and stuff. But yeah, when it's coming out of fucking Nick's mouth, like, it's so nasty. But in all of his films, certain scenes just always make me kind of queasy. That's a good thing. That's really, really effective. But yeah, this one in particular, I'm not going to lie, dude. I was watching this film a couple nights ago, and I wasn't feeling good. Like, I was kind of like, just my stomach was a little bit upset and shit. I was watching this, and I'm like, oh my God. Like, I was literally having like hot flashes and shit. I'm like, I'm going to fucking get sick. I'm going to fucking puke watching a David Cronenberg movie. No shit, dude. And there's just like no beating around the bush with David Cronenberg, because this movie opens up with, I love the way this movie opens up, man. It's like, so it's got this great contrast, it's got like this kind of voiceover and this narration of like, it's almost like a commercial for this white privilege high rise type area and stuff like that. And it's like telling you
I love the way that it feels with the music and the narration. Like, it reminds you, it really does feel real, like a real infomercial on this like wonderful place. Hell, I wanted to.
I know it does a little bit, but I love the way
they got their own fucking doctor, dude.
Yeah, it's cool, man. So like, yeah, it's got this awesome kind of happy feel, like white picket fence type feel to this shit and stuff like that. And then you see these people coming into this apartment building, this complex or whatever, and they're being greeted by the doorman and shit. And then in typical Cronenberg fashion, it cuts to the scene upstairs, and it's got this dude. He's obviously a doctor. He's doing like a surgical procedure on this teenager, and he's like fucking cutting her open and shit, and he's got the surgical mask, and he's like, he's pouring acid inside of her and shit like that, and you're like, what the fuck is going on? I love that contrast, because everything's happy downstairs and everything's fucking like hell upstairs kind of thing, right? He just sets the tone, he sets the mood, he sets like, it's so perfectly in this movie, man. I love the way that opens up. It's great, because it has you thinking like, what the fuck is going on here, man? What is this dude doing? But
totally. And by the way, I gotta cut in. And did anybody think that Nicholas Tudor looked like he was played by Ross from Friends if he lived in the 70s?
I want to show you my notes right now, but I have that fucking written down, and I was the one that wanted to say that too. The whole time I'm rewatching this movie, all I could think about was, when is he going to grab his monkey or call Rachel?
Yes.
Right?
Oh, dude, I'm so glad that you're saying that, because I was like dying, because I saw this movie like, I think one time like 10 years ago, didn't really remember it. And because and here we are. I'm just going, well, yo, this dude is 70s Ross from Friends. I love it.
Totally.
But okay, check it, guys. I've been on this kick lately where I've been obsessed with movies that deal with a loss of agency, right? Like when your will is no longer your own, and these types of infection, body snatcher narratives, they fit the bill perfectly for that whole thing that I've been into. So this movie, it operates on a Freudian level, in that we've got this doctor, this Hobbs dude who you just talked about, who invents this parasite, that removes our inhibitions because he believes that we humans think too much and are no longer in touch with our primal selves. So that's why when you're infected, you're this sex-crazed maniac, right? The whole thing here that Hobbes hates is what Freud called our superego, which is our conscience that we develop like around the age of 5 or 6 or something like that, if I remember right. Yeah. It's 5 years old. But the sort of opposite of the superego is what he called the id. And that's exactly what this parasite brings out of us. It's that part of our subconscious that is operated by the pleasure principle. I talked about that in the Bloody Bits review I did on Daniel Isn't Real, which the pleasure principle is essentially this driving force in us that Freud talked about that wants immediate gratification of all needs, wants, urges. And so if you buy into Freud, you maybe fuck Freud, fine, whatever. But if you buy into some of the stuff he said and nobody's really been able to disprove his weird shit, then literally everything boils down to sex. So it would make sense that the infected decide to start this sexual assault brigade. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so this movie has some like hilarious behind the scenes stuff going on. I read a little bit of trivia. I guess the actor who played the character of Janine Tudor, I can't remember her name, but she couldn't cry on command. So at one point she tells Cronenberg, listen, here's what you got to do. I got to cry, when the scene comes. So just start slapping me in the face like over and over until I start crying. So he's like, okay, I'm gonna do that. Well, so they're doing that to prepare for the scene, and Barbara Steele sees this, who's the lesbian neighbor girl, and we can talk about her in a bit. But so she thinks like Cronenberg is like legit abusing her, and she like was about to beat the shit out of Cronenberg. It's hilarious. And when he finally was like, no, this is what we're doing, and she's like, no, this is what we're doing. She's like, oh, it's all good, and they had a laugh. Like, what the hell, right? And so just a couple of my other bullet points. I read a trivia where Lynn Lowry talked about this scene where, where Cronenberg attacks her in the apartment. She's making dinner for the doctor, her doctor man, and he's going to be coming up soon. Well, I guess Cronenberg comes in, and and he comes in instead of the doctor and attempts to get all up in that, which, hey, I can understand that. Not to get up in that non-consensually. I mean, just ask her if she's down, and if not, leave. That's what's up. We're progressive here. But so, if you recall, she stabs him in the shoulder with this giant fork. I guess Cronenberg had put this padding on his shoulder for that scene, but she missed. And just gets him with this fork. But so okay, I got a question for you guys that was nagging me when I watched this. What did you guys make of that elevator scene in the third act with the mother and young daughter? Okay, we got that creepy infected dude. What is he eating, pie or something? I don't know what he's doing. He gets in with them, and then when we see them next a few minutes later, mom's on the ground looking like she just got some. But let's not ignore the fact that
the kid's in there.
Little girl little girl's got messed up hair. She's infected too. And I don't know how you get infected by touch. I'm just saying that. And it even goes on to, she even goes on to be the one to infect the security guard by mouth. Like, were you guys shocked at all of that scene? Because if Cronenberg is implying what I think he is,
well,
then but
he's definitely
like,
implying that. He's definitely implying that because I mean, if you're infected and you're doing crazy ass shit, I mean, it's probably not out of the norm to do something like that. Yeah, it's something that you definitely don't want to be seen or even thinking about because let's face it, we know what that is.
So you guys got that same impression too? Like that guy came into that elevator and
he did some raping on the kid. Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
But he had to have. But I mean, it's just it's implied. I mean, he did it classy though. He didn't show it. He implies it.
Yeah, that's fine. I like.
But given the circumstances, I mean, he's out of his mind, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can justify it. You can justify it a little bit. I mean, it's
yeah.
not
None of these people
practical.
are like in control of. Well, it
not
depends
really.
how you take. It
they
depends
really become
how
mindless.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And obviously are doing crazy ass shit. So, but yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying. I mean, it's tough to ingest, you know, and accept that happened. But at the same time, you can, if you look at it like, you know, they are mindless at this point. I mean, their primal instincts are kicking in, which is, you know, to breed, right? Sex.
And you know what? Well said, because that was the whole basis of whole Freud's thing was basically like where it's just all about the sex. It's all about the, you know, and I guess if you get into evolutionary psychology, everything is about back when we were cavemen and cave women, and it was all about procreating, and this parasite is bringing us back to those primal days of it's like, okay, we think too much now. We're building skyscrapers. We got this whole community, this whole thing. I like how you said this white privilege community up in this place. What was it called? The Skyliner. What was it called? Or I can't remember what the community was called. But basically, you've got this island of, you know, important rich people living in this place, and then this doctor's like, hey, well, I got this 19-year-old girl. And guys, I was glad because, you know, he strips her naked. And, you know, you see what she got, which is fine, and that's fantastic. But then when they started talking in the, like, I think in the second act about how she was 12 years old, I'm like, wait, I get this is the 70s. I get this is Cronenberg. Did we just see nudity from somebody depicting a 12-year-old? And then the death, the radio ad the radio story says that she was 19. So it's like, okay, good. At least that wasn't a 12-year-old we're seeing. Otherwise,
yeah, I thought that was a fuck up. Because I assumed that she was of age because Nick was actually in a relationship with her too.
Yes, because that she was okay. So guys,
she lived in the apartment. She lived in the apartment.
Yeah, so she was infecting.
Yeah, but doesn't the dude say the dude says he was touching her breasts or something like that?
When
breast exams.
When
the
she
12
was,
is that?
So some time had passed. I guess we're supposed to believe.
Oh, okay.
And so, but the thing that's crazy is, so Annabelle, that's her name.
Yeah.
She's infecting people because she gets with that one guy the doctor examines later, who's an older guy, middle-aged guy. She got with Dr. Hobbs. She presumably, like just Moods just said, got with Nick, got with Ross from the 70s. And it's like, so this girl. So I want to know at what point it got uncontrollable, because obviously the parasite started with Hobbs and her. And
well, so I thought about that too, actually, because as she was the test subject, I'm assuming that this parasite needed to grow into what it becomes, right? So I'm thinking, you know, he infects her, or he puts this parasite into her. It needs to grow. So I'm assuming it slowly, she progressed into this, you know, kind of sexual, whatever, you know, going out of her way and, you know, hooking up with all these people and stuff. It wasn't full blown like we were seeing it, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's infecting her, and it's forcing her, it's creating her to be a little bit more sexually active, hence her going out and hooking up with all these people and stuff. But then it obviously grew into what it was, and then he realized that, holy shit, I have a problem here. I need to end this. Right? So, we just don't see the buildup of it. I mean, it's not like he implanted the parasite fully blown and like the way it was, right? There had to be a progression there.
So we're getting the
because that's normal medical testing, though, right? You test that they're, you inject somebody with something, right, and then you watch it. You take notes and stuff, and you're kind of watching the progression, and the shit just went batshit on him. So.
You just helped me through a problem I had with the film. Thank you, because I was sort of wondering what that gap was. But you're right, there has to be some kind of incubation period. Yes. You know what? I'm down with that. I dig it. Thank you, man. Yeah.
Well, it's like anything. It's like anything you're doing with science. Like if you put some type of shit into a petri dish, and what do? You monitor. You monitor it, right? And you take notes through time and stuff, and it develops or grows or mold, whatever the fuck you're doing with this shit, man. Same with the parasite. You're monitoring it.
And it is disturbing that he put it in her when she was 12, which, yikes, that's not good. So we got an incubation period here of about 7 years or so when she was doing her. Finally, this parasite grows, like you're saying, and then she starts getting a little more sexually active, infects Nick, infects that one guy in the middle of the story. And it makes sense,
but it makes sense, though. It makes sense that he put it into a 12-year-old because that's about the time when your hormones are changing and you're becoming sexually active and stuff, right? So then you could actually get better results at the beginning of someone's sexual peak, or not peak, the beginning of their sexual drive or whatever, and then that's how that you watch that parasite.
You just blew my mind right now with that, because that's perfect. Because why do it later? When, because we're animals, right? So you don't want to get into the stage past that. You want to get that parasite going as the sexuality, as those hormones are hitting. Yeah, that's great.
Well, if you want to get the correct readings, man, you got to start at the beginning. So why not start at the beginning of her sexual drive and put this parasite that you're testing out, and then it took the 7 years to become the fucking maniac that it became.
The sexual assault beast. So I gotta just say, though, by the way, this guy with the breast exams that were being hidden. So this girl was obviously. Do you think this guy was abusing her sexually, or that there was it was basically a just sort of the medical aspect of what he was doing with this parasite?
Not the way they describe him. They kind of describe him as being very professional and stuff. So I mean, I'm assuming he was obviously doing wrong shit. He shouldn't have been injecting 12-year-old girls. I don't think it was a sexual thing for himself. I think he was really trying to study what his theory was.
He was using her, but not like you think. Oh, that is clever. Damn, Cronenberg's a genius.
Yeah,
I'm okay.
Because otherwise, I mean, there's a point when he obviously realizes that this shit has gone too far, and there's a fucking problem here that he has to take care of and stuff. I mean, he's obviously got some morals here. He's like not gonna try and continue this shit. He's gonna try and take care of it and stuff, which obviously didn't work because this shit escapes her. Which is actually kind of one of the funniest parts about this movie, too, is that this thing is like, it kind of looks like an uncircumcised penis.
Oh, why did you have to say it? Yeah.
Doesn't it, though? Like this little fucking, I shouldn't say it's a little parasite. It looks like a huge ass fucking slug, but an uncircumcised slug penis. And this shit, like, literally can fucking move around. Like, there's a scene in this film where Nick has obviously been infected with this fucking parasite, and he's feeling really ill. Like, he's at work and he's just not good and stuff. He goes back home and it starts to progress really bad and stuff. And there's a scene where he actually goes out onto his deck on his, in his apartment, and he pukes
moods.
He pukes over the edge. And there's this funny ass scene where there's these two old ladies walking by with this umbrella, and it fucking hits the umbrella, and then they're kind of like, what the fuck happened? They're kind of joking about it, whatever. But this parasite actually hits that thing and runs back into the building. It's like, what the fuck does happen?
I love that scene.
Yeah, so it's pretty much got a mind of its own, man. It has an agenda, and it's going to fulfill that agenda. So it's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome.
God, head, man. Yeah.
JP, what are your thoughts on it?
Where are you, bud?
Dude, I love this movie. I think that the apartment setting is just like super cool. The whole parasite thing. Yeah, we probably seen it like later done, the whole parasite and infected and stuff like that. But this was pretty early, you know what I mean? So it's pretty unique. And the way that it's, taking this sort of sexual spin on it is something that, is unique to this, which is really cool. And I like the primal rage. Like, we've seen primal rage, but when you throw the primal sexual act into it, it kind of changes things. The gore, like the gore and the slot, like the parasites are fucking gross. And I actually, when I first heard of this movie, like I had no idea what the hell it was about, and even watching it, I did not expect it to almost have this creature element to it. You know what I mean? With the parasites, I never expected that. But yeah, no, it's a great movie. I dig the hell out of it. I love that whole like Pleasantville-esque like infomercial thing. It really sets the feeling of this like complex.
It does, because it's on an island, okay? So it's this exclusive building on an exclusive island. So obviously nothing wrong should go on there. And yet at the end we get that scene where everybody's driving out in their cars, hot ass Lynn Lowry, we got our blonde ass doctor, and they're driving out to go do their thing in the city. And I'm not sure if there's something we're supposed to be cluing into about exclusivity spreading to something. I don't know. I all I'm saying is like nothing wrong should have been happening there, but it was behind the scenes.
It's very believable to have it in a complex like that too, because I mean, he obviously thought this through. I mean, if you just had it like in a general neighborhood, it just seems unbelievable in like a that type of setting where it can easily it's accessible. You can move around easy in an apartment building and affect people that way and stuff. And the setting just works for the story. It makes it a little bit more I mean, if you can say believable, but you know what I'm saying? Like you pretty much have to do this type of story in an apartment building where everyone's very close knit and stuff. And, and then you end up with a fucking great pool scene at the end.
There's even there's like a funny moment with the two old ladies walking below the balcony. And the dude like throws up the thing and it splats, and they're like the birds flying everything. Oh dear.
Dude, I just fucking brought that up, man.
I love that. Yeah, that was like one of the scenes. Yeah,
that scene's amazing.
Gosh, I'm curious where you guys are rating this, because I actually just changed my rating because you guys moods. You talked me through a problem I had with the film, and it kind of righted that whole wrong. And so I am like, I just changed my score. I'm so curious where you guys are coming in on this.
I've always been really high on this one, man. I think it's a great film, man. I mean, going back to like Lynn Lowry and shit, it's pretty cool. We get to see her tits in this movie. She's got really big nipples, man, to be honest. The other really cool thing about this, we didn't mention, Barbara Steele's in this film, and we kind of get to see her boobs in this film.
Do you?
Yeah, in the pool scene at the end. When she's in the water, you can see through her shirt and stuff.
Yeah, a bunch of crew members were like jumping in the pool, like fuck it, like, and they're just getting in that scene. That's hilarious.
Well, I mean, everyone's kind of infected. I mean, everybody's infected except for I think the one dude or whatever, and that's why it turns into like a big pool orgy, kind of at the end there. But yeah, no, it's kind of interesting. Like Barbara Steele in this film, she's obviously an Italian scream queen, one of the most famous people out of Italy and stuff. And it's pretty cool that she ended up in this Canadian David Cronenberg film. She was about 38 when she did this movie, and I believe it's the only film I can think of that she ever showed her boobs in, which is kind of crazy. But kind of cool, man. But a cool cast though, man. Cool cast having Lynn Lowry and fucking Barbara Steele.
I had such a big crush on her because I first saw I Drink Your Blood in I actually saw it like a handful of years ago with my son in a theater in Olympia. One of the art house theaters was showing I Drink Your Blood. I don't know why, but my son was like 12 years old and he loved it. He took to I Drink Your Blood like it was the coolest thing he's ever seen. And I'm just like, yo, okay, I'm with you on that. And I was like, who's that chick that ain't talking? Because I'm down with that. Not the not talking part, because believe me, I'm down with women's agency, and please talk to me because I like to have a good conversation. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that she was just gorgeous, and I was cool seeing her in this. I think in the 22 Shots guest chat, Derek Derek Bougie 92 said was like, how about Lynn Lowry's chest? And it's like, yeah, it's there. It happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was playing off your joke, Justin. I don't know if I did a good job. I was trying to do the random number. But was 92 not the year you were born?
No, it wasn't.
Wait, fuck. What year? You're a 91 guy?
Yeah.
Damn it. Well.
No, the joke works because it shows that you listen to the show. I appreciate it.
Because I love you guys. All right. No, so okay. What are we gonna do with ratings? Do we want to get into the final thoughts right now, or we want to talk more about some Freud shit? What are you guys doing?
You could rate first.
All right, I'll do it. Wait, hold on. If the J Dog were here, he'd be like, "Fuck you, you Mexican asshole! I don't want to go first." But it's
true.
Yeah, I'll go.
It is true.
Do you like that he doesn't just call you an asshole, but it's a Mexican asshole? It's a specific kind. Like that? I love it. And granted, if any one of us gets, if you ever get famous, or could you imagine if Jeremy got famous?
Dude, there would be like a gold mine of fucking. He would get fired from so many projects. Be like, new audio unearthed from 6 years
Man, we
ago.
could get him fired any day of the week right now, man. Just send one of his bosses any clips from the show and be like, man, we can't have you on the set, man. And be like, why? I heard the podcast.
Yeah, because you're like...
You're the most racist Jew ever.
Yeah. The best thing was when he called the homophobes who didn't like Knife Plus Heart when he said the word he said. I was like, wow, the J Dog has come to represent. Okay, here's the deal. Final thoughts for this. I'm coming in an 8 out of 10. This is a solid, guys. This is a solid first effort by Cronenberg here that manages to give us that gross out, sex crazed creature feature, along with a commentary of sorts about the importance of our evolved sense of humanity. Like, without that, we're no different than any wild fucking animal out there. In fact, let me just amend that. Let me change that a little bit. In fact, without that, we're the worst animal of all, I'd say. So I should mention that as far as filming goes, okay, yeah, you can tell this is Cronenberg's first movie. It is a far cry from the filmmaker he eventually becomes, that's for sure, because there's not too much here to speak of in the way of like interesting camera dynamics and insane shots and frills.
It feels very 70s.
It does. It really does. It's a little boring in composition, but not in theme or overall execution. So what I'm saying, though, is that it's a fun, engaging story with enough shock value to entertain hardened horror fans. Even now, 8 out of 10, man. This is some good stuff. What do you guys say?
Yeah,
low?
What's that?
Am I too high? Am I too low? What do you guys think?
Well, JP, you go.
Okay, so I agree with you on all fronts. What you said, the cinematography and like visual sense isn't necessarily a high point in this. Other than I do think that the way that the opening starts is shot really well and edited very well and stuff like that. But I love the 70s when it feels very 70s, and this film definitely does, like, just the style and the even the decor, right? Because there's a ton of decor in this film, all the furniture and apartment buildings and stuff. What's that?
It's brown as hell. What's the 70s not brown as fuck?
Yeah, the 70s is like so fucking dull. I always associate like every time I see brown or kind of dull colors, I just instantly think of fucking the 70s. That kind of pukey green color and shit.
Yeah, pukey green color. Yeah, that's a big one.
Moods, I do too. That's awesome.
Yeah, so do I.
Keep going, buddy.
But, I love the just atmosphere of that, and the gross out parasites, and just it's kind of nasty, and like even the dude early on who's like having the stomach pains and stuff like that.
Ross?
Is it
fucking Ross from Friends?
Yeah, see, I don't know what that is.
You never watch Friends, man? That's totally David Schwimmer, man.
I've never seen a single episode of Friends.
Oh my God.
All right.
Yeah, I know it's popular, but Anyway, yeah, I'm coming in a smidge higher at an 8.5 out of 10.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, dude. I mean, yeah, this is for a first feature film. I think Cronenberg did a really fantastic job. I think the narrative is actually really cool. It's ballsy. It's. I think it's kind of tough to pull off this type of story, this type of narrative, without being like super campy and cheesy. And somehow he manages to pull it off. You know, it's literally a fucking slug-sized, uncircumcised penis running around infecting people at times and shit. But for some amazing way, he doesn't make it cheesy and campy and laughable. You know, there's not really a lot of moments in this film where you find yourself laughing unintentionally at parts and stuff. And, you know, which is a really good thing. It's a test to what he was, you know, set out to do and accomplished, which I find truly amazing. You know, cool characters, man. Really interesting narrative. Again, like I said, I think it's just the standout thing here. Amazing effects. I love what he does with Nick, though, because when you get introduced to Nick in the beginning of the film, you know, he's introduced as our main character. You know, our main protagonist here, and you know, even though he kind of is. He's like infected right from the beginning of the film, and he's not really the main focus point of this movie at all, but like they keep coming back to him and treating him like he's the main focus. And I really like that type of structure in the film because again, it's hard to do. It's really hard to do because again, he's kind of your main character, but he's not, right? It's kind of interesting.
I like that.
Yeah, so I really like how he constructed this film, and you know, obviously the setting's amazing and stuff like that too. But a lot of really great characters. I like what is the Joe Silver character? He plays the other doctor in the film. He's like so Jewish looking, and there's a scene in this film where he's eating this huge pickle, and I'm just like, was that Cronenberg's attempt at making some really comical, like some comic relief in the film, or what? He even asked for the fucking pickle back, and he's like, "Yo, man, it's used." Right? But he does it again and doesn't make it all campy and cheesy and shit like that. But I love the tone. I absolutely love this tone, man. I think it's really great. It just feels like a serious horror film that turns out to actually be serious, even though it's about a huge ass parasite. And, you know, the whole premise about, you know, lowering the ambition and creating a more sexually driven society is kind of maniacal. It's insane to do something like that. It's interesting. It's like a combination of an aphrodisiac and venereal disease. I think they say that in the film. That will hopefully turn the world into one mindless orgy. Now, like, that thought process is just fucking mind-blowing. Like, could you imagine if everybody was infected? Like, what would it actually become?
Jeez.
Like, the world would just have so many kids that weren't being taken care of. Because everybody would be fucking.
Sure.
Like, the end result here is not good.
It's bringing us back. It's a de-evolution is what it is.
It is de-evolution. It is.
Wow. Yeah.
That's exactly what I was getting at. It's like de-evolution. I mean, because these guys were so mindless that, you know, at least back in the, you know, those early primal days, you know, it was to procreate. And,
yeah.
But at the end of the day, you would still take care of your offspring. Your kin would be okay.
Absolutely.
In this state,
yeah,
it's causing an apocalypse. Really, man, through fucking. It's kind of crazy when you really put that into perspective. It's an interesting premise.
Apocalypse fucking.
Apocalypse fucking. Yeah.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's really crazy. One thing to note, actually, this movie was actually produced by Ivan Reitman, who went on to direct
Ghostbusters.
Exactly.
I saw that in credits and I couldn't believe my freaking eyes. Wow.
Yeah, Ivan Reitman, you know, he honestly directed a lot of fucking very notable films. He actually directed Cannibal Girls, which is another Canadian film that came out. Oh, you haven't seen Cannibal Girls from 1973? And it's got Eugene Levy in it. He stars in this movie. Yeah.
That figures because okay, all right.
I actually have a couple copies of that movie because, you know, it's Canadian. I have to have my Canucksploitation in the collection. But yeah, man, you know, he did fucking Cannibal Girls, Meatballs, Stripes, Ghostbusters, Twins, Ghostbusters 2, Kindergarten Cop, Junior. He did so many fucking movies, man. It's crazy, but gotta have a start somewhere, right? Yeah, man. Shivers, fantastic film. I am also coming in at an 8.5 out of 10. I think it's great. I do agree with the fact that like Cronenberg really hadn't established his type of style. Like, so the cinematography's not flashy in this at all, but I think it works for what it is. It's not like he's doing, boring static shots and stuff. And I think the direction is decent in this for what you have. You got to remember, it almost feels like a contained horror film too, because it's really taking place all in one building. So there's not really a lot to work with in that aspect. I think some of the best work is probably maybe the mindless pool orgy scene at the end. There's some pretty interesting shit that's going on there and stuff, but there is some cool shots throughout it. But when you're working with a confined area, it's it's a little bit more difficult. But kudos to him for making a really low budget but almost semi polished type film, which I really enjoy. So, but 8.5 out of 10. I think it's great.
They come from the unknown, and they're here now, hiding, waiting to strike. You can feel their presence all around you. Never before have you come this close to the edge of terror.
All right, so moving along to 1979, 4 years later, David Cronenberg with, I believe, his like third or fourth film. Yeah, something like that. Third, yeah. With The Brood. This one gets a lot of notoriety. People talk about The Brood quite often. It's in my opinion, it's one of Cronenberg's more popular films, I guess. Mm-hmm. So popular, Criterion gave it the justice it needs. But 1979's The Brood. Synopsis. A man tries to uncover an unconventional psychologist's therapy techniques on his institutionalized wife amidst a series of brutal murders. Yeah, man, The Brood is, again, it's very, very Cronenberg.
Dude, yeah, it's super Cronenberg. And honestly, I never seen this film and I didn't know what it was about, which was probably one of the coolest things to see this movie that way, because I was like, where's this going? And then, it started clicking and I'm like, wow, that is a cool idea. Like that's just not something that I really seen before. It's kind of a hard film to talk about without like spoiling directly, but like I just love where the story goes. I thought it was super unique and very just creepy as hell too, with like the damn dwarves.
Well, it's interesting because Cronenberg kind of introduced us with some body horror and Shivers. And yeah, this is his fourth movie. But this movie takes it to a different level of body horror. Mm-hmm. The idea that he brings to the table in the narrative here is fucking incredibly creative.
Jeez,
to create what he does and to make it kind of make sense is like truly masterful.
It's a little almost like, I don't even know what to describe it at, because it's not necessarily supernatural or like, it's just super something. It's something.
It's not supernatural at all. It's physical. It's definitely physical. I mean, especially with the scene at the end with the sack and shit like that.
Yeah,
right?
Like but it's like otherworldly. I don't know. He normally does it. He normally keeps stuff like kind of in reality a little bit, but it's just like how it all works is kind of just, it's interesting. I don't know how to describe what it is really.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit complicated to explain without really kind of spoiling the whole thing.
I mean, obviously there's a huge weight on mental illness and repressing things, and
well, that's where he continues this
that coming to the surface and stuff.
Yeah, he continues this theme from Shivers, about medical experiments and dealing with doctors and that professions and stuff. And then of course Oliver Reed plays the doctor in this film, and he is taken upon himself to basically look after or treat, I should say, this our main character's wife. Mm-hmm. She's a little bit disturbed and stuff, but he's got different motives. Let's just put it that way. I wouldn't even say really motives, but experiments and shit. It's just this movie is kind of a trip.
Dude, totally. It's bizarre. I love it though. It's just so cool. And even like when you first see one of the dwarfs, you're like, what the fuck? And you're like, I'm like, like, you know, like a fucking Bad Ronald type thing. This thing was like living in the walls or something and finally got pissed off one day. Like, you know, but then like, you're like, okay, that doesn't make sense. How would that? And then once you start piecing everything together, you're like, oh, okay. So this is not like traditional reality type shit here. This is something different. I dig this. It's cool. It makes sense too. When like how they explain like what it is and like why it's happening and stuff, it totally makes sense. It's like metaphorical and cool, you know. Watson, what do you think about this one?
I better start off with this question. So we aren't spoiling these in these reviews, are we?
We'll try to keep it pretty spoiler free.
Yeah, because this is one of those movies that people just need to see, man.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you should have seen it by now anyways, really.
Yeah, I was being a bit fast and loose with that last review, but I'll rein it in. Okay, first thing I gotta say, Oliver Reed is a badass. That guy, all right, okay, yeah, he was a little bit of an asshole in real life who was jealous as fuck of Jack Nicholson, but homies, this guy he's quoted as saying he just wanted to do two things in life. He wanted to drink every pub dry and sleep with every woman on earth.
Yeah.
Only those two things, huh?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Just two things. This dude literally died while filming Gladiator 2000 with Russell Crowe because he shows up to this bar one night, drops $600 drinking rum, whiskey, and beer, arm wrestling sailors until his heart just explodes. Like, I don't think you could go out any better way than that. Like, that
dude was a G, man.
Oh man, was he ever? But okay, so. You guys, I had to sit. This was a first time watch for me. This was one of the Cronenberg movies that had gotten by me all these years.
Wow.
And so I had to sit on this film for a couple days after watching it to really take it in because certain story beats had me a bit perplexed. Like, you guys ever have movies like that where you get what the movie is saying on a figurative level, but you're not exactly sure how the film pulls off the plot's like literal depiction of that metaphor? That's a weird question.
Yeah, no, I do understand what you're saying. This particular movie, though, I didn't feel that way.
Okay, awesome. And you know what? And maybe you can help talk me through something because I have a small issue, and believe me, nothing that's gonna be to the detriment of this film because I love this movie, you know. But to be a little clear with what I was saying for listeners, like, I understood the metaphors that work in the plot and had no issues with the message that violence and abuse are often cyclical and have the potential to beget more of the same. Okay, I get these children who are these dwarves, I guess, you know, who very deliberately bear a striking resemblance to Candace as well as Nola when she was a kid. If you caught that little picture of her,
yeah.
I get that these creatures are the external manifestations of Nola's childhood trauma. Maybe I've said too much there.
It's not just her childhood trauma; it's also the trauma that has been induced through, you know, her present life too.
Yes. Yeah. And so I want to get into that because exactly. Thank you for saying that. So okay, so you couple that right there with the motifs revolving around motherhood, toxic maternity, and childbirth, and this movie makes sense figuratively to me. So I guess, okay, walk me through this if we can on a spoiler-free level, because I do feel you're right. People need to see this. This is a great movie. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if I understood how this was happening in the world of the film. Like, I literally went into the kitchen for 30 seconds to get a glass of water, and at first I felt like I missed a piece of the puzzle as to what Oliver Reed's therapeutic methods were. Like, what the hell is psychoplasmics? Because it looked to me like some, you know, because I have a psych background, I have a degree in psychology, you know, it looked like some form of super aggressive psychotherapy that uses role-playing as a means to help patients get through their pain via catharsis. But I just didn't understand how this brought about.
Okay, so
psychoplasmics is it was a technique that he apparently created, and it was to like unleash their hatred through like physical manifestations. Oh my god, I can't talk. By almost like transforming your body physically, right? So I don't know why you would think this would be a good idea to practice something like this or attempt to try it and do something like this.
Because that's what man does.
Yeah, we just do weird things. But okay, so essentially transforming your body, say through, creating sacs or fucking tumors or rashes or whatever the fuck it may. I think they even say that, tumors and rashes and stuff. It was a way to, kind of unleash that, your hatred and your issues that you've had, your psychological issues and stuff like that. So that's where it comes from.
So what do you think his method was? Because when I watch, I will say this: when I watched
his method was, it was basically getting it out of her, right? Or any patient. Like you got to dig deep into her mind and shit like that, and allow her to express it to the point. Like it has to be expressed so sharply and so directly, and it has to be truly believed for her to manifestate. To get that hatred out there, to actually transform and shit, right? So that's what his role is to bring it out of her, to truly bring it out of her. Yeah.
So do you like it as more of a metaphor? Because that's a fantastic metaphor, and I love that you said that. That was really good. Because when I watched the third act again, I had to watch the third act again with subtitles this time. And I'll say this: Oliver Reed's whole Soma Free Institute made a lot more sense to me when I watched it again, because Soma is a reference to that book, Huxley's Brave New World from the 30s, 1932, in fact, in which a pill called Soma is given to all the people as the religion of the masses. I'm doing air quotes, folks. The religion of the masses. So Soma Free is referring to a medication-free type of therapy, which I didn't catch before. So, but I guess sort of okay. What I was sort of wondering is, like, do you feel like it might have been better for there to have been some kind of mad scientist medication that would inspire this change in the body, or do you guys like that it's drug free?
I like
that it's drug free, to be honest. I think that he just had this power, he had this ability, and I think this is what he was known for. People trust him and believed in his work and stuff. And I don't think you need a lot of background on the character. I think that I think it manifests itself within the narrative. I think that you understand that he is something and he's doing something and he really believes in it truly. And I think that's all you really need, right? I don't think you need anything more.
So,
and he did eventually turn on it too, because it got too much for him in the end.
Because he didn't realize that her hatred was going to be so deep and end up killing so many fucking people. Because it changes when he realized that the teacher got killed. He didn't know, and then that's when he actually, when the husband goes to meet him and stuff, they kind of team up and be like, well, like something needs to be done about this, because that shouldn't be happening. Because that was it was supposed to,
like, I've created a monster thing, now I must stop it.
See, hence, like, the mother and father of our, of her, what's her name again? Nola,
yeah,
that made sense. So her manifestations of the, the dwarves stuff, the physical beings, it made sense why her parents died, because they caused a lot of trauma for her in childhood, right? Mm-hmm. That was the cause of why she was even in therapy and shit. So that made sense. And I think that's what it was about. I don't think his intent was to have, these physical beings go out and actually, fucking start murdering and shit. I think that was just kind of a byproduct of it. It almost worked too good. Again, kind of like Shivers.
Okay, so let me stop you guys right there. So does this, to me, is this something that works with every person, or is this unique to this woman?
It was unique to her. It was unique to her.
Okay, cool. Because that guy, Watson,
confused because at the end there's a certain revelation about the daughter because of the trauma that she goes through, and so I wondered, okay, she hasn't been exposed to psychoplasmics yet, she is being set up to do some certain manifestations.
She had this, exactly, and here's why. If you listen to the grandmother talk about the her daughter when she was young, she mentions that she had the boils and the things like that. So the way that I took it is certain people are capable of doing this if they have a tool to awaken it, which is the MacGuffin of this movie.
No, they actually state that Nola was actually born to be the queen bee. He actually seeked her out purposely.
Oh yeah, they do say that.
That's why he was not willing to let anything come between him and her, like the husband or the father. That's why he wouldn't let them see her or do anything to get her out of there, because he knew what he had in her.
Yeah, this is the pinnacle of his studies and his
this was
researches.
exactly what he was looking for, and he knew that, you know, if what he had here was possibly going to be the end to his studies.
I love that it's not only figurative, it like in a metaphor, it's literal, it's reality. And I think that's what separates this film from
Isn't it crazy how he can put that into reality and make it seem like it actually is reality? Or like, that's fucked up, because it doesn't seem like it goes into realm 3 to me anyways.
But it's that's what I like about this film so much, is because other filmmakers would have made it like a metaphor or even a twist where it's like all in, you know, a head, or it's, you know, I know Watson's a big
We'll
fan
say that
of
for
all
2020 elevated horror, a remake of The Brood.
I know Watson's a fan of it's all in their head type thing, and they were doing the killings the whole time. So I feel like a lot of people would have took it down that territory.
That's weak.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, it's a cop-out though too, right? I think Cronenberg faced the issues straight on and just gave it to you how it should be presented, really.
Yeah, because it's like an amphibian. They have the whole parthenogenetic births, which are the asexual, you know, where you don't need a partner to procreate. And that's what she was doing essentially by manifesting these external things. I'm sorry, guys.
It's so cool, though, man. It really is.
Could you imagine having so much pent up anger inside of you that you actually create something physical to go do your bidding? But the crazy thing, it's almost like you're getting off, like, because these things are going to do your bidding, but you don't even know. You don't even know what they're going to do. So you're almost conscious free of it, because that's the point. You're releasing your anger. Those dwarfs are the product, or a physical product of her anger. That's what they are. If you were to put anger into a physical product, it's that dwarf.
Cycles of abuse, man.
It's really crazy.
Getting more violence. That well said. And I love what you said, Moods, about how she doesn't even really understand what her external manifestations are doing. How when violence hits you, and then because we do know that Nola, this character of Nola, has an abusive past, and then proceeds to.
Well, because she believes in the treatment. She believes that the doctor is helping her. And, you know, and she realized, like, she's releasing this and she's getting better. She feels like she's getting better and stuff like that, but she doesn't really know what the end product of getting better is.
Really doing. And this whole idea that the violence hit her when she was a kid, and then she becomes an abuser. And now
vicious circle.
What's going to happen to her daughter? It's like you see the cycles of violence passed down from generation to generation, and it's freaking heartbreaking. My God.
It's a very creative movie. Like a very creative mind came up with this. I dig that. I know that I read that Cronenberg started writing this while going through like a separation or something like that, which totally makes sense based on the plot.
This is his version of Kramer vs. Kramer.
Yes, exactly. And you know what? Let me just tell you something. Which we
brought up on the show before, because JP doesn't know who Meryl Streep was.
I don't know what Kramer vs. Kramer is either.
It's an Academy Award-winning movie.
No, but, you know, there are some elements here of wish fulfillment that, you know, okay, our main man, who couldn't be more responsible, good-looking, actionable, when he chokes out his abusive ex to save his daughter's life. And from a fantasy perspective, I feel Cronenberg on that, man. I real talk. I think modern viewers could make an argument that there's some measure of misogyny at work here in the way that women are depicted in the film, but I do not agree with that, and I'm going to say why. This story's more subversive than anything. I mean, how many horror films depict strong mothers protecting their children from some threat, and how often is that threat male? Well, with this film, it's flipping that on its head. We've got a wonderful I love this, and I want to say this, dude, because we've got a wonderful depiction of a hardworking father who loves the fuck out of his daughter, will do anything to protect her, and I think we need more of that in the genre. I'm all about strong.
You can relate to this, right, Watson?
I can, because it's just me and it's just been my son and me for years, and I'm all about strong fathers and healthy depictions of masculinity. It doesn't all have to be toxic, psychotic shit. Sometimes being a fucking man and doing your manly shit's the best thing for the world. And you don't got to be a dick about it. And I love that. And so I think we have that here in The Brood also. And I said this before, but I like the idea of a female abuser in this regard. It's subversive, like I said, in that it takes this woman out of the typical role of the victim and places her as a predator in certain ways and a victim in other ways. I don't know, like, just like Moods was talking about how she doesn't know exactly what her power is. There is something at work here that Cronenberg was doing that was so far ahead of its time. And you get to Videodrome, we're going to be saying that about 20,000 times.
There's one thing that of note that I think is just, it's a small line of dialogue, but I thought that it spoke to an overall message in the film. When he's talking about taking his daughter, and then I don't know if it's his lawyer or something, but basically says you can't, like the courts like believe in a mother's love, you know what I mean? Which is so true. That, you know, you have much higher chance of gaining custody if you're the woman. And that's kind of what this whole story is sort of about too, is that battle for the custody of the daughter, you know, and the husband versus the ex-wife. You know?
Oh, absolutely.
It's really cool how it plays two ways there. But yeah, I could totally see if Cronenberg was going through some kind of nasty divorce or something, like how he put all this on the page. Like it's really cool. Like, I mean, I first time watching, I love this movie.
Good.
Yeah, there's definitely different levels of social commentary going on here. One thing I've always thought that was a mystery to me, unless I miss it every single time I watch this film, but how in the fuck did the little fucking mutants get inside the fucking classroom? They just walked right in. I know they had like the hoods on and stuff.
In the grandmother's house, like they just manifest. You know what I mean?
Well, no, but they walk. But we see them walk. Like no one noticed them. We see them walking in.
There's all like, I mean, there's kids, right? Like,
but but even if you're a kid, like you'd be more likely if you saw that face, you'd be like, "Oh, gross! Look at that fucking face!" You know, like someone would point that out, man. And the house makes more sense because there's no one around to actually point that out and be like, "Okay, they manifest, whatever." I get that, but we actually see them walking into the classroom, and then, which in my opinion is one of the most brutal fucking scenes. Like, it's just so nasty because if you watch that scene, I've seen this movie so many times, but if you watch that scene and you watch the kids' reactions when that teacher is getting killed, it is pure horror. Those kids are terrified in that scene.
I wonder what Cronenberg did on set. And Moods, you just got me thinking about something. That teacher didn't do anything. All she was just the reason why she ended up getting killed is because she was the one that answered the phone that day. Yes, exactly. All she was
snapped.
Babysitting basically to help the girls, to help Nola's mom or to help Nola's dad.
Which she thought she was like sleeping with.
But that's when she was kind of losing her shit a little bit because that anger that manifested right instantly. Right, that wasn't from the past. It wasn't past trauma. It was nothing. It wasn't having anything to do with anything else. That's when it was escalating. Right, she was being like overly too angry.
So I'm here getting therapy, and my husband's sleeping with the fucking teacher. Well, fuck you, bro. Yeah, that's what she's doing. But it's crazy because all this lady did was be like, hey, I just want to kind of like, okay, thanks for inviting me to dinner. Hey, I want to talk about your daughter. Hey, I got to go get my my wife's dad because he might drive drunk and he's talking some crazy stuff. And then she gets killed. All she was is this hardworking teacher trying to do a job.
With a really bad haircut.
Oh, with a really bad haircut.
Oh, her hair's nasty, man. But that scene where she just, oh man, those kids, like, it's just so brutal to watch the react. Like, you could tell his reactions are like real because you got to remember there's like 6-year-old kids watching this happen. Like they're in the same room, and like their look is just fucking. It's just priceless, man. It's nasty. But I love the way this whole movie kind of breaks itself down, because you don't really know what's going on until like 20 minutes left in the film, kind of thing, right? You get these hints, and I like the way this whole movie is constructed. It kind of gives you this story between, you know, the husband and the wife and with the kid and stuff, and it creates this whole, you know, the story with the parents. And I just love the way this whole thing progresses. One of my favorite scenes in the film actually is the scene where they're doing the autopsy on one of the little dwarfs, and they're explaining shit. They're like, okay, this is like really bizarre because these dwarfs are asexual. You know, they don't have any natural, or they couldn't have been born because they don't have a navel and shit. And you're just kind of putting everything together, right? They have no teeth, they're like colorblind, you know, shit like that. And I love that fucking scene, man. It's just like creepy as shit. You're like, where the fuck is this going, man? You're like, what do you mean they weren't born? Like, is that metaphorical or what? But turns out, yeah. So I love that scene. It's great.
All right, ratings.
Shoot, I'll go first. One thing I do got to say that I really liked at the end was Oliver Reed, who is coming off as a dick in this movie for the first 2 acts. I love that he showed us that he really is a good man in the end and dies in the service of helping. Well, shit, I'm saying spoilers. Fuck my notes.
That's okay.
Kidding.
That's okay.
Yeah, but I loved just his depiction, like, because it's so. I feel like. And I hate to hate on modern horror, because you guys know I love modern horror, but I feel like some of these weaker Hollywood scripts would just make him an asshole till the end, and we would love his death. But in the end, he's like, I've got a gun. Here's how we can solve this problem. And he fucking really tries. That is cool.
And that whole scene is creepy as shit.
Well, because it wasn't his intent, though. I mean, it would be going against the narrative and what his character was, because he wasn't there to cause, you know, excessive harm. He was there to bring out those, you know, that anger and stuff like that. But like, that's why he changes, you know, tones when he realizes the teacher got killed, because she wasn't. It was supposed to be stemming from childhood and stuff, and he obviously knew that she was not part of the childhood. She was part of something that just happened. Right, so obviously he's gonna have a change of heart, and like, it makes sense. I mean, I think if he didn't, you'd be like, "What the fuck?" Like, that doesn't even make sense, because now he's just like evil.
It's evil doctor stereotype, which he's not, and I really like that they pulled back on that and was like, "No, this guy's a good guy who just his method just got out of hand, and he didn't want it to." That is really cool. And he was going to like, hey, I'm going to go save that girl. Just help me out. That's really cool. I'm at an 8.5 out of 10 on this. I really like this movie. This is a solid film. Cronenberg is thinking on another level here back in the 70s. Like, still. I'm down. What do you guys think?
Yeah. Did we rate? Did you rate?
Yeah. You said 8.5.
Oh, okay. Man, dude, like, this one kind of blew me away a little bit. I was like so into it, especially because like movies that do this thing where there's a little bit of mystery, like kind of soon in the film, like that first dwarf scene, I'm like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, how are they gonna explain this? So like, I'm instantly hooked to just wait to figure out what the hell's going on. And then when you couple that with like all the metaphorical stuff and how it really just perfectly blends with like the story and the, you know, manifestations and how that all plays so well together, and how, you know, the references of, you know, the keeps them, you know, they're in the attic and stuff like that, and like you think of like your head as the attic, and just, you know, you lock stuff away, and it just works so well for me. And, you know, the repressed stuff and the mental illness and all that, I dig all that stuff a lot. And I actually am coming in at a 9.5 on this. It's like near perfect for me.
Yeah, well, you know, I've always thought that the title, The Brood, is so amazing. You don't even really hear the term The Brood that often, because
after you think about like, because I didn't know, I was like, the brood is just like cicadas or something. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, I agree with you on that.
Yeah, I mean, the meaning of the brood is it's just a family of young animals.
Yeah,
most returning to birds and stuff. But I think that title is just like, it's just amazing because you don't even put two and two together as you're watching this film, because that's the beauty of the way Cronenberg tells stories, right? He has this amazing buildup. You don't really know what the hell's going on, but it's so intriguing, and you're just like you're so engaged and you're so involved in these characters and stuff, and you're like, hey, what the fuck, man? I think the pacing's great in this film. And that's one thing I love about Cronenberg's movies. He doesn't overstay his welcome. I mean, Shivers is,
I know these are all short, man.
Yeah, like, this movie's like 90 minutes. VideoDrome's like 90 minutes. Like, they're all around the same. I think if these movies were made today, they would be 3.5 hours long, like Mid-Lamer and shit like that. You'd have to go fucking retarded with the length and shit. But he manages to tell what he's trying to do, tell these narratives, tell these stories in the appropriate time. I think that's what really works. He's got great pacing, but I think the acting is amazing in this. The effects are really damn cool in this too. But overall, man, it's like an amazing story. It's honestly one of the best horror films of the 70s. It really, really is, man. I'm also in it a 9.5 out of 10. I think it's brilliant. I think it's really, really good, and it needs to get a little bit more notoriety.
Yeah, dude, it's a fantastic movie. I dig it.
I thought Watson would be a little bit higher on this one.
You know what? I didn't think you guys were going to be quite that high. Hell yeah. I feel like next time I watch this, though, it's going to be a minimum of a 9. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah,
I guess it was your first time watch. I mean, yours, JP, it was your first time watch too, right? So
yeah, but I'm like a sucker for stuff like this, honestly. It hits home with me, and just I just like stuff like this.
Mm-hmm.
You guys talked me through kind of a problem I had with it, and because I'm not some motherfucking mountain of opinion that can't be moved and can't be swayed. You guys brought up some really good points, because at first I was just like, I don't know how I felt about the literal idea of manifestations if there's no medicine or mad scientist shit involved. But just the more we talked about the figurative stuff, the better it just kind of just felt. And I was like, you know what? Okay. I feel like my next watch, when I'm not thinking about that, I'm just going to have just this great experience with it. And
I think that's what makes this movie so intriguing, that it doesn't take the medical or medicine route or the mad scientist type angles and shit. It totally shows you a different angle of medical studies. It really gets you thinking.
Oh, yeah. That's what threw me off, because I am familiar with various forms of therapy.
Yeah.
And there seemed like so many of them, just with this weird added whole thing of external manifestations of a sort. But then, and I couldn't get past that, but the more we talked about it, the more it kind of just made sense that, of course, in this world, this is what this would be. And I feel like when I watch it next, that hang up won't be there, and this will be a 9 minimum. This is a great movie.
Hells yeah.
Why would anybody watch a scum show like VideoDrome? Why did you watch it, Max? Business reasons. Sure. What about the other reasons?
All right, so moving into the final film here on episode 175 from 1983, VideoDrome. Quick synopsis. When he acquires a different kind of show for a station, who the fuck writes this shit? A sleazy cable TV programmer begins to see his life and the future of media spin out of control in a terrifying new reality. Yeah. Starring James Woods and, of course, the beautiful Deborah Harry from Blondie. Such interesting casting. Look at what Cronenberg was thinking when he was like, you know who would be great as Nikki Brand? Deborah Harry. Blondie. Let's get fucking Blondie. And you get to kind of see her nipples in this too. I don't know what's with me and nipples tonight. I'm usually an ass guy, but yeah, man. Thoughts on VideoDrome?
Dude, VideoDrome kicks ass as well.
VideoDrome is like insanely relevant to today.
Yeah, it's like he saw into the damn future.
Isn't it crazy how this movie is exactly what society is right now?
Yeah.
Right? Like, I mean, the contrast here, or the correlation is like, the TV in this case here is, what people are. I love the way they describe it though. Like the TV is the iris to the mind.
Mm-hmm.
I love that shit. But like if you put that in the contrast today, cell phones and social media is that to the mind. Right?
Yeah.
It's the exact same thing. People are so fucking, they're looking for that stimulation, you know, to the point where they're on social media like fucking 8 to 10 hours a day kind of thing, right? So our cell phones are what TV was back in 1983. But I love this whole premise, man. This whole almost manifesting more body horror, you know. Great effects by Rick Baker.
Yeah,
Rick Baker.
I love the. I just love the damn like creativeness of the effects, like the VHS tape and the stomach and the bubble coming out of the TV. It's like one with like technology and body horror. It's just super interesting.
Yeah, man, the effects are just like one of the coolest. Man, like I always said, man, Cronenberg really prided himself on having amazing effects and shit, and he really succeeded with getting Baker to do him on this one. But yeah, you're right though, man. The tape in the stomach and shit like that, and you know the manifesting the gun on his hand and shit like that.
Yeah.
There's lots of really, really cool shit. I think one of the coolest scenes actually is when he's like pressed up against the TV and the shit kind of starts 3D'ing out at him. I love that effect, man.
Oh yeah, it's super cool. Even watching it, I'm like, what did they actually even do with that? And then I started thinking, like, wouldn't it be cool if we had TVs we could like actually like touch, like morph, like I could stretch out my TV. I don't know. It's just like weird concept. I'm like, I'm surprised they never did that.
Yeah, actually, this is kind of trippy.
Like warpable TVs.
Yeah.
Fuck.
What do you think, Watson?
You know what I actually find kind of funny about this? So James Wood he runs this kind of small seedy fucking radio or TV station in wherever it is. I think it takes place. Is it in Montreal? It actually takes place in Montreal.
I believe so.
So, but anyways, he's looking for new inventive shit like that because you know he's got this small TV station that kind of caters to all different types of audiences, and he gets word that there's this like, you know, this kind of crazy program that's being broadcast. I think what would they say, from like the Philippines or something like that?
Yeah, but it's fake. It's actually coming from fucking Pittsburgh.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's actually coming from Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
and it's called VideoDrome, and it's basically VideoDrome is essentially it's a violent program with like no narrative. It's just like torture and murder. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's like fucking, you know, the films of that you always heard about in like the, you know, late 2000s, like the August Undergrounds and the Slaughter Vomit fucking dolls and stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
I love that they use that though, man, because you know what we're dealing with here is like, you know, how humans were again being, you know, overstimulated and stuff, and just using that idea of sex and torture and stuff and becoming so, you know, kind of dealing with the whole desensitization of, you know, of people and shit like that. But we're always looking for, you know, more stimulation and shit like that. And once you become desensitized, you know, you're just, it is what it is, man. Just the whole angle in this is just phenomenal. I think he does a really good job of, once you've seen this movie a couple times, I think it really starts to make a little bit more sense and stuff. It's not really overly that hard to get and stuff, but once you see it a couple times, like the shit that he puts in there and the way he words things and stuff, like the dialogue is fantastic in this, man. What do you guys think? I think actually one of the greatest scenes is with I guess the dead doctor in this film, when he's talking about, you know how the TV is the retina to the mind and shit like that, and he starts going into how, you know, once you become so overstimulated, you actually start to manifest into that. I love that premise, man, because that's pretty much what's happening to people nowadays. I mean, with social media, it's essentially what it is.
Yeah, definitely, dude. I'm shocked at how relevant this film still remains, like this long after doing it. It's like, I'm telling you, it's like he had a crystal ball. What do you think, Dustin?
Dude, you should see my notes. It's a mess. I can't even read them. you could write a legit college dissertation on this film and what it has to say about how we as human beings relate to technology and media. And I feel is that as the years have passed, just like you guys are saying, since the early 80s when this film was made, the themes that Cronenberg is exploring here are truer than they've ever been. Like, and what's so genius about this film is that it manages to operate on two very different, and here's the kicker, not just like two levels, but two paradoxical levels at the same time. You run the risk of missing the point of this movie if you don't take it as such and examine both of these contradictory readings. So, okay, let me just go over the two readings I have on the film and just let me run it by you guys and see what you think. On one hand, the film says this, what's the word? The film serves as an indictment of sorts of our technological dependent society, like you guys just said. We've got the show within the movie, VideoDrome, which itself represents the cyclical nature of tasteless, shitty media, right? And by that, I'm talking about how VideoDrome was essentially born of a tumor, okay? A sickness, a diseased mind, if you will, which then, which then causes that same malady, that same sickness in the people who watch it. Like, what the hell? What goes around, right? Cyclical shit. And it's not just 80s cyclical shit. Like you two just said, this stuff plays better right now than it ever has in this internet age. You know, the term viral video suddenly makes a lot of fucking sense in this regard if you think about how media spreads, right? But guys, it doesn't just stop there. Let's look at how Cronenberg used all this rather gross and disturbing imagery to illustrate this melding of our humanity with technology, this marriage of the fleshy, organic with the machines, right? Like, how is that, just like you said, Moods, how is that any different than us being literally attached at all times to our smartphones or to any of the devices we link ourselves to on a constant basis? Like, James Woods put his head into the fucking television, for heaven's sake. Like, it's all there. Like, we're not separate from the media we make and consume. We are the media.
Because you know, once your mind gets overstimulated, you become the reality.
It's the new flesh. And so to cap off this first interpretation I have, because I have one more that I want to run by you guys. To cap off this first of these two, you know, sort of opposite readings of the film that I got here, and I can't read my notes. It's just a jumble of bullshit. Oblivion, it is. It's just bullet points that don't make sense. But Oblivion, which is the funniest Irish fucking name I've ever heard. I'm going to have to talk to Duncan McLeish about this, even though he's Scottish. But McLeish, that's got to be Irish. Anyway, Oblivion, Shaughnessy. Oblivion had the following to say about this whole human technology synthesis, this melding, this marriage, and I've got it written right here. He writes, you know, just like Mood said, the television screen is the retina of the mind's eye. Therefore, the television screen is part of the physical structure of the brain. Therefore, whatever appears on the television screen appears as raw experience for those who watch it. Therefore, television is reality, and reality is less than television. So if you think on those words, and if you replace the word television with internet or social media, like you said, if you consider how we're more connected than we've ever been in human history, then you'll see just how ahead of its time VideoDrome really is. But we've got a second reading of this film to cover, and I want to run this by you guys. I'm excited about this because it runs counter to some of the stuff we just talked about. So here we go for just a minute. I'm curious about your thoughts on this. So Cronenberg wrote this movie as a direct reaction to the censors of his time, those self-righteous, fear-mongering types who preach this whole doctrine that violent media will make violent people, which is kind of funny because Cronenberg is trying to do this whole thing that we are the media that we create. So he's sort of making fun of the censors here, and we still see this debate today with movies, video games, and honestly, it's the deal. The psych studies just don't corroborate this claim. Sure, okay, yes, violent imagery will negatively affect already fucked up people. Yes, that is true. But you don't need to be a scholar. No, that's the deal. As for us normal everyday folks, we're fine. And the studies show that we are. Okay, so Cronenberg's approach here with this film was nothing if not like this attack on those misplaced values, that culture of censorship. And I've got a quote from him here. Hold on, let me scroll down right here. It says, "With VideoDrome, I wanted to posit." First of all, I like the word posit. That's classy. I wanted to posit the possibility that a man exposed to violent imagery would begin to hallucinate. I wanted to see what it would be like. In fact, if what the censors were saying would happen, did happen. What would it feel like? You guys see what he's doing here? When you view the movie from that lens, okay, yes, you'd be a fool to, discount the notion of our reliance on media. Yes, okay, I'm not arguing against that. All the stuff we talked about before. I'm not arguing against that point at all. But does it truly make us though worse as people? Like this exposure to media? Do we really need the protection that the censors and cancel culture fuckers, want to offer us by controlling what we see, hear, and say and do? And so imagine a world where they're right. Imagine a reality where we are in fact in need of their wisdom. That it really is something we need to be so are they saying, oh, there is something you need to be protected from? So if you take Oblivion's words and what I just said about before is the truth here, that we are indeed the media we consume, then the absolute worst thing we need is protection from ourselves. And so I think that in that way, Cronenberg is playing this as a parody, like a satire of those censors. And when you get thinking about how government will censor things for our own good and then turn around and engage in wars that cost human lives, then it's easy to see how this film's villain, what was his name? Convex? Is that right? Convex? Yeah, Barry Convex.
Yeah.
How he represents the corrupt system in that way. His whole plan, after all, is to take over James Woods' station so this dude can use VideoDrome to kill the people who are sick enough to watch it. What type of morality is that? Right?
Yeah, right.
So yeah, I mean, what do you guys think about that? Because when I read that David Cronenberg was sort of making fun of the censors, I was like, whoa. On one hand, he predicted how we'd be on social media 36 years from now, but at the same time, fuck the censors, and he has a point in that they have this misplaced value system, and I that's why my notes are a mess, because I'm just like, what do I write? What do you guys think about that?
I think that, yeah, both points are right.
And isn't that crazy that they're both right? Because they seem like they kind of run counter to each other, but they don't. That's weird.
Yeah,
I don't understand.
I think in the context of the movie, the what if what they're saying is real?
Yeah,
comes off really cool, but at the same time, it's just a movie. It's not. That's not reality, dude. You know what I mean? I think we all dude. I can't even believe that's still a fucking argument today. That violent movies are the reason that there's all these school shootings and stuff like that. It's just crazy to me. Yeah, dude. I mean the what the hell was it? I'm sorry. What was the other second point?
Oh, I'm just talking about these counter readings of the film. There are two basic, not basic, but two main readings of the film you can have. That on one hand, yeah, Cronenberg managed somehow to predict our reliance on media, and that basically, like I said, viral video.
But it was kind of full force at this time, though, too, because you're going back to even 1978 with Romero and him exploiting the consumerism stuff like that. I mean, that applies to this right here too, right? Because consumerism was it was fucking head over heels at this point and shit like that and stuff. And I mean, we were very reliant on what we needed to see and what we needed to bring into our lives and shit like that. And I mean, this was just another step in that. I mean,
it's the same. Yeah, well said. Yeah,
right. I mean, if you're really smart, I mean, it's a lot more interesting to predict something back in those days to 2020 when, man, people have become social reality. Like social media has become a lot of people's reality. It's crazy the amount of time that people spend on social media and stuff. Like, we're not we're not, completely void of that and shit. Like, we spend time on this shit, but there's people that literally live there and just need that stimulation. They need to be sucked into that. They need to, that's their whole focus point. To me, that's fucking insane. Right?
Well, it's the remake is going to have, instead of his hand being some organic ass gun, it's going to be an organic ass phone.
Exactly. Exactly. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a scary premise. I mean, because what he was doing here, ultimately came fucking true, man. People are just so heavily reliant on that stimulation. I mean, really, like, do you ever catch yourself kind of scrolling on your phone and you're like, what am I fucking looking at? But
I hate
it's a reliance on it, and we don't even know why we're doing it. It is partially to do with consumerism and that stimulation stuff. Like I'm not talking about porn and stuff, but I'm bad for it too. I'll be scrolling, and all of a sudden I'll get a glimpse of something or a thought or something, and all of a sudden I'm on Amazon or I'm shopping for something. I'm like, holy fuck! Like I'm the product of what this was. This prediction, it's crazy. I'm not as bad with social media. Like I don't spend a whole lot of time on Facebook and stuff, and like really I only spend time in our Face group. But I'm bad with the Messenger. I'll be in there quite a bit and stuff. But yeah, it is kind of scary. How this movie and the ideas in here are like factual today.
Well, what do you think about it making fun of the censors? Because he was, sort of. Oh, hey, imagine if what you guys...
I think it's the appropriate way to do it. I mean, if you showcase it in this... Like, if you're on the censor board and you see VideoDrome and you understand what he's doing, like, what do you do?
You'll be pissed that he's making fun of your values is what you'll feel.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of
But not only making fun of the values, he's putting a value into them that's like, now he's basically saying that the censors are actually trying to kill off these bad people and shit like that. Like he's taking it one step further, which I think is the most brilliant thing of the movie, really.
It is. It really is. And I'll say this too. The whole well, like I said about the whole governmental idea of, okay, we're going to protect you from yourselves and then send you off to war. This shows you how much we care. I mean, VideoDrome was basically about killing the people who are sick enough to watch VideoDrome. I mean, what does that say about the cyclical? What was that snake that eats itself? Ouroboros, is that the name of it? The snake that eats itself? That's kind of what I got from when I was watching this. I'm just like, man, that's funny.
True.
We have cancel culture right now that are willing to, put the kibosh on anybody who pisses them off. These people who take control of the status quo or take control of, just like freaking Orwell wrote about this in 1984. Or not the year 1984, the book 1984.
Yes.
We have the new flesh in this movie. We have the new speak in that book, which is all about, well, you can't say this, you can't do that. This is in the 40s. you know? Cronenberg showed up to fucking class for this movie is all I got to say.
Yeah, he's definitely got some just insane and valuable, ideas in this, man. It's really an amazing piece of cinema. It really is on all levels. Technical levels, I think, the way he did this film, the acting is brilliant, the effects are brilliant, the social commentary is beyond brilliant in this, man. I think he's just hit this one out the fucking park, man.
I never knew I had a crush on Debbie Harry until I saw this. Because I'd seen it a bunch of times, but Deborah Harry, I'm like, I don't know who the fuck that is. Debbie Harry, I know who that is. I'm like, burn a cigarette on that. I'm so curious because I'm not coming low on this rating. I don't think I'm going to be the low rater here. I'm so curious where you guys are coming in.
All right, I'll go first. To me, VideoDrome is I'd seen it one other time a couple years ago, and I loved it then. I still love it just as much. It's Cronenberg is just fucking the man. He just comes up with like cool concepts, and I'm down with them. And this movie in particular is just so damn current, and it just blows my mind that it works so well back then, and it works almost even better now. The mix of I love the effects in this. Like they're super creative, and you just want to see more of that world. I'm coming in at a 9 out of 10.
Could you imagine having a machine that could capture or record people's hallucinations?
Oh yeah.
That idea is so fucking crazy to me. I'm just like, wow.
I don't think we need that.
That would be so
That might
trippy
be
to watch.
too much.
Like, that would be just the fucking trippiest shit, man. Yeah, dude. I mean, the commentary here. I mean, fucking media and, you know, just programming people to become assassins. I love this. I love this poke, man. These pokes are just so, they're not even gentle. Like, he's rubbing the fucking bear there, man. That's brilliant to me. I think this movie is absolutely perfect, man. I think James Wood, I don't know what it is about James Wood, but I always get enthralled whenever I see him in a film. Like, do you guys think he's a great actor, or like, I don't know what it, you ever have those actors where
I think it's his voice and his tone and his delivery too. It's just, it's really cool.
It is, because like, I don't find him to be like, you know, like Oscar-worthy actor and shit like that, but for some odd reason, every time he's in a film, I get so captivated by him. I don't know, it's weird. Maybe it is his delivery, I don't know.
Yeah, I feel ya.
He just pulls it off so well, and he's just so damn believable, you know. He's like right into it and shit. And I don't know, there's just something great about him. But so many great ideas here, man. The whole tumor idea, and just brilliant film. 10 out of 10. I love Videodrome. I think it's perfect.
So let me ask, what is your criteria for a Hall of Fame? How many points does it have to have?
28.
So, Justin, you rated it a 9. Moods rated it a 10. So, my 10
he's
rating...
doing mathery now. He's doing mathery now.
No, I have my notes. I can show it's a 10 out of 10 for me, you guys. This movie made me think so much. This movie broke my brain because I've seen it, maybe 5, 6, 7. I don't know. Not maybe 7. I don't rewatch a lot, but I've seen it a handful of times. And this is the first time where I thought about the movie, not just watch it on the surface level. And you got... The thing about the 22 Shots listeners is they're an astute bunch. They're looking. The reason they love this show is because they're looking for that. Okay, I saw this movie that made me think. I want to talk it out with my homies, and talking it out with my homies tonight got me just like. And in preparation for that, got me just writing so many notes. I didn't say a quarter of the stuff I have here, and thank God for that. But
dude, me too, man. I'm honestly a little bit tired, but like I have like 3 pages of notes for this movie. Like I'm trying to even comprehend what I wrote here, and I'm like, I think my brain is broken right now too.
10 out of
I
10.
don't have a single note.
I have so many things. What do I have written here? I have like dehumanization and desensitization is caused by overstimulation of the mind. Like I'm having a hard time reading my shit, man.
Me too. Mood, same here, and I'm a little surprised. I'm actually a little sternly disappointed in you, Justin. No, I'm kidding.
I don't take notes ever.
That's actually a cool approach. No, 10 out of 10. So that's a 29. That made your fucking Hall of Fame, man.
Yeah, it's
well deserved. It's well deserved, man. It deserves to be in there, man. It's really brilliant. You know what's funny? With all the great effects by Rick Baker in this film, the one scene in this movie that makes me kind of gag a little bit is when James Woods puts that fucking pin through Deborah Harry's ear and then licks the blood off a pin. I'm like, dude, that was in her fucking earlobe. Like, you might as well just kiss her toes or some shit. Gross. That's disgusting. Fucking, awesome. There's like the littlest things. I can handle so much. And then, you know, a little bit of pus or something, I'm like losing my mind. I can't fucking handle it. Or apparently blood from an earlobe. I don't know.
But I don't know if we should even put this in the show, or maybe we should. But one time there was something going on between me and a girl, and her earring like sliced open my shoulder, and then she like started like putting her mouth on it, and I was like,
dude.
Yo, I have AB positive. Wait, I have AB positive blood, so I guess I am a universal. No, I'm a universal recipient. Yeah, she wasn't tapping into anything. Yeah, that's good.
What
so
the fuck?
All your blood, by the way, I can take all your blood. That was like one of the weirdest moments. It just like sliced my arm. I'm like, ouch, and then, oh no, don't do that. Like, I'm not this. I'm kind of having a moment right now where I'm not feeling very good about myself. Okay. Well, thanks for having me on the show, guys.
Yeah, dude. Another marathon.
I know this is.
I just gotta say one thing about VideoDrome. I'm glad that they didn't go into like, because they started to explore like the whole hypersexual aspect of the film and like the sexuality and stuff like that. But I'm glad they didn't get into like, hardcore bondage and like sadomasochistic sex and stuff like that, because to be honest, that shit freaks me out and actually, frankly, makes me kind of gag. I hate whips and chains when it comes to sex and pain and stuff. I'm glad they didn't put that in there. It turns me off when I see those like sexual fucking leather masks on people with zippers and shit. I get really, really uncomfortable.
You're like Pulp Fiction. You're like, nope.
I do, man. Pain and sex just does not go together for me, man. I just don't understand how you can just get whipped and be like, oh yeah, again, do it again. Like what?
Yeah.
No,
I'm the same way actually.
And I want to see your face. I don't want to see fucking leather
me.
face. I don't want to see fucking leather face,
face.
Going down on me. That would be my worst nightmare ever, man. Waking up to having like some girl wearing like one of those zipper masks and like fondling my balls or some shit. I'd probably lose my mind, man. I'd freak out. I'd be in a mental institution after that, I swear. Oh, shit.
Yeah, it kind of reminded me of those dark web, VideoDrome itself reminded me of those dark web red rooms, which I guess have been found not to be real, but really? Not real at all? Huh. Okay. Just the whole idea of VideoDrome being a product of Oblivion's tumor that then inspires the same sickness. That is very interesting.
Only to the people that view it, though.
Only to the people that view it, and that's why this movie blew my mind. Because when I first saw this,
people like us. It's almost like a poke at us too. It's like we're willing to watch this on a movie, but then it's like, are we the bad people for wanting to be, I don't know, maybe just curious? I mean, curiosity is going to catch the best of a lot of people. I mean, there's some shit out there we probably watched before that we probably wish that we had never seen, kind of thing. But I mean, we did. We're not bad people for it. But like the premise of, almost using this idea to like take out all the bad people in the world and shit is like, who's the real monster here? The people that have curiosity or you?
The censors, or exactly. And I think that's one of the double kind of meanings that this sort of multifaceted sort of approach that Cronenberg has taken to this. Like, okay, on one hand, there's a sickness here that comes from the creator to the created to the person watching that thing / fuck the censors, because they think it's like, man, he's operating on some levels that sort of broke my brain, and that by 10 out of 10 was like all I could give.
Could you imagine the sequel? And it's basically this narrative about all the people that had watched VideoDrome and necessarily aren't bad people. It's just curious people and shit, and they're being hunted and killed off by essentially the censors and stuff. And it's like this whole backlash on it and stuff. Like, this is what you guys created from censorship and stuff. You guys are killing off real good people and stuff that were just curious. Could you imagine that fucking sequel, man?
Are onto something genius with what you just said, and I want to tell you why. Because my son, he's 16. He's such a gentle soul. He hates dirty comedy. He's everything. Okay, I was a good teenager. I was the guy you bring home to mom. I'm not anymore. I'm like a pretty messed up person. Not actually. I'm fucking awesome. But the thing is, my son is this like just pure kid. I don't know how I did this. I'm so glad I did, because I respect him so much. I look up to my boy. I love him so much. His favorite franchise is Saw. We just watched them. We just completed them a couple weeks ago. And he's like, this is a consistent franchise story-wise. They're not there's retconning. He's like, they're retconning, but he's like, the gore. And then I was like, so do you feel like a bad person? And this is what I asked him. Do you feel like a bad person for loving gore, Skylar? Do you feel like you just reveled in the death of people? And he's like, these are actors. That girl was in Boondock Saints too. I don't want to see anybody die. This is just great performance art. And so I'm like,
it's a great example though, man. It's like, could you imagine that Saw is VideoDrome? If Saw was VideoDrome, that he would be, developing that tumor and he'd be the one being hunted right now.
And imagine that the censors don't allow you that whole idea that you can like something disgusting on screen as performance art.
It's a one-way highway.
Well said.
There's no give or take there, man. It's like, no, you've exposed yourself. Your eyes saw this and you're infected. That's it. There's no going back.
Yep.
Hence the censors, man. It's kind of like their word is the last word, right? And that's our reality of censorship too, which is fucking bullshit.
Cronenberg predicted two very opposing realities that became what we live now, and that's why it's a 10. I don't know. I'm sort of blown away, and I know we're sort of beating this into the ground, but I hope the listeners are hearing this and going like, shoot, this is – because we got deep, guys, and this is what it's all about when we can take a film and just relate and relate and relate. I mean, that's what it's here for. I love it, guys.
Absolutely, man. Painted a perfect dystopian picture, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, Watson, thanks for doing the show, man. Really, really awesome to finally have you on here because it's been a long time coming, man. It really, really has. And I think, I hope everybody enjoyed the show. We definitely set a record for like the longest intro ever. So that's essentially why we didn't do any What We Watched this week. But I'm fine with that. I'm totally fine with that. I figured this is still about a 5-hour show. So yeah. But anytime Watson come back, man. Hopefully we'll have another show lined up where, you can dig into some Freudian, mind
come back? You guys will have me back?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, man.
Absolutely. We'll just have to get, like I said, some more thinkers, man. Like I said, I'm not bringing you back on a killer clown show because what the fuck? No, maybe I would. Actually, that would be interesting. If you could dig into some Freudian shit into that, I'd be like, fuck yeah. Mind you, you probably could pull it out of a clown's mind state, really. I mean...
Shit, I am a clown myself, so fuck. Yeah. Hell yeah. No, thanks guys for having me on. This is a badass time. Like, we've been on the same network for nearly 4 years now. So this was like Mood said, this is a long time coming. And it's kind of funny because we all know each other from a lot of different like sort of context because Mood's like you and I have done more of the Skyping and stuff like that, and just kind of chatting on sort of that level.
I think we only ever recorded together once. I think it was on Exploding Heads.
Yeah, we did The Mist.
Yeah, we did The Mist. Yeah,
that was awesome. And then of course, Justin, we've never recorded together, have we?
No.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. We were on the same show years back. I think in 2016 when I was brand new to podcasting. It could have been 2017. Correct me if I'm wrong. The Horrorcast did their
Academy Awards.
Hackademy Awards. We were on that same episode, and I was sort of like, I can't believe I'm on the same episode as 22 Shots Guys, as Jay of the Dead, as Exploding Heads, because I didn't think I'm just this guy sitting in my room, my girlfriend's bitching at me like, stop podcasting stupid, I love your hobbies, and I'm like, okay, I don't know what to think about any of this, but anyways, I'm on a show and there's cool people on my network, you'd like them if you knew them, you bitch. No, but
except for Jeremy.
Except for Jeremy. Yeah, no. And by the way, if we can, I would love to podcast with him soon because I made a list of the body parts that he says about women.
God.
I really wanted to kind of...
Does he say pooter and poontang? And what the fuck does he say, man? Like, does he say pooter or cooter? What the fuck?
Cooter is my favorite.
Cooter, yeah.
And here's my conditions, guys, and this would be an epic show. I want to talk with him about this, and I want Carly to be on that show to back me up on all the hilarious stuff, because I want to very formally, not even condemningly, just be like, let's examine the word cooter, Jeremy.
Dude, Carly cringes so much at him.
I know she does. She's a good girl, and Jeremy's a bad man.
Fuck.
Yeah. Anyways, no, thanks for having me on this. Sure. And I know this went long, but your audience loves it because your audience loves to hear you guys, and they should, because you guys bring the goods. You guys, listen, you guys helped talk me through some shit tonight about some freaking brilliant films. We watched 3 great films, and you guys helped talk me through some stuff. And I love it when homies can help me sort of distill my thoughts. That's what it's about, and that's what this community is about. And I think your listeners get that. Your listeners, in particular, with your community, understand just that whole let's talk this out and let's do this stuff. And even sometimes if, maybe one of them is like, I don't think colored is an offensive term. It's like, well, homie, it is, but
yeah, a lot of people miss my my humor when I was like, what's so bad about this? Right? People were being so serious about it, and I was like, guys, I was being facetious, man. I was like, he said colored.
Moose, that was brilliant. I was rolling. Yes.
There was like 30 comments of being serious. And I'm like, guys, and I waited for it to just play out, and I finally just said, guys, I was being facetious, man. Like, seriously, did you not get that? Like, fuck you say? Who says colored? Like, what is this, 1954?
That's what I said, dude.
Like, that is some fucking crazy shit, man. I was like, oh my god, wow.
Yeah, but other than that, you guys got this community that loves to hear you, and I'm glad I got to join tonight, because we're in the same community, but it's cool when we get to blend and talk it out. And guys, like, yeah, if I can get on that, if I can get on something with you guys again, man, I'll relish the opportunity, because you guys are the homies. It's fun, man. I can drink, because I'm not allowed to drink on my shows because I turn into a menace. And when I'm putting myself as a menace, it's a bad time for me.
Well, we'll line up a show one of these times where, I'll get down with some maybe vodka crayons or something like that, and we'll get jiggy with it, man.
I love it. Thanks so much for having me on, guys. Thank you.
I'm sure the episode will just, you'll end breaking your computers or something. Yes. I'll end up passing out or not figuring out how to fucking continue the live stream or some shit. Because that happens, right?
As I wanted to make a snoring joke in honor of the late Mike Merriman. I wanted to at one point be like, Mexican apple. Colored. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to get back to studying my psychoplasmics. Fuck. Man, I honestly, yeah, I had a lot of fun with this episode. I wish I was feeling better. I've been actually not feeling good through this whole episode. Actually, there was a point in that intro where I was like, guys, I need to fucking go lay down or something. But I got through it somehow. Just by drinking a lot of water. I was really, really not feeling good. I don't know what the fuck was happening to me. But so if I was lacking enthusiasm at points during this, I apologize. But I tried my best to maintain some enthusiasm, even though I was having fun. I just my body was telling me to go fucking lay down or do something else. So,
buddy, get some rest, man. Hell yeah.
I got to be up in a couple hours too. And I totally, yeah, I know. I got fucking shit to do. I got to go meet someone in the morning. Maybe I'll do a fucking, in VideoDrome, which we didn't bring up, which is kind of funny. But your sleazy ass TV station when you're going to pick up a TV show like you're doing a drug deal. You go to this fucking they're a hotel room, and he's got this briefcase full of videotapes, and he's like, yo man, here's one. No, show me the 13th one. I want to see the end of it. No one's gonna see the first couple episodes. What the fuck? It's like when you're doing a drug dealer, he's got a whole briefcase full of heroin. It's like, no, I don't want to touch the top one. I want to see what's on the bottom.
Yeah.
Fucking hilarious, man. Love that shit. Watson, once again, thanks for coming on. JP, take us the fuck out of here.
Yeah, Watson, you got anything coming up?
Tons of shit, man. Who cares?
All right.
You can do some you can do some plugs.
Oh, quickly, yeah, on the Wat-Zee Party Horror Show, Dave Z and I are about to rock some Red, White, and Blue 2010. And man, that's gonna be a crazy show. We're gonna have our kids on that show, not for that review, but we're gonna talk about the younger generation of horror fans as well. I've started a new season of Opera Omnia with Duncan McLeish of the podcast Under the Stairs. Man, I am happy with what we did. I feel like I'm surrounded by such awesome talent. When I go on those bloody bits segments, I always make fun of everybody. I have that British robot go, like, make sure that everybody knows, like, everybody sucks but me. It's a total joke because I feel like I'm surrounded by freaking talent, and I love it. This show, Exploding Heads, the network in large, at large, Jason Lloyd being a gangster, talking with Jay the Dead, all these cool people in our community, man. We're lucky. This is good. So yeah, catch me on the Wat-Zee soon Horror Corridor. I'm gonna have an episode out in a couple of weeks on French horror. Gonna talk that French. So it's gonna be fun. So that's my plugs. I've had a great time. Thanks, thanks for letting me put that out there.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, man. Everybody, check out the show. Check out the. Fuck it, I'm tired. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah, you sound like you're fucking sleeping, dude.
Dude, I like Moods also was sick. I got sick during the Shivers review. I mentioned to him during that intermission that we had there. I don't know what the hell hit me, but yeah, I felt better after that review, but I was like nauseous as hell. I actually ate a couple of pork rinds and I felt better.
You know what happened, man? I think the VideoDrome, man, gave us fucking tumors.
Yeah, apparently. But yeah, check out all the links down below. They're there. We'll see you guys next week. We're not 100% sure of what we're doing yet, but peace out, man.
Deuces. You know what's a fucking trippy thing, man? So me and my buddy, we were fucking super baked one time. And he was like that guy who was like, he's like, every time he got baked, he always had to go get fucking like crazy fast food, right? Mm-hmm. So anyways, we have this like, there's like a McDonald's, Burger King, and a Wendy's like right in a row. And he's like, oh, I want fucking Wendy's junior bacon. I'm like, okay. And I'm like, well, I kind of feel like either McDonald's or Burger King. So long story short, we ended up going to all three places. Anyways, we were super baked, and like it was fucking crazy, dude. Like he ordered like I don't know, like 8 junior bacons. It was fucking insane. Nuggets, all this shit, man. It was just nuts. And so we ordered a bunch of shit from Burger King and McDonald's, and I was like sitting there, and I was like super baked. And I'm like, man, I'm gonna fucking try this out. So I took the patties off the Whopper that I ordered, a double Whopper. I ordered a double Whopper. I took the 2 patties and I put them. I took the patties off the Big Mac I ordered, and I replaced them with the Whopper patties. Fuck, dude, that is a crazy combo, man. It tastes so damn good.
They like sell that now pretty much. It's like a Whopper Big Mac thing at Burger King.
I know. They came up with their own thing. It's like what is it called? The King? I don't know what the fuck, but it's like their version.
Like
their version
the
of a Big
King
Mac
or something.
It's their version of the Big Mac. But anyways, I did this and I was like, and it's funny too because the Whopper patties are so much bigger than McDonald's buns. It was like protruding out the side, right? I'm like, oh, this is crazy. But the taste, it literally tasted like I was eating Burger King McDonald's, and I was like, I think this is the happiest I've ever been in my life. I'll never forget that taste. I was like, this is fucking crazy, man. I don't know.
Like that story.
That's the shit that you do when you're super baked. You do shit like that. And like
I've smoked.
And the funny thing is that my buddy's sitting there mowing into these junior bacons and all the shit that he had, and he's like, I don't even think he even realized what I was doing. Like, I was creating magic, and he's just downing these things like he's got fucking
Did
mayo
you ever
all
have
over
a
his face.
McGangbang?
We did try it once. I didn't think it was that great, man.
What is that?
It's a double cheeseburger double cheeseburger McDouble from McDonald's with it. You order McChicken and you take the chicken and put it in between the burgers.
Yeah.
Okay, let me tell you something.
The junior chicken, yeah.
Justin, let me tell you something. That is crazy that you say that because, okay, so because I work construction, I'm on driving to jobs and stuff like that, and sometimes my thing I do, I can't believe you're saying this. I've never heard of McGangbang, but dude, one thing I will do is I will order, if I have to go to McDonald's and I don't have a lunch or something, I'm on the road, I will order 2 McDoubles with only ketchup and a McChicken sandwich and throw away all the bread. but I've never eaten them together.
That's awesome. Well, you should get one McDouble and then two McChickens, and then use the McChickens as the bread, since you don't eat bread.
I will do that. And do you guys remember the double down from?
That thing was so fucking gross, dude. I don't remember the last time I ordered something from a fast food restaurant and couldn't finish it. I was like, this is disgusting.
I don't remember this.
I'm actually surprised you didn't like it. I thought it was hilarious.
It was basically, KFC chicken patties or whatever. That was the bun. So you had two patties.
Right. Oh.
Yeah.
What was in between it?
Cheese and cheese. My homie Jay, who's this this huge black guy, he's one of my best buddies. He's like this is back in 2009. He's like, he would always do this thing that would make me uncomfortable. He'd be like, Mr. Watson, because everybody always called that, Mr. Watson, let's go get some KFC. I'd be like, oh man, I don't like when you talk like that. He's like, why? Does that make you uncomfortable? I'd be like, I not as much as it should, but let's go KFC. And then he'd be like, he's like, Massa, can I get a double down? And I'd be like, oh dude, we can't talk like this to the and I'd be like, you got to stop this. He was a college grad. He was a great guy. I love this guy, but Jay was out of his mind because he loved to push the black stereotype stuff because he sort of understood that he sort of was one, but also was self-aware enough to know that that's bullshit too. And then so he'd always be like, let's go to KFC. I'd be like, oh dude, can you not say it like that? Can you just say, let's go get some chicken at the place? Like, yeah. Yeah. So he'd be like, give me a couple double downs. I'd be like, oh dude, yeah. That's my buddy. That's my homie.
Those things were fucking nasty. Like, it was so much chicken and so greasy. Oh my God.